sorry, I didn't see you. I'm sorry, I'm going to do.
Or if I worked remotely, if it had to do with insurance, and he said, hey, what's the best plan for the silver plan? And
You can lapse your insurance, but just don't abandon your insurance. That's the thing. The Gerber Life shit that we got when we were born, if you don't pay it, you lose it.
Hey, I don't mean to interrupt y'all, but I just wanted to
go ahead, Risky.
how do you know about it?
I just
wanted to thank y'all for letting us have that GOAT conversation on Friday.
Of course. To have that conversation with a man, I got you.
You said what?
So, okay.
I'm just playing.
That didn't go too bad.
3, y'all love to talk to these dudes. Y'all don't talk to the women. The women are just as smart.
Now, smart is fine as those.
What's those things too? Make her go no thing.
Was that for you? What was that?
Go ahead, Sia.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Patty, I want you to know in my company, I value the opinion of all people with girlfriends.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Patty, I wasn't talking about the actual nigga to go. I'm talking about the Jordan and LeBron conversation.
Yeah, that's not fair. Y'all was engaged and
Cleo had kind of like some of the best points out of all the people, including the stupid niggas. So I appreciate that.
Hey, good morning, Patty. Good morning, politically correct. I have to be honest, Patty. I didn't walk. I ran into this room. I hate to say I told you so, but I told you.
Who you
Now, I didn't get the date right. I did say by November 2nd.
We don't care about the date. What did you tell people?
I told people that the Democrats were going to fold, that this shutdown was simply a manufactured crisis, and that the Democrats had to fold. And when they did, and they're going to fold and not get anything in exchange for it, it will be them to blame. And now you have even the Democrats admitting it was our shutdown. That we've exacted higher poll numbers and we've exacted better returns in the election. And that this gives us a better position in January to take advantage of the gains that we made in the polls and in the elections. While everybody was blaming Republicans for why people weren't getting their SNAP benefits, it's now the Democrats that are coming out. Did you hear Bernie Sanders this morning?
What do you say?
You're not a Democrat.
That think that they did secure, which it shouldn't have to be something they should have secured, was ensuring that SNAP was funded.
They didn't ensure that the SNAP was funded. They voted for the Republican CR, which establishes funding for SNAP. They didn't ensure anything.
There was funding for SNAP. That's it. For me, that was okay. That's the only thing that I could. Honestly, that furlough shit. Shout out to Shadow. Sorry, I love you, but for the fact, like, the only. I wasn't really worried about the furlough workers, and I should be because there are people that work with me because I knew they were going to get their money, but then them suffering through it is a problem. And I brought that up yesterday. I said, I feel bad because like there are people that can't go to work right now because they don't have gas money. They made it clear I don't have the gas money. I have to choose between paying my electricity or showing up to work, and I don't know if I'm getting a paycheck. So it's like, you know what, stay at home, work. Somebody's gonna bring you a VPN, a computer, and you just work from home. And that was a fair trade-off for us, right? But as far as goddamn SNAP, that was an issue, especially when we was trying to find a way to stop. Even before they voted, there was a conversation where people that received SNAP were going to be in the negative because the money had to be pulled back because of President Trump. Right? Hello? Was that was the conversation?
No, it wasn't because of President Trump. President Trump has never changed. He's always maintained his same position. It is the government's job to fund SNAP. It is not the president's job to exert emergency funds to fund SNAP. The Democrats don't get to benefit from a workaround that the president has to execute to give them political cover to continue their assault, to continue their shutdown. He did exactly what he was supposed to do, which was threaten the Democrats not to give them cover. And they completely folded, exactly like what they should have done, and what we know for some time that they would have done. The president is not obligated to provide political cover by giving emergency funds to fund SNAP when all the Democrats have to do is simply open the government again, and SNAP is immediately funded.
All right, TC, let's try it like this. I just want to ask you one question out here.
But I don't think he understands how they wait, let me, this is where I'm gonna punch you in your fucking face. Did you know that, so this is,
What's going on?
so let me tell you something, stupid, because now you gotta piss me the fuck off. You know that most of these agencies have contingency funds, to include the DOD, right? Do you know that the USDA itself has funds set aside in case there's an issue?
Yes, I know that, and I also know that it's not going to take a rocket scientist to figure out that if the president was to extend those emergency funds, the Democrats would have completely exhausted those funds. And then what, Patty? What happens when those emergency funds are exhausted?
But that's the USDA funds.
It doesn't change. I asked you the question, Patty. What happens when those funds run out?
When they run out, it's called appropriations.
Exactly. So why would we
anybody with a fucking brain would know or would want to feed their constituents, right?
So you're literally admitting exactly what I'm saying, Patty.
No, because even if he had to send out partial payments, he would have had to send out whatever billions of dollars that USDA had on the side.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that.
Regardless of that, no, you are. Because motherfucker, you said they didn't have to give them a fucking dime.
I said Donald Trump is not
What the fuck do you
obligated.
think emergency funds are for?
Donald Trump is not
What the
obligated to
fuck
give.
do you think emergency funds are for?
There's
Shut the fuck up talking to me. There are people that are hungry. You sound retarded. Shut the fuck up. You got to piss me the fuck off.
Can I get my question in before you drop it, please? Okay. So TC, I want you to put on your pure, nonpartisan political analysis. Are you willing to do that real quick?
I mean, I've had that hat on for.
Okay, cool. Right. Okay. So here's my question for you. So I want you to give us a grade on the Democrats' shutdown, and I want you to tell us were the Democrats better off or worse off for initiating the shutdown. So can you answer those two questions? A grade, and were they better off?
Oh, politically, they're better off.
Okay.
I don't think anybody would dispute that.
Okay.
But intrinsically, right, the moral-based system, the moral-based arguments that's been lobbed on stages across America has been that it's the Republican shutdown, that it's the Republicans that should open the government by acquiescing to the Democrats' demands, which we know they wouldn't do.
And what do you think of the current state of things? Is it more favorable to Democrats or Republicans?
I mean, yeah, I think if you being 100% honest, looking at what just happened on Tuesday, looking at the polls, you have to make the argument that the Democrats are the ones that stand to gain from this manufactured crisis.
Perfect. Okay.
So what is your point? That they've achieved something on the suffering of American people, and they should be proud of themselves?
My point is that, unfortunately, we're in a political paradigm where either you evolve into this other level of ridiculous and play the chess game at this level, or you just keep playing checkers and you get slaughtered, right? So the Democrats finally stopped playing checkers. And so it's ugly playing chess like this, right? It's ugly to counter Donald Trump, right? The way Donald Trump plays the game you have to look ugly to effectively counter them.
So then why are we getting the onslaught of morality preachers telling us that it was Donald Trump to this is my problem. You can't have your cake and eat it too, Democrats. You can't say that Donald Trump could have saved the SNAP benefits for these people that are going hungry, and at the same time, it was the Democrats that saved the SNAP benefits.
You were saying that the GOP.
One more response to the show. So, I think TC, the Trump, Patty was alluding to this.
By the way, CEO, this only works in liberal spaces, right? You're suggesting.
Shut up.
Shut the fuck up, TC. Go ahead, CEO.
So TC, like, during the last shutdown, SNAP was still benefited, right? The benefits still announced. And that easily could have been the case this time. That was the point Patty was making. And so, even though, like, yeah, we were playing, in the toxicity chess game, let's call it, okay? I would still imagine that SNAP benefits and holding them back, that would be out of bounds. I would still think that's out of bounds. Even in everything that's going on today in American society with politics, I would still think that would be out of bounds, DC. So that's the issue I have with Trump, because we're talking about people literally eating, right? And so all he had to do was allow the same process to play out during the last shutdown and let people have their SNAP benefits. So I think that's why people have an issue with Trump.
He used them as hostage state. He was a fucking he had them hostage, TC. So I had people that can't afford fucking food hostage. Are you fucking crazy?
Patty, I'm not crazy.
No, you are.
I know what they are.
Because you know what? Even when he held the military hostage, the first year they passed something so that they can make sure that the military got their paychecks. They could have did that with these people that need food.
I agree. But it doesn't change the realities on the ground. The people got their SNAP benefits because the Democrats folded. And what
Because
CEO was suggesting.
because they wanted to make sure they could crazy. They were so crazy. This about to piss me off because I'm gonna go on.
The Democrats did not fold. They got their SNAP benefits, and they're gonna vote in December.
So what CEO was suggesting, I made this.
Daddy, can I break some new news?
Hold on, if I could.
She's breaking news. You can continue the conversation.
Yeah, I'm gonna just break some new news. The Supreme Court has denied to revisit the same-sex marriage decision by refusing to hear Kim Davis's appeal of the finding that she violated the law when she refused to issue same-sex marriage licenses on the basis of her personal religion. So they needed 4 justices to agree to hear the case, and they didn't get it. So as of now, Obergefell stands. Thank you.
All right. So I made commentary in the previous room, CEO, and I was roundly rejected for it. I called the Democrats scoundrels. I said they're scoundrels. And in light of what you just said, I'd like to read the definition of a scoundrel. A scoundrel is a noun meaning a dishonest, unprincipled, morally corrupt person.
Okay, so now I'm
Essentially a villain.
talk about what you need to talk about. We don't give a fuck about the definition of a scoundrel. We're not.
What I'm saying is,
But
it's essentially this is one of my.
next questions when it came to who's smarter than a 5th grader that JD put out the other day, it was the fucking maggots that did. So if you want to go on and make your talking point, make your talking point. Nobody give a fuck about what the definition of a fucking scoundrel is. Just go with your talking.
So no, the reason why I bring that up is because essentially what CEO is suggesting is that we've gotten to a place, a toxic place politically, where we have to go to the base of our instinctual realities to compete. And if that's going to be the case, CEO, and I'll land here and I'll give you guys your room back. If that's going to be the case, then essentially what we've done is we've declared war on Americans, and this is going to be a populist movement fighting tooth and nail for every shred of political relevance and validation we can get. And if that's what we've come to in America, buckle up, Buttercup, because there's going to be the forces of MAGA, the forces of socialism in America, and it's going to be ruled by an order of violence, retribution, and chaos. So get
This is
ready.
what we've been saying to you.
Girl,
Like, this is news. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you trying to say some shit that we already been saying.
I'm gonna ask you a question, CEO, because I know you have a business that's actually listed in the top. So what does it look like for you when if they get rid of these? What does it look like for you as a business owner with the you don't have 50 more, do you?
50 more what?
Where you have to provide the insurance.
I don't know. I have to get employees at the like 15. So
Yeah. Damn it. We don't have anybody. That's my mom.
okay, so TC, are you familiar with Matthew 10:16?
Well, I'm sorry, what is the scripture?
Matthew 10:16. It reads, I am sending you out like sheep among wolves. Therefore, be as shrewd as snakes and as innocent.
So this Muhammad says, yes, I'm familiar with the scripture.
Okay. And so, if you have to be shrewd as a snake, but you're still having good intentions, what's the problem?
I mean, that's a great way to eisegete scripture to get it to conform to sanctifying Democrats' efforts to undermine the American system of politics.
Literally, I'm just putting a framework for you. So just what is your response to that? I mean,
No, I don't see it. I don't see this as the Democrats being shrewd. I see this as the Democrats being just like unprincipled and scoundrels. Again, I understand from the perspective of politics why this is politically advantageous. But what I don't understand is why make the argument that they have the moral high ground here. The Republicans have always argued that we would debate on healthcare subsidies. The Republicans have always argued that they would take a strong position on making sure that people get their SNAP benefits and funding the federal government and federal workers and the air traffic controllers. That's not up for dispute. What you're suggesting is that the Democrats would waive all efforts of like protocol and which, hey, listen, if that's the game you guys want to play, let's play that game. But don't piss in my face and tell me it's raining. Right? Don't tell the American people that it's the Republicans that's stopping their health care. It's the Republicans that's stopping their SNAP. But all of a sudden, the Democrats come and vote and say it was our shutdown and we got this from it.
It literally is. It literally is. If you look at healthcare,
I think he's still confused. Somebody help her out.
Look, I'm gonna tell y'all this. I don't know. That's why I was trying to call my mom to see, because my mom had the Clubhouse account because she used to sneak and listen every now and then to me. So I'm gonna let her come in, but she hasn't answered her phone. But I do know that me and her talked about the subsidies, and I know for her, she was saying like maybe she needs to look at part-time because she does have a lot of college students that work for her. So she needs to like maybe shift shit around because even though I don't know how the subsidies work for these, that's why I was asking CEO. I haven't really looked into it, but I do know that there is something in those subsidies that help employers who have employees when it comes to these darn affordable market plans or whatever for them. So I do know that like in the last couple weeks, she was like, maybe if it doesn't work out, me and your daddy look at what part-time looks like, but that means we may have to hire more people. So it does. That's why I asked CEO because he's here. But I promise you, if as soon as she answers that phone, I'm gonna give her the call. But how the subsidies affect these businesses, and I think she's a small business, but the way the government, has her name, or how the government defines small
If
business.
you have 149 employees, right? Yeah.
Think it's
Correct. Yes. I think that's
Yeah.
Right, but the subsidies,
Go ahead.
yeah, the subsidies subsidize insurance for people who work in small businesses where they can't afford to supply full insurance for their employees. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, so I do know. So this is the conversation. She was like, if we do this, it's going to be more money that we're going to have to ask them to pay because I can't afford to. And this is just a small business, right? Or
Yes. Some of the business, I think that the businesses are allowed to. There's something that allows them. I don't know what the word is, but they won't be penalized for
This is for
allowing their workers to buy insurance on the exchange. So they don't have to do, like how you have a group plan. They don't have to have a group plan.
That's not true. That's
Not
not
a
true.
company that
It's not for the businesses. What's going on?
I'm a business. What you're saying is not
You
true.
got a whole bunch of part-time workers.
You don't have.
So you gonna stay on mute, T.
I'll tell you how it works.
You're gonna stay on mute. Listen, I'm just telling you what my mom told me. She has a lot of full-time workers.
You're not wrong, Patty.
She
It's
has
Dr.
over
AG
50
is wrong.
full-time.
The
With
business,
her full-time workers, there's something that she has to do. There's something that
she has to provide a group plan, but the workers don't
I'm
have to
not done.
take the
Let me
group
finish
plan.
what I'm saying, okay?
What's going on?
Something that the subsidies, even though she makes some little bit of change, there's something that helps her as her offering that group health plan where she was like, if this doesn't go through, she's gonna have to hire more people to work, and she's gonna have to, she can't have as many full-time employees.
Right. They have I don't remember the exact name of it, but the group plan for the business is on the exchange. Like there's some
It is on the exchange.
something exchange where they go and they can buy these plans, and the money that the government supplies makes it more affordable for the companies to offer insurance. I can't remember what the exact name of it is, but that's how it works. So yes, they technically have a group plan, but it's not one that's funded by the company. It's on the ACA market or whatever, the market exchange, and they had a special name for it that I can't remember.
Right. So I know she was explaining it, and I was like, what the fuck? So she was like, we're gonna have to raise the contributions, and I just know she said it's gonna cost more, and she doesn't want to raise it, but then she can't really afford it, where she wouldn't have to raise the contributions. And the way they got it set up, the way my mom has it set up, like so what they've done is they have a little website for them to fix. So my mom does use Workplace. If anybody heard of Workplace? She does use Workplace. And how, I don't
Do
know.
you mean Workday?
Workday.
I don't know. Yeah, Workday.
Okay.
My mom uses some program called Workday where like they open it.
Yes, April, that's it. Small Business Health Options Program. Thank you.
Yeah. So my mom uses Workday for them to make decisions on how their plans go, but then their contributions reflect what they want in their plans. And for her to make it affordable for the kids there, because it's a lot of college students that she has that are full-time employees, and then she has some people that help her that may have her, like it's not like she's paying rich money. She's paying enough that she knows that her and my dad can still survive, and then she can put money back into the company or her quote unquote little company
Oh, your mom's a good enough. You have a good employer. That's what's up.
That's just good. Hey, what's up?
But it hurts people, and it hurts these businesses. This hurts those businesses.
Right. Yeah. So
Because she was like, I gotta raise, it's gonna have to get raised, and she don't know what that looks like for them because she's not a huge business where she can she can cover the cost, the additional cost. She can't.
So
Thank you, April, for putting that in the chat. Sorry, Daryl. I couldn't remember the name.
no, it's okay. I know were we asking how it's supposed to work or how the breakdown goes with regard to how the subsidy work?
Yeah, we got it. We just couldn't get it all the way.
Did TC leave already anyway? So,
Yeah.
he can't argue about it.
You know, he said pay them under the table. Nigga, when people are trying to grow, you don't put strings to the table.
Somebody gonna do a welfare check on that.
And then my mom's an immigrant, so she don't want to fall into that. Just because you got your papers, you're gonna send your ass to fucking Liberia.
Anybody cool here in real life? Somebody go check, make sure do a welfare check on TC. Make sure he's alright. He
It's
ran him out of you guys.
just crazy how every conversation boils down to the Democrats are this and the Republicans and the Democrats did this. It's never substantive. It's just ridiculous. It adds no value. It just derails.
When he came in here, I don't know if you called, he said he couldn't wait to come in his room and talk to you.
Because it kind of pissed me off, because like not only does it affect like people who are trying to get insurance, and you know the thing that's crazy is there was a report talking about small businesses that popped up during the pandemic. That a lot of Black people have small businesses. We joke about it, MAGA jokes about your bundles, but I know a lot of girls like my brother's age. My brother's young, so even Jada Waiter, and everybody know who Jada Waiter is. Jada Waiter came up through a small business selling fucking bundles. Like there's girls that sell like little clothing online. They sell these bundles online with their girl brain, and they're making money. So it affects like what they want to try to do, and it's not like it's just to sell it online. Have y'all seen the behind the scenes? Like I have a girlfriend that does the behind the scenes. She in her garage where she has other people working with her. It's like they're packaging this shit, they're sending it forward. Like she has one girlfriend that receives certain items. Like this affects these little small businesses where we're trying to actually become part of this wealth. Like what I don't get it. And then you got a fucking Black man up here, fucking always trying to fucking shake his ass for the other side. It's really weird.
I think ML is right that he must want to run for office eventually, and he's using this stage as practice.
You know what? That actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, scoundrel. Should have told you that, CEO, because what? You guys are scoundrels. Like,
He's a pyramid. Definition.
What
is wrong with him? Let me read you the definition. Fiscal what? You Merriam-Webster?
scoundrel, though, y'all. It's so funny.
All he needed to say was he needed a definition. We have a resident dictionary. We don't have to look stuff up.
He said, I call the Democrats scoundrels.
What is going on?
That is very. Who do you think he's modeled?
That was funny as shit.
We should figure that out.
I'm sorry, that made my day. Scoundrel will never. Great definition.
This nigga was playing in my face. All off of it.
That's like, I mean, that's politicians, though. He definitely want to run.
Trying to sound like he's on the Senate floor. Let me read you the definition.
That was scoundrel. I mean, come on, that was definitely.
Who used that word?
And he's the most scoundrelous person himself.
That's it, not the country western word.
Miscreant. Yes.
I put a calculator in the chat, y'all, for the HCA. I just came across that little calculator. Guys can play with it, plug in some numbers. I'm interested to see what y'all come up with in different scenarios. So I'm gonna start playing with it as well. I'm gonna put in a few scenarios. I'm gonna do a single person at a certain salary, do a person with family, all of that. So let me know what y'all come up with in that calculator. It's starting to halt in many places. And as of Sunday, nearly half of all domestic flights, But who used the word scoundrel?
Species. He said, the Democrats are scoundrels. I'm going to read the definition to you.
Oh, wow. Scoundrel. That's funny. That sounds like being in a duel. Like back in the day, you scoundrel, I challenge you to a duel type shit. Yeah. These idiots used to go out and aim guns at each other to settle their beefs. Crazy.
Who's Nathan Wright? Anybody know who Nathan Wright is?
Is it
Nathan Clark? Nathan Clark.
Oh, okay. When you say right, I was thinking about the judge and his son.
Yeah, we know Nathan. Come up here, Nathan.
Yeah, we know Nathan.
Okay. He one of your friends?
Nathan knows Nathan.
No, Nathan knows Nathaniel.
This smells like sanitation.
Anthony's a whole free body problem.
Alright, cool. Yeah, he asked me who I was. I'm like, my name is Daryl Gallup. And he was like, if I'm addressing you about something, I'm like, well, I'm addressing you. I mean, it's a public app. Please stop.
See, Daryl, that's my signature. You don't know. Oftentimes I'll say to people, don't address me.
No, when people tell me this, I want to address them. Yeah, I'm happy to respect that. But it's like a public app. Like, that's funny to me.
Okay, I want to know if TC literally said, pay him under the table. Was that a TC call?
No.
Nathaniel.
Nathaniel said that.
Come on, let me hear right now.
Oh, God, Nathan, why you gotta do yourself like that?
Man, heard of Nathan around good, man.
No.
What's up, brother Nathan? You still on? Have you come to the right side of the law?
You need to change your name.
My name is
Slim Shady.
Yeah, so what's up? It's been a minute. Look, as soon as I see this bio, I see you say it was run for president. We good, bro. You got it. Go ahead and run your campaign.
If you vote for me, I reject it. So let's keep it moving.
So, hey, you know how the voting process works, right?
I'm going to delete your vote.
Bro, that fell on deaf ears because that's not even how it works. Stop playing with me, bro. I'm a grown man.
So, what?
Not you.
Hey, Nathan. Why do you sound like a bitch, bro?
What are we doing?
Because in real life, I was slapping nigga like that.
Wait till after 5.
Let's be good.
Wait till after 5, okay? Come back later.
Daryl, cut it out. You was doing so good. Come on.
You talk to AG.
Come on, Daryl. I expect more of you, bro. Don't be going out today like that. Unless they prove.
I never said
Move along. We moving it along.
I said it. I said it, bro. That's why I'm giving it to you in real life.
Daryl, you got one more time. Daryl.
So,
Who the hell talks shit on a stage like that? Who does that?
See,
Yeah,
I don't know.
maybe you was out every now and then.
Don't act brand new.
Yeah, but I was out to. That put me in a bad mood. I was out there happy Monday morning.
Look, it's either two people that don't love me or
We don't get it back. You bring it back.
Thank you.
they love me or they really hate me. So it is. There are people that love you, Nathan?
Of course.
Name one. Apart from your mother.
Okay, Marshall's gonna center. Go ahead, Marshall.
Yeah, I got that. What's the
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord.
What's the difference between a wrist rock and a moon rock?
I begged off the age you for this.
One's a little meteor.
That's insane. That's insane.
So, how do you guys talk about primary all the Democrats who are still going to be running, apart from the two that's retiring next year?
It's an email.
What are you doing?
Let me just say this about what's going on with the healthcare thing, right? And it's obvious that temporary band-aid of subsidies is not working, right? So, when will the Democrats realize that universal healthcare is the way to go? Like all European countries, Australia, the rest of 90% of the modern world. You know, when you ever keep giving subsidies to these insurance companies, you know, this shit is crazy. Like, how many times are we going to be at this same spot? You give another band-aid, somebody like Trump, somebody else is going to come in, and we're right back at it. You know, we have to come up with real solutions. Even
So then the question be, when will the Republicans decide that universal healthcare is the way to go? It seems like they're the ones that are upholding, and they're the ones that are stalling the process. So can you reframe your question?
I'm gonna reframe. So if the Republicans say, "Fuck you, we're not gonna give you anything," right? So we only can work with the Democrats right now, right? So you have a better chance of saying to them, you know, hey, we don't want any band-aids. We don't want any subsidies. We want universal health care. And it's actually
And how will they enact universal health care? What is required?
Because they pitching it wrong.
No, what is required?
Yeah. So, you know, it requires the Senate. In the Congress.
Okay, and who is in control of that at the moment? Who's in control of those at the moment?
So when you're talking to Democrats, right?
Who's in control of those three things at the moment?
Of course, I'm not saying at the moment. Of course, Republicans are.
Okay, but you said we're going to talk about what's going on now.
Yeah, that is what's going on. So you.
But the Democrats are not in control now.
So it'll be 30 seconds, right? So
you should be pitching to the people who are in control now.
Okay, you said it 3 times to me.
I know, and I'm gonna keep saying it because the Democrat messaging is not happening.
So give me 10 seconds. How many seconds you got? This is my last point. So here's what I'm saying. You have to worry now. You got to
You're on third, not second. You're on third.
Okay, so if you add up how many times the Democrat Party in the last 15, 20 years had complete all 3 branches, it's a lot of years, right? So,
and they got ACA, and they protected ACA.
That's why
they protected me. And you know why they had to do the subsidies? Why are we in the situation we in? How we got here?
The reason why is because Barack Obama and the Democrats vote on the public option, and they didn't get 1 vote from the Republicans. They're going to pass it anyway.
That's a wrong answer.
For the ACA.
That's a wrong answer. That's because the Republicans sued to get rid of the individual mandate.
That's not a public option. I'm sorry.
I know that. I'm saying that answer is incorrect. Once the ACA was established, right? What happened? The Republicans sued to get rid of the individual mandate.
which undermined the ability to keep insurance rates regulated. Because now you don't have as many people in the market. That was a key aspect. That was a key determiner of the success of the ACA. Sorry. So why are you talking about the Democrats?
Because you missed it, and it's a shame, right? ACA, the reason why it was going to work so good is because the public option was there. That's why people voted. And listen, when it passed, I'm talking about after it passed. I'm talking about while it was passed.
What is going on?
What? It's okay. Nathan, yeah, take your medicine this morning. Explain if anybody else on the stage don't know what I'm talking about.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
Listen, the public option wasn't a thing. We're talking about what happened after the public option. So we understand it was removed, right? But what happened, and that's when she brought up the individual mandate. So like that's, and then another thing was those damn risk corridor programs. So like there were things that were removed, that Republicans removed, that may have been able to keep us from needing what we need now, Nathan. But the public option was not a part of ACA. That was the original proposal. It never went through. It actually went, we're talking about as it was passed. Okay? You're talking about something that was never, it wasn't passed. It was negotiated before ACA even was sat on the table. Which I agree with you, Nathan. They shouldn't have never gave it up. They had enough votes to have it passed, period. But that's not where we're at, Nathan. We're talking about the subsidies and why the subsidies were put in place and what the actual ACA that was passed and what was repealed after it was passed. That's it. You can't talk about something that's not there. It was never there. It was there in the beginning as a proposal. It never went through as a final.
You gotta blame the Democrats. Remember that. I blame everybody. No, you blame the Democrats. Blame everybody.
What is their healthcare plan? Have they ever had one?
Nathan.
Hold on, ML, hold on. Let him answer.
Yeah, so honestly, the Republicans may fail too. I mean, Donald Trump, he did some good things.
No, we asking about healthcare. We asking about their healthcare plan. What's their healthcare plan?
Just buying it from the insurance companies at the highest price. That's the same thing. Well, yeah, that's right. So Nathan, hold on. Let me ask you a question.
Up on this with the healthcare.
But he gave an inaccurate description of what Trump's proposal was. So how can you follow up with
That's what I'm
inaccurate?
saying, CEO. Go ahead.
I just want to give the accurate information. I'll shut up. Yeah. So Trump's proposal is to give it effectively is to give 1,000 to 2,500 to every school.
Okay, so Nathan.
And then the healthcare. ML, is this on the healthcare plan?
Yes. So Nathan, when was the last time the Republicans put forth a healthcare plan?
CEO, just talk.
That's Trump's gimmick. Talking about the Republicans, that's Trump. Talking about the Republicans. It's a gimmick, CEO. It's a gimmick. We all know it's a gimmick. It's not a subsidy. Yes, but the party as a whole brought something before Congress as a whole. Democrats have done it twice. The Clintons did it, Obama did it. Republicans have pushed back at every instant of we trying to get universal health care in this country. So they've never put a bill on the table. That's what I'm asking. They haven't. But yet you blame Democrats. When was the last time the Republicans ever brought a bill to the floor on health care? The answer is never. IRS.
Yeah, Republicans are the individuals who didn't even want us to have Medicaid, Social Security. They don't want actually any of us to actually have any social programs, any government-based anything. They just want a quote-unquote free market. And that's because these insurance fucking lobbies, the seats they sit in, because they're corrupt pieces of Republican trash. And what people are blithely unaware of is that we're living in a system, thanks to Citizens United, that allows these stupid ass fucking corporations to fucking run our lives. But no, what he wants to do is blame Democrats, as if Democrats didn't create something, or at least have something that would try to at least help some folks pay for affordable health care. They're the reason why I don't know if you're old, you look old. I don't know if you have a child.
And get health care, man.
Yeah, your child's going to stay on your fucking plan until they're 26 because of Obama. That didn't happen before. Your child cannot be discriminated against if they get cancer, if they get something that's awful. They won't be discriminated against now because of pre-existing conditions. You blame Democrats for stuff that actually worked, and now Republicans for suing and stopping and dismantling it, just like they're doing with the fucking Voting Rights Act. They've already dissolved multiple sections of it already. Now they're coming for the final one. This is what happens. Then you blame, it's the Democrats' fault because, the DEI and the Democrats' fault. The Republicans are consistently making attacks directed at a particular statute, and then you go and blame the Democrats, who actually are the ones that support the very thing you have. Like, you make no logical sense. You're just a fucking idiot on Clubhouse. You're a loser. You're probably a car salesman like Trey. You probably sell ghetto-ass pre-owned Toyotas. You're a fucking pathetic sack of shit. And I'm tired of hearing you. We need a fresh opinions of dumb as fuck, slow, and I know you're mad about last Tuesday, big.
Is he talking to me? Like,
we just did, bitch. Your big one will get home. I definitely.
Sorry, Nathan. Hey, Matt, trying to know what happens this early.
I'm like, I'm going on the workout, so.
Literally, you did that. Literally. Yes, you
Just waking up.
You lived in an hour. You fast crossed, what, 300 this morning?
Okay. Go on, got to. Okay.
you see that?
Okay.
Whatever Nathan weighs, that's what he's been through. So
Here it is, right?
I'm telling you,
Proud of his mama. And that's a damn shame.
you look inbred, and you know your dad is trying to speak you out, right? You know your dad is trying to speak you out, right? And LOL.
I didn't hear what you're saying, but here's the reality, right? If ML is on the team fighting for me, right, and he's left the ML to win, I don't want no almost motherfucker at most. I almost. And all you talking about is we almost got there.
What are we speaking on?
Is universal health care.
What are we speaking on? What's the subject you're speaking on?
We're talking about subsidies, and that's not a real solution to the problem. We're
Okay.
talking about subsidies.
Okay.
We're talking about a real concrete solution.
Okay. And what is in your mind? What is a real concrete solution?
So the concrete solution is single payer health care.
Okay. Stop right there. Stop right there. So, which party is more likely to vote in single payer health care?
Democrats, like I was
Okay.
saying.
So, what's your complaint?
Yeah, because they have not been getting it done. Listen, I don't care about feelings.
So why have they not been getting it done?
Lobbying, sellouts, making a lot of money from pharmaceuticals.
Oh, Nathan. Be quiet. Because this is crazy. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy.
Oh, so no Democrats, so you're telling me no Democrats are in
That's not the point. You're not going to distract me. You're not going to distract me with some argument about who's in the pockets of the pharmaceutical companies. Because the reality is all of them get money. All of them. The Democrats, the out the independents, but all of these people, all 435 of them, I would say 90% of them get money or have been endorsed or supported, or their PAC has been supported by somebody who has an investment in the work that they do, right? That's the way democracy works. The lobbying, it gets out of control, but the lobby represents the people in a way. These industries that provide goods and services to the people, they get to lobby on behalf of themselves and the people. We get it. That is not the point here. Stop doing that and focus on the issue. Why is Obamacare, ECA, in the straits that it is in at the moment? And the answer, sir, is the Republicans, because they are not invested in any kind of universal access to health care. They want the market to determine everything about health care. Who has access, what you get, what you pay, all of that. So stop lying to yourself. Stop attempting to lie to us. If you want to have an honest conversation, here's where we start. Healthcare mic on you, sir.
Get them veneers ready, girls. Time to talk.
You itchy and teeth like mine.
Girl, I don't go to Columbia and get $10 off my next visit, bitch. Time with your $15 veneers, bitch. Get your teeth fixed by
And that is the point.
Wait. You didn't get $15 veneers?
Dental needs to be included in our health care plan. Dental needs to not be separated in our health care.
Absolutely, Dr. A.G.
Because a lot of things that happen with your teeth impact the other part of your body. Dental needs to be included. And eyes. Vision too. It needs to be full body coverage. You know how when you get your insurance for your car,
I'm still stuck on $15.
you get bumper to bumper, you get that bumper to bumper warranty. That's how we need it for the health care.
Yeah, it's better to get your T-move teeth with your T-move ass, bitch.
And y'all talk about hold on, Nathan. Y'all talk about the doctors getting over. It's the dentist that's getting over. Like I'm gonna tell you, they are making money hand over fist because they don't have to accept shit, and you got to have them because, like she said, it's so many things, and it's so much like research that they're doing now that is connecting like gum disease, which a lot of I would say probably 75% of the people on this in this room have. I don't know if y'all know that, but that connects it to like Alzheimer's and heart disease and things like that. Really, really damning research that I don't even know. Like, this is the thing. They talk about Tylenol and stuff. It's way more evidence of that. That's a way, like, if he would have jumped on something like that, I kind of would have been able to get with his campaign. There's so much research that backs that tells, like, that has a almost inextricable link between gum disease and like heart disease and Alzheimer's. And nobody talks about that. So it definitely needs to be, I've always said that. That's one thing you ain't lying about. Because that's the overlay for the underplay right there. That's how they split that shit up.
Yeah.
When they play off of each other, they work in tandem. Your dentist really should be speaking to your primary care physician. They really should. Whatever.
And that's for people through Medicaid, but they often, I won't say often, but there's been cases of dentists who take Medicaid doing procedures that are unnecessary for those dollars. So people get played rich or poor when it comes to dental.
That's one thing I'll say. If I can go back, fuck that. I'm going to be a dentist.
Me too. I always say that. Because a lot of the dentists, if y'all live in a city like LA or Atlanta or Miami, one of like cities where they do a lot of entertaining and grandstanding. These dentists and like, cause most of them do like they have a regular dental practice, but it'll be like a cosmetic dentistry as well. They just will not accept insurance. No insurance. None.
They have to pay out of pocket. They have to, folks. Not they're not in that way. They don't have to, because everybody got money out.
They don't have to accept it nowhere, but that should be against the law to me. Like that should be regulated. Because why, like, so we just like teeth aren't, we don't care about teeth. This is just crazy to me.
Well,
I feel like we have to get shit, before we start talking about universal health care, we gotta get shit like that in place. Because the universal health care, I am not totally against it, but that's a long fight, y'all. I don't know if y'all understand how American healthcare works, but that's a lot of unraveling and a lot of shit to do. That's not just like, oh, boom, universal healthcare, we have it tomorrow. That's like, I would say like a dedicated long process.
First off, I'm talking to my brother. I think currently one of the reasons why that is, man, because people who have means can go to places like Colombia, Mexico, Costa Rica, Canada, and other parts, and so I think that kind of is part of the reason why it's not going to be that fight. Because if you're in LA, the people in LA can afford it. But I know a lot of people in Atlanta, they go down to Mexico and get all their dental work, or go to the DR or Costa Rica and get their not dental work, but even get medical procedures done. So I think that also plays into it as well.
Yeah, but we shouldn't have to. That's what I'm saying. Like, there should be, I don't have a problem. The thing is, at least this is my take on things. America does things like we've seen America implement like parts of socialism, not all of socialism, mostly capitalism. So I don't feel like the Dr. Heavenlies of the world, they don't have to go, but they have to like correct their practice. Like you can have a section where you see your high dollar clients and you don't accept, because people will still buy it. People that have the means, like you said, it will still do it. But you need to have a sector, or there should at least be a regulation to where there's a certain amount of affordable dental, dentists, and not even dentists, periodontists, what's the people that do braces? Orthodontists. There needs to be a certain percentage or number in every area. So those people can exist, make your money, especially her, like she a black woman, so I'm never gonna be like, oh, whatever, I get it. But we still have I don't think that's a bad meeting point. Like, okay, you could still have the super capitalistic dentists if you want to do that, but it needs to be somebody that can take care of Miss Norma Jean teeth that live on the corner. Like,
so
she shouldn't have to do all that.
And this is not. I'm not trying to. I don't know, because I have dental insurance. So my question to you is: there's nothing like that exists. Like, there's no Medicare, Medicaid for people for dental stuff.
Yes, it's called Medicaid.
Oh, okay. So
but even with Medicaid, it's like very fickle with it. You can't find a dentist that accepts Medicaid or will do anything besides the very basics is crazy.
We have TRICARE. My husband has dental through his work as well. These government programs like Medicaid, Medicare, and TRICARE, all those type of things, lots of dentists won't participate. So you can have it, but it's not going to do you any good.
You have it,
and you have a high plan. Sorry, Daryl. Go ahead.
Go to the VA.
Well, yeah, the VA too. But if you have a high plan through your work, you still stuff is not getting covered all the way. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Dental plans. So, and this is what another thing about the healthcare companies that I don't know if people realize. So like how Dr. G was saying, they needed to have dental in. A lot like Aetna, for instance, had really, really started making strides in that area. Like they was offering some crazy dental plans, especially for Medicare. And they even had it up to cosmetic allowance, like $2, and they were not doing that. Now you only get one tooth for $1,200, but if you got a little bit of, you know what I'm saying, that's compared to compared to what they were getting, which was absolutely nothing. That's a shock. They snatched all of that back. So anytime there's like they work kind of like the stock market. Anytime there's trouble, like financial things, political trouble, they start snatching shit. So, like now with everything that's going on, the next go round, if they don't get it together, they're gonna really snatch all the meat out of these Medicare plans, and these people are gonna have shells of the plans that they used to have.
Wasn't that when that was Woody guy killed the healthcare executive? That was the reason why, right?
I don't know. I mean, I think that he I can't speak on that. I don't really know.
Right.
But when you have a large part of the American citizens who are at the bottom, okay, we're not going to be great again or ever, right? You have to pull people up and not just be, oh, here's everything free. But stuff has to be affordable. And you can ask me all you want, Nathan. Your ass probably needs some shit too. By the looks of you. You're not independently wealthy, right? So why would we, if we want our country to be great, that means that we have to have access to healthcare, education, basic nutrition for people. My God, you fight for babies in the womb, but when they get here, it's not them kids. It's what it is. Nobody cares. You can claim to care, but you vote for people who don't give a fuck either way. So no, I can't hear you because you're not making any sense. Start making some sense and get in the conversation.
Right now, we spend more money than any other country and get the worst outcomes in healthcare. Universal healthcare is a free thing, right? It's going to be paid through taxes. So that's not what the conversation is about. It's about most Americans spend less time face to face with their doctor than most modern countries. That's why we have the healthcare outcomes that we have. You know, it's really a damn shame, to be honest with you. And a lot of Republicans, you know, some views I do align myself with some Republican views, one or two. But yeah, I fight them on this. I agree with what I'm about to say, but I think that healthcare absolutely should be paid for in private. We could do both. Australia has universal healthcare and privatized healthcare, right? They have both systems. Now, I'm not saying eradicate all private healthcare like Just was talking about. People who want that, they can actually spend more money and get it. But for not to have universal healthcare, it's not a Republican issue or a Democrat. It's a basic common sense issue because different countries, conservatives, all agree they should have universal health care in those particular countries. So it's so late in the game. It's such a ridiculous type of, thing to go against it.
But Nathan, okay, and I agree. Anybody that's heard me talk, they know that I'm for the free, for universal health care or some type of, guarantee health care for our citizens. But there's two parts. That's a lot. It's a big task to take on. One. So I think that maybe a lot of people do agree with you, but you have to pick the right time to do that, to bring that up. Now ain't the time, right? And then my second thing is, so I agree with you, but I'm on the left. Like that would make sense for me. Like, that kind of, okay. You're a Trump supporter. How in the fuck do you, and Trent is saying he agrees on, I don't understand how y'all get from free health care to release the beast on the public citizens and, you know, let's take over democratic cities and with the like. I don't understand how those two powers combine. I really, really don't. So how can you be for people's welfare as you know, health welfare, but you're not for their social welfare?
That's why you never trust the car salesman. Go ahead, Nate.
So here's the thing, right? Here's why the Democrat Party kind of like lose sometimes, right? When you have the rally people around hope, change, and universal health care, because they have actually ran on it with the public option, things like that. And when you fail to deliver, right, it's like somebody promised you something, but they never deliver it. And then after a certain period of time, you look at them and you know, look, I mean,
But you just forfeiting the voting process. It's almost like y'all think, okay, I say this, I lower taxes, or I'm gonna, you know, deliver free. So like, let's say Bernie Sanders. You was for Bernie Sanders, right? Right. Okay. Now Bernie Sanders wanted free healthcare. Now, if Bernie would have got in, he probably was not going to get there. You do understand that, right? You understand that it's not up to he doesn't just go in there and say, all right, boom, Aetna, go, you know, Cigna, UHC, go ahead. Like, that's not how that works. So when y'all say fail to deliver, I don't really get it, because it's not like the people that want whatever they want don't try. But if niggas don't vote for it, it's not gonna happen. So when y'all like, I just feel like y'all just like are simplifying something. Like y'all are like, okay, they said this, yeah, they said what they. You agree with it, and he said he was gonna try. Whoever said they're gonna try it. Now, if the American people don't fuck with it or they don't vote for it, you can't get it. You understand that, right? Like that's how the process works here, right? It's not just they said it happens. If it don't happen, it's their fault, right? You know, it's not how it goes.
What happens there? The party that was for it, supposedly right, went against a candidate that was trying to push it in the primaries. They all rallied against him. And when you look at it in more detail, you ask yourself, why did this happen? And then you find out they're in bed with the insurance companies. Not all of them, but some of them actually are. In their mindset, some of them actually do not want to pass it. But it's not. So in that comes the issue. So when I'm just not talking about just me. I'm just talking about why a mass group of people find them dishonest, not trustworthy. They don't deliver, and they're kind of hypocrites too at the same time. So that's the issue. Now, if you telling me, and if I got a party who say, if you want to do this, and after decade they don't deliver, well, that's not the table. That's never going to happen then with Asian.
So you go to the other side that's going to do everything. That doesn't make sense.
And that's a partly why I vote for him. Actually, for health care, and that's just one of my main, strong principle of mine, right? So, but I'm not going to vote for a party who blow hot air in my ass and advocate candidate who was trying to push for it like Bernie. Now, say I'm not even going to push for it. We have a guarantee of 0%.
Hillary is the one who initially came with like.
People who want to push for it, at least you got a 20%, 30%, 50% chance. You vote for somebody who has a 0% chance. That doesn't make sense.
Hillary had the initial idea of. Like, you can go back. That's been our whole like life's purpose before that. Like that was. I'm like now. I was a. Everybody knows this, but when he didn't get it, I voted for her. Like I don't understand how you jump and go across. You know what I'm saying? And then if you do any research, this is why y'all got to read. Y'all gotta read. Because if you go and you look at it, that was literally her pet project. Was healthcare.
Y'all remember Joe Weaver? They mentioned, they pretty much said that they were going to kill the bear if they kept that public option. So
Hillary's commitment to health care Clinton as the president is one of the reasons she is so hated today, because they said that she was getting out of place and trying to do stuff that wasn't her place, and that's why they hated her. And it has persisted to this day.
If I can, I know
They
you're
had the strong first ladies. That's what it was. Okay.
Absolutely not, baby. Absolutely not.
that was Hillary Bush in 93, 94. Correct. But what Nathan is saying, which I completely agree with,
Yeah, regardless.
is the person who was pushing for universal health care was Bernie Sanders.
We saw that.
Okay, no.
But Nathan's point is not, it's what, and what's going on?
Let me ask you a question. The original ACA had technically been universal health care with a public option.
I don't remember exactly. All I was going to say.
It would have been universal health care. It would have been similar more to the Nordic model where you still have the private and you said, because he had the public option in there. There was certain Democrats that like were backed by these fucking insurance. That's why I brought up Lieberman, and then you had your fucking mansion. There were certain people that pretty much threatened that they were going to kill the bill if that wasn't dropped.
Right. There was that.
I know you're reading it.
No, that's actually public with Lieberman, and it had to be more than two because it was 60, right? But I'm just talking about the two that were in the news that kept saying they were going to kill it.
Yeah, there was more than two.
It was more than two. It's just the two that kept fucking coming out. Like,
But the point of what Nathan is saying, and I do completely agree with him, because I'm for universal health care. I think you need a private system as well for people that can afford it. But you should have a universal health care system. And they did. They killed the insurance companies got together, back the Democrats, and killed the person who was pushing the universal option because they don't want it. and nor it's not just
Okay, I'm wrong. So it was Lieberman, it was Manchin. There was Max Baucus, Ben Nelson. So it was those four, and then they also said that Ted Kennedy died, and his replacement Scott Brown was a Republican.
Yeah.
So the urgency shifted to passing something before the vote was lost.
Yeah, it's not just the insurance companies. There's pharma. There's also the hospital system.
And here they don't talk about Lieberman being back on insurance, but a lobbyist. But everybody knew that he was like. Everybody knew back then that he was a fucking.
Yeah, he's the one who did the final thing because he made the 60. He's the one who prevented the 60 because he switched to being an independent. And everybody knows Connecticut has all them insurance companies over there. That's what happened.
Like, we don't have to everybody who was region, stop it. Why are we forgetting about Ted Kennedy? I forgot about Ted Kennedy lying at the time. I told you.
That's crazy. Y'all need to stop lying.
This shit's so funny.
When was the last time the Republicans brought a bill to the floor on universal health care?
They're never going to give you universal health care.
Democrats killed. So how is it the Democrats' fault? And how many times Democrats have brought up a bill that the Republicans have killed?
No.
So why are the Democrats getting all the smoke for this? Does that make sense?
No, I'm not saying that the Democrats are deserve all the smoke. The Republicans are
You're giving it to them, though. You're giving it.
No,
You
no,
just
no,
said
I'm
it.
not.
You are.
Democrats are responsible for we not having universal health care. That's what you said.
Okay, just let me know when I can speak.
No, because I was speaking to you talking.
Because of the 5 that would have like fell back, they could have gave up 5 votes if they really wanted it, right?
So, can I speak now?
Go ahead, Trey.
Okay, so I will absolutely agree. You will never get universal health care, any sort of public option with Republicans. So ultimately, Republicans are responsible. But in the
case of the progressives, and I'm actually very confident now that we will eventually have some sort of public option for healthcare because the numbers are just too ridiculous. Even the private insurance is now like off the charts. Now that people have had a taste of the ACA and Obamacare, they don't want to let it go. So we're going to have a revolt when these subsidies get released. Okay, but it was just, if we want to go back a little bit in time, had Bernie Sanders not been, I don't know the correct word is, I say pilloried by the Democratic Party, there is a possibility, a distinct possibility, he could have won the nomination and we could have had a universal healthcare system. I know it's a stretch, but I think it was.
Would the Republicans nominate a Democrat as their presidential nominee?
Man, with all due respect, they have a right.
Nathan, I have a question on the floor. Is that an answer to the question, yes or no? Yes or no? Would the Republicans nominate a Democrat as their presidential nominee?
Absolutely not.
So why should the Democrats nominate an independent as their presidential nominee? Answer the question. Why should the Democrats nominate an independent, someone who's not a Democrat, as their presidential nominee?
You want to know why? Because the values that he represents are the foundation. The foundation most people vote for you.
Oh.
Does he represent the Democrats?
He's a Democrat.
Yeah, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Republicans would never nominate a non-Republican. The Democrats should never nominate a non-Democrat.
The problem of looking at it, this is the problem of looking at it through just a party lens.
The party is the lens, sir. When you're talking about presidential nominations, what's going on now? What is going on? They run by party, sir.
Yes, ma'am, but the parties are also run by the corporations. And so
what's going on, Trent? What's going on?
I'm trying to tell you what's going on because apparently you don't know.
I do know, and I do know that the party is run by the people.
Okay.
I don't know what you want.
So the business, and what has happened in this country is the business interest.
Oh my God, now we're going to get it. You going to talk about Citizens United? Are we going to relitigate that? Is that what's happening?
May I say something? I don't understand the nature of the conversation when Bernie won the first, 3 or 4 primaries in 2020. So there was a distinct possibility that he was going to win the nomination.
No, he was
Members of the Democratic Party were excited about him. He's got 40-something% vote times, 2016 and 2020.
He was
but he won a lot of delegates. He won a lot of delegates, so he was a legitimate player. He was a legitimate player. Let's see.
How many delegates did Bernie Sanders win? Let's go in 2016.
He won 1,114 in 2020.
How many did he win? And how much were required?
And he won 1,879 in 2020.
What did he run at, though?
A Democrat.
Okay, so like Dr. AG said.
He ran as a Democrat. They allowed him to run as a Democrat.
He ran as a Democrat, period.
Yeah, so that's my point to Dr. AG. I understand what she's saying. Like, Bernie ran as a Democrat both times, and the Democratic Party allowed him to run, and he got a lot of delegates both times. He got 3,000 total.
Let me tell you what I'm saying. He was never going to get the nomination because everybody knows that the Democrats have these things, these people that are called superdelegates, and the superdelegates were never going to give it to somebody who is not a Democrat. I don't care. He wasn't going to win it.
I'm Democratic. If you don't care, then that goes against the whole.
Listen to me. I'm saying
You're not even having the same conversation, Nathan. We're talking about the man who ran as an independent period and not even said I'm going to run as a Democrat. We talk about someone that caucuses with us, but that does not run as a Democrat.
That's right. He had to run as a
I'm saying I don't care what you're saying. I'm not saying I don't care about the process. Let's get that clear. Hence, I am explaining to you the process. Correct? Okay, great. So when I said the Democrats were never going to nominate Bernie Sanders, that's what I meant. The superdelegates were never going to choose him because he is not a Democrat and he is not reliable.
Yeah, so nobody won the I got 11 bucks of this one be happening. Hillary Clinton got 591 out of the 639 super delegates. So Dr. AG's absolutely correct on that. There is a scenario though, like if Bernie had completely blown her out, right, in terms of the states, like if he had done much better, he could have gotten to the full delegate count. I mean, he would have had to do unreasonably well. It would have been possible.
I agree with you. That's true. I think that's true.
They would have withdrawn him from the floor. They were not going to let him.
Wait, hold on. Now that's breaking news for me. So you're saying, I just want to walk this through because I'm not disagreeing. I just want to do the logic. Just like it is with that issue. So Bernie Sanders wins 64% of pledged delegates, right? That's about what he would have had to do. And they're on the floor, and you're saying there at that moment they would have not let him get the nomination anyway?
No,
that's what I would have done.
Let him get him.
Oh, wow.
I didn't know that.
You didn't. Now that's not a policy. Let's get this clear.
Okay.
This is me saying my opinion. It's not a policy. I don't represent the Democratic Party. I don't have any insights into their strategies or workings. In that regard, all three.
I'm gonna tweet Democratic Insider Dr. AG says.
I completely agree with Dr. AG on that. They would have kicked it. They would have had, which what they basically did. They would have made sure that Hillary won because the corporate dollars, if Bernie Sanders would win, would flood out of the Democratic Party.
And I agree with you on that.
Bernie Sanders doesn't take any corporate money ever, never?
Not as much as he would have.
Not as much. But he don't take no corporate money ever, never?
No, in 2016, I don't think he did. I think he broke through in 2020.
When he's not running for presidency, is he considered himself a Democrat?
No, he's
So that's kind of like disingenuous. Like, only when I run for president, I'm going to be the Democratic side, so then they should support me. But when I'm not running for president, I'm going to be over here being independent. Like, that's part of the reason though. It's like when y'all like, oh well, we didn't let him. It's like he was not really part of the Democratic Party.
Let me explain something to you. And it's serious, right? When we talk about universal health care and people are dying, they can't afford surgeries, they can't afford these deductibles. I don't give a damn if you call yourself all the names in the English book. I don't care. He's for the freaking people. I don't care if you call himself a Democrat. I don't care.
That's great.
That's great. He was representing values that you can benefit from, your family can benefit from, the woman in your family can benefit from. That better policies for one.
But you're assuming he would have won. You don't know he would have won.
You're correct. Bernie Sanders got up there, he said all the right things. But do you want to know what my issue was with Bernie Sanders? It wasn't what he was saying. It was that he never offered any explanation for his execution of those things. He never said, here's how I'm going to get this across the finish line. His record does not suggest that he had the capacity or the ability or willingness to do that. All the years that Bernie Sanders has been in the Senate, all the years that he has been in the federal government, members to bring these ideas to the floor, but that he would be able to negotiate behind the scenes to get them across the finish line. That is my problem with Bernie Sanders. Anybody can say anything, they can promise you anything, but when you're running for the president, you need to be able to demonstrate that you can get these done. Now, it's one thing if you like Donald Trump and you don't have a legislative record that people can look at, you've never been in the Senate, you've never been in the House, there's nothing that people can say you had an opportunity to do these things and you didn't do them well or you failed. That's a different situation. It's a different scenario. Same with Barack Obama to a lesser degree. But here you have somebody who has been in the Senate, who has been in Congress for decades. That's a problem, sir. And that was my problem with Bernie Sanders.
With Bernie, he has to already be in the way I try to look at Bernie Sanders as a he would have ran if he would have became the president because he's strong arms motherfucker.
I haven't seen it, Patty. When has he strong arm people on? What legislation has he forced people to come on to?
And I don't think he's been able to do it in his position, but if he would have became the president, he would have been more. He would have did the pressuring Congress shit.
And how when they don't? How when he as a senator he didn't have that power? Joe Biden, whatever Joe Biden was able to squeeze out of them senators when he was the vice president, that was because he had a relationship with them. And he could go to them and say, look, homeboy, help me out with this.
Yeah, but he used revolution as a, you know what I'm saying?
No, Bernie Sanders doesn't have those kind of connections or relationships.
He doesn't, but
he doesn't lead on anything, and he don't lead on nothing.
You see,
I agree with you. He doesn't lead on anything, but I think what he does is he uses people to deal with. People have been trying to like do this quote unquote revolution thing.
Yeah, he ain't got nowhere with it though. What's the
result? Instead of like,
what's the result of it? That's what I'm saying. He does a lot. There's a lot of pomp and circumstance, but when I open the box, ain't nothing in there.
Okay. When people and other people who
he did not have it demonstrated. He doesn't have the ability. He doesn't have any relationships on it.
Right. So I agree with you. He doesn't have some type of government type quote unquote coalition, but he does have a fan base, and he would try to use like revolution movement instead of using like the coalition, which is what he would do.
No, Patty, nobody likes Bernie.
You don't like him.
Nobody likes him, but he uses
the fact that his colleagues do not like him. Who can rally with him?
I get what you're saying. His colleagues don't like him. I've heard that a million times, like how he works in Congress, right? Or how he works with his fellow politicians. But the thing is, right, Trump, the politicians, I don't really think they like Trump. Like, he uses his movement. He uses his quote unquote, his own white revolution to he uses it as a threat.
Right, Patty, but that's because the people in Congress are aligned with his ideas.
No, it's because Trump has a massive base, an energetic base that is beholden to him and loves him. He's got a solid 30% of support. Same thing that Bernie Sanders had. Some Bernie Sanders supporters.
It's not the same. It's not because Trump is not the same.
So she's right when he doesn't have.
It's not the same.
If I could just finish, there's a reason why a few Bernie Sanders supporters flipped and voted for Trump, and I agree with what you're saying. And Bernie Sanders not having a lot of brains and probably not been able to do a lot of what he said because the corporate interest would have been so strong against him.
Not the corporate interest. Don't say that. That's not what I'm saying. And stop twisting my words. I'm saying nothing. Listen to me. I'm saying nothing about corporate interest. I'm saying nothing about that bullshit. I am focused on relationships that Bernie Sanders has built over his years in Congress that would have allowed him, that he would have been able to leverage to move his agenda. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not interested in all this corporate bullshit you motherfuckers be talking about.
But I voted for Hillary.
Executing legislation.
Because y'all be making circular arguments and it be tearing my brain back to the medulla. I want y'all to focus. Let's have a straight argument on one point. Y'all going all over everywhere.
So I want to say a question for everybody. So is there a committee chair that would have backed this Medicaid type situation?
No, probably not.
Something.
That's
the end of it.
Okay, can I finish what I'm saying? Is that okay?
No, because the Congress, you heard that.
Oh, no.
So if you said no, so how do you get in here? If you don't have a committee chair that would have backed it, how do you get in here?
I heard you and I agree with you. But Wayne is, I voted for Hillary in 2016, and the reason I voted for Hillary in 2016 is because I didn't want the progressives of Bernie Sanders, which had a strong momentum in the Democratic Party, to take and to take away on their interests. Okay, I thought Bernie Sanders and many people like me. Hang on, Dr. AJ, I'm with you, sweetie. I thought Bernie Sanders was too far. Okay, I thought he was going to take the country too far left too quickly. Now, I see the progressives actually winning. I think that the progressive message is happening on the right with MAGA, and it's happening on the left. Now, I actually believe the country is ready for the progressive movement. But in 2016, it was not.
Okay, I don't know if they got into this whole conversation about the healthcare. I just.
So, can I say something?
Please.
I was gonna say, so as a person who supported Bernie, in 2016, but also as a person who voted for Hillary with, I don't really have a big issue with doing that. I think, like, in hindsight, I think that Bernie did what his intended purpose was. He served as basically an ideologue. Like, he got ideas out there that, I think shifted just the country's thought process forward. But in hindsight, I don't know if he would have been a great president, just because I'm not with the playing ball. I'm really with the, stand on business, but I don't think he was swaggy enough to, do what needed to be done. Like maybe an Elizabeth Warren or a Beto or somebody that because I think that they're progressive, and I think that's his name, Beto, that's from Texas, but he is a Democrat. So I think you can just be a Democrat and just be like, I'm a Democrat, but just have the same pretty much ideology that Bernie has, but you're playing with the party, so they're far more likely to go along with you and support you. So I think that going forward, and as I get further into politics, I see that it's people like Bernie that just are Democrats. Like, they don't have to, it's cool, I get it, why he differentiates himself, but I think for the purposes of running for president, I think he should have just been like, I'm going to be a Democrat, and I think he would have got further.
And culturally, the other part of it is too, like you were saying, even though you can look at somebody like Beto, right? Beto coalitions well. He collaborates well. And that's the thing with Bernie, and that may be like his independent spirit. Like, he's not a collaborator.
Right. And he's not and I am likable, but for political purposes, I will allow it. He's not likable. Yeah, he's not and I think you can be that. And be likable. Yeah, but you can be I think Newsom is kind of playing that role a little bit. I think he's, I don't think he's a progressive by any means, but I think he's showing how you can, show variation within what you do.
Yeah.
For what you mean.
And Bernie had played his lane, right? His lane, for me, is as the antagonist to the Democrats, right? He rallies everybody, and then what he does is he pushes them, right? He gets his people and he pushes. If he had played his lane, it would have been better for all of us, like for the country. But with him doing the thing that he does, which is he's constantly berating the Democrats in public fora, constantly. With him doing that, it worked to our disadvantage, and that for me, like that's the issue, which is the problem. He doesn't play well with others, and you need to play well with others if you're gonna get those bold ideas across the finish line.
And I do think Elizabeth Warren.
I told you I knew a chick when I was in Hawaii, and she's a full bird colonel, right? So her next rank will be general. She did her congressional fellowship and worked under the Obama administration, right? And she actually said, like, she's very progressive, just as progressive as you are, culturally. Like when we would go to lunch and talk. But you know what? She can't stand a Bernie Sanders because she's actually had to work up there and is an asshole. It's like his way or the highway. Like he doesn't have room for conversation. Even with Obama, her working with Obama made it a thing. She said she made it a thing for those that were working that fellowship to have the conversation with Bernie just so he can like be appeased. And she said he was an asshole. So like. He's made it clear he's going to be an asshole even to the party that he tries to run under when he does want to fucking make some shit happen. He doesn't build a coalition just because you got a candidate. He has not tried to recruit a coalition. He's pretty much like, it's my way and this is the way I want it because I have a whole bunch of motherfuckers that's jumping on board with it. Yeah. So
I mean, I get that about him, and I can see that about him. But I think that somebody like Elizabeth Warren, AOC,
I love Elizabeth.
It's even I'm gonna say her, but I don't know if she is a Democrat. She might be an independent, but even like Cori Bush, I think that she is an agitator, but she's likable. She's like. She really is an agitator. But I think that she can get people. I just don't think that. And I think the type of people that Bernie cultivated, like his followers, they were real weird, bro. Like the people that really, really like were Bernie stands, that they shifted into just right wing was so crazy to me. That was just crazy to me. Hold on. Let me just finish. I promise I'm gonna let you talk about Trent. But because I'm talking to y'all, I just don't understand. That's why a person like Bernie is scary. Because while I like the ideas that he presents, the followers that he seems, he's a lot like Trump in that way. Like the people that he seems to rile up is like the worst kind of people. It's always like these stands of him, and they can't map. Like Bernie, ideologically, is like very similar to Elizabeth Warren or AOC, but they will not support either of those two candidates like they support Bernie. They wouldn't, and I mean, ideologically, he's, 75% like Hillary Clinton, so it should have been easy to go, just go a little bit right, for the time being, but they went extremely right to Trump. That is scary to me.
But isn't Bernie trying to get change inside the party? And Bernie uses the outside of the party to freaking change the party. And that's the difference. That's why I keep bringing up coalition. And she's never went and said, I'm an independent. She's pretty much pledged her loyalty to the Democratic Party. It is. I get what they're saying, like with progressive values, but she still tries to change the inside of the party instead of going outside of the party. So,
hang on, let me say something. Go ahead and get the car.
And I love it with Warren.
Completely. What's up, Sweetie?
Are you all?
Oh yeah, Trent.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you said something.
Yeah. I'm not a sweetie though. But,
You got back to that picture. So culturally, I 1,000% agree with you. But here's what I think is different now about the Bernie Bros and the Trump people that switched over. Now I'm talking to people that are making $140,000, $150,000 a year, and they're talking about healthcare costs, right? I think now you don't. So to Patty's point, now I don't think you have to work inside the party because of where the Democratic Party is at, and being out of power, and they're scared about the Trump movement. Now I think the angst and the anger, and these are people that actually work for corporations. The angst and the anger and the affordability problem against such a wide amount of people is exactly why I think actually AOC is going to be the ticket, bro. I think all of those things that you talked about, like in likability and bringing people together, and I think she's the one.
Here's the thing, y'all gonna be in those people. I don't know if you're describing yourself, so I won't include you, but those 150, people that's making $150 a year complaining about healthcare. I get it, it's expensive or whatever, but you still can't afford it. And the difference between those people and the, I would say, regular, just your regular black woman Democrat or black man Democrat is generally that person is going to actually care about other people's the general population's healthcare. Like the 140,000 people that make $140,000, they're just complaining because they're selfish. They don't give a fuck about what it costs for nobody else. And that's where the problem is. So you really explain a lot to me. The Bernie supporters are just selfish. They only give a fuck about them, and they don't give a fuck about the slavery. They just want a better cage. So thank you, Trent. You really, really explain a lot to me, because the difference in me, and because I supported Bernie, I loved him. Can't even lie. But if I make enough money to pay for healthcare. I don't like it. I'm not happy about it. I think it should change. I will advocate for it, but I can't afford it. I also care about other people who can afford it. I know there's people who are not in my position who can afford it. That's the difference. I don't think those people or y'all care about the people who are, SOL, who only make, maybe half of that or a quarter of that just not going to be able to afford it. That is high for you. If it changes for you, it will go back to not mattering. And that's why a lot of these Bernie Sanders supporters are new to politics, because they just got a little bit of money. Now they like, oh, healthcare in Texas is this much, so they're surprised. So now you want to get into something to change it only for yourselves. And if you get that change, which this tax break won't even clip them, so stupid on them again. So now they only want to change it so it can fuck out of here. I just don't understand, that's not real change, y'all. Even if you're selfish, if y'all just read about how healthcare works, if you only change it for a certain portion of the population, it's only going to go back to the same. Yours is only going to rise. When y'all try to we need to, healthcare and insurance in general works on a thing called the law of large numbers, which is just by the very nature of the statement, you need a large number of people. So when they stop doing shit, when they start dropping people's insurance, everything y'all voted for or y'all are mad about is going to worsen. So if you're looking at $600, be prepared to pay $1,200 when they start dropping people. I'm telling y'all, if the smaller the pool of insured, the higher the premium. I don't understand how y'all don't understand how that works. So when y'all say, oh, it's the Republican.
The thing about it is that Bernie people who supported Bernie were Democrat, and a lot of independent and actual Republicans came over to support Bernie, and they actually said, hey, if it was a choice between Trump and Bernie, and they said this before the vote ever even happened, I would vote for Bernie, because at least I trust him that he's going to do what he says he's going to do. He's been in Congress for a very long time. Has the highest approval ranking out of any senator. He's also bipartisan.
You know where he comes from, though? Look where he comes from, bro. He don't got no black people where he's from.
Breaking news. Can we table Bernie for a moment? Because goddamn, that's been going on for 10 minutes now. Trumpy has just said all air traffic controllers must get back to work now. All caps, 3 exclamation points. Anyone who doesn't will be substantially docked. Docked is in parentheses. For those air traffic controllers who were great patriots, all that's capitalized, and didn't take any time off, capitalized, from the Democratic shutdown hopes, that's in quotation marks. I will be recommending a bonus, capital letter bonus, of $10,000 per person for distinguished service to our community.
Recommending.
For those that did nothing but complain and took time off, even though everyone knew they would be paid in full, capital, shortly into the future. I am not happy with you, capital letters. You didn't step up to help the USA against the fake Democratic act, capital letters, that was only meant to hurt our country. You will have a negative mark, at least in my mind, against your record. If you want to leave service in the near future, please do not hesitate to do so with no payment or severance of any kind, exclamation point. You will be quickly replaced by true patriots who will do a better job on the brand new state-of-the-art equipment. All that's, I don't know, first letter, capitalized. The best in the world that we are in the process of ordering. Okay, so we don't have state-of-the-art. Okay, the last administration, quotation marks, wasted billions of dollars trying to fix antiquated junk. Again, quotation marks. They had no idea what they were doing. Again, to our great American patriots, God bless you. I won't be able to send your money fast enough. To all others, report to work immediately.
Oh shit.
President Donald J. Trump. Now listen, Patty, I'm waiting on my $10,000 because my husband didn't miss a goddamn day, hour, minute, second. So I'm gonna need that $10,000.
But you know what? Shadow's going up to work too. Shadow even said he couldn't really afford to put gas in his vehicle. He's been on this fucking app saying I can't put gas in my vehicle. He happened to be one of those people that his people said, we'll let you work from home and we'll give you a computer. We've had to do that with FEMA. So like he couldn't put gas in his vehicle. He said he don't even know how he's gonna pay his fucking rent next month. So
he can't pay us soon enough, Patty, though, because he had
talking about those. So sacrifice my fucking living conditions, fucking have no electricity, have no fucking place to stay, and show up for work, and that is my sacrifice to the American people. Sounds great.
Trump has never paid anybody in his life to do a damn thing, so I don't know where he thinks he's paying people. You know, some taxpayers. That's not him. Fucking idiot.
He made motherfuckers that built Trump Towers, and Polish people had to go like, it makes sense.
I don't think he paid the people that tore down the East Wing yet either, so yeah, they should have known they were getting paid. You're being a patriot, okay, when you do what he says and don't get paid. I have other breaking news. While the Supreme Court refused to hear Looney Tune Davis's lawsuit, they are going to hear a challenge to Mississippi's mail-in ballots, and the case is Watson versus the Republican National Committee, and their argument is when you count mail-in ballots after Election Day, you are violating
you are violating the law. Because election day means election day, means that the results should be announced. People should vote. Votes should be counted, and the announcement should be made all in one day. So the Supreme Court has agreed to hear that challenge to the Mississippi vote counting, which could affect other states who do who count ballots that were received after election day. They were mailed before election day, but received after.
That's stupid, outrageous.
Well, that's what we
Wait, they mean postmarked before?
Yeah.
So yes. So what happens in Mississippi? They say the ballot has to be postmarked before election day. And if they arrive like days later or whatever, they get counted.
And that's okay. They're saying that's okay?
No, the Republicans are saying that those votes should not be counted.
Even if they were postmarked prior.
Yes, their argument is that Mississippi Republicans are saying that Congress set a date by when voters must vote.
Could you imagine how that
Congress
would
did not say when your ballot arrives. So you need to count the votes that are in on the day that Congress designated for voting.
Could you imagine how that would affect Arizona, California?
Oh yeah, it's gonna affect at least 12 other states.
That's the stupidest shit I've ever fucking heard.
Well, we'll see.
That means we're gonna need a lot of volunteers to count.
We'll see.
And fuck the soldiers that's overseas that it may take about 2 weeks for this shit to come in. And they usually vote with fucking Republicans, so.
Well, shoot themselves in the foot.
Yeah, but we've seen how the numbers fluctuate because we're waiting for those counted ballots. So I don't know.
There's only a few states where that happens, where they still getting votes. California is one.
I'm going to see real quick if the $10,000 has been deposited in my account. I'll be right back.
Good luck.
Because if I don't see it, it's going to be a problem.
That's propaganda. He ain't giving shit. He can't even give that $2,000 because we'd be a negative. And what tariffs that actually produced.
The funny thing to me is people talk about it and believe it like it's something that's about to happen. It's wild. There's so many suckers in this country. That's why he wins. Suckers everywhere.
Child, they say Ghislaine Maxwell is receiving customized meals personally delivered to her cell. She has a private exercise area that she can go to after hours, and she has a service animal.
Absolutely, a service animal. Absolutely, Dr. G. She got the goods on everybody. That's how she got in that prison. And who is over these prisons? Who's the president right now? Who would put someone as heinous as her and give her anything that makes her day better? That just speaks to what we know within the files,
But somebody from the prison say they are offended that she is receiving these luxuries and she should not even be in here with her
She shouldn't be
guys.
drawing another breath as far as I'm concerned.
I said, not the prison workers, not the managers of snitching. This is great.
The manager of snitching. That's cute. They also got email traffic where she said she's happy and comfortable. Y'all heard about that? Thing was like,
Yeah.
She said she likes it here. She was living and hiding any fucking way because she knew that these charges could come up because of his Epstein's passing. So she was hiding out any fucking way. So.
And the other lady is dead. Virginia. So she's not the only one. Well, I'm sure there's other people in higher places who have the complete files, but
But the women know.
absolutely, but nobody listens to them, Dr. AG. They don't care.
Their brain doesn't work the same.
Remember when they came out and said what they had to say, and then on this stage said, "Oh, you know, why they wait so long?" And you know the shit they say.
I want them to. I hope they're working with Gloria already right now to make billboards. They need billboards all over the country.
You know, we need a woman president and vice president because I think our brains work totally different than men. And then we can have a White House correspondent or not.
Nathan's eyeballs in the chat.
Have a male that actually explains. We have a male explain what's going on.
You scared the fuck out of Nathan. His eyeballs in the chat like went off the charts. A woman, two women?
Yeah, you have two women, and then you have the man be the one that explains the agenda of the president. Yeah. I think that would be like how we would be able to be like on top, right? Yeah, the male press secretary that everybody listens to, and we just like push policy and put our foot on the neck of the talking politicians. I think that would be.
You know, every event you have to have a male translator. You know, like how they had that Obama translator.
Yeah. And I think that would work out, and then we would at least have some type of acknowledgement because there are men to interpret what's actually going on. Because that's what happens in this fucking room. And that happens. Absolutely. That's supposed to support us and what we're saying. They'll pretend they don't know what the fuck we're saying. So a man says something, everybody go on fucking mute. And that includes you women too.
Y'all gonna win the presidency very soon. Maybe the next cycle. Well, Trey, you just said that you would vote for Rubio or JD over Newsom.
Wait, I want to call something out. Okay. He said you all get a Democratic president, implying the fact that he didn't vote for Kamala.
I said get a female president very soon.
Implying that he voted for Trump.
No,
You all will get a Democratic president soon. You that voted for Kamala will get a Democratic soon, not to worry.
And we're in one. I want y'all to always remember that we have these rooms, and Dr. AG, April, myself, we'll wheel up and we'll vote, and we want you guys to like go out on TV in the media and say, hey, they always wanted this, so let them be the people. You know how Obama had the movie, Black woman. We want to go up there in our wheelchair because this is when we'll have a woman as the president. So we'll go up in our wheelchair and we'll be like, yeah, we were in Clubhouse arguing with men, and we had to have men interpret the information. Thank God you're here.
Hey, you and April can go in the wheelchair. Y'all can carry my urn. Listen, Dr. AG, I probably gonna have two urns because by the time we see a woman, hell, my ass ain't gonna be here.
Y'all with the two cup holders.
I mean, I could do it where you get a woman and then just put Pete Buttigieg as a vice.
There you go.
I'm telling y'all that Pete Buttigieg is the jewel that's sitting right in front of their
in her book.
That they just like, all because that man is gay, y'all would not get him in a chance.
Yeah, no, she said herself, I can't give him a chance because he is gay and because of the climate.
So I mean, y'all can say, I'm gonna say this the same thing I say about a black woman. This is why I call America dumb. Y'all see what gay men have been able to accomplish in spite of, just like you've seen what black women have been able to accomplish in spite of. To me, if I'm going to hire someone, this is just logic.
That's the first two communities I'm going to because they're going to get it done no matter the fuck what. And if I want a president, the beast of a president that y'all want, that's the girl who y'all should have got either the black girl or the gay man. But y'all stupid. Y'all and y'all let, because y'all don't, mind you, you'll never see that man have sex. You'll never see anything that could disgust you or, really bother you. But just the fact that he don't even act like stereotypically gay or whatever. But just the fact that knowing, nobody will even give the man a fucking chance. Same with Kamala. And that's why we are a dumbass country.
Backlash, misogynist, racist, hateful. I'm sorry. Americans just are that. They are so easily propagandized. It's really pitiful at this point. Because
and he's a family man, and that's attractive. And smart. Sharp as a motherfucking military, smart, they play.
He has the background of a white man, let's pretend we never knew he was gay. He could have easily tried to run for president. Not the first term now, I'm going to be honest with you, because he was mayor. But maybe the second time running, he might have gotten more momentum. You know what I'm saying? Because he served under Obama and all that. But, honestly, I think Pete Buttigieg, like she said, he was the man of the hour. It's just him being gay.
I really wish he wouldn't have told y'all he was gay and got on inauguration day. Forgot to tell y'all something. And dropped it on y'all. And then people just would have had to deal because they would have just had to rate him on the job. Because, hey, guess what? Can't take it the fuck back. I moved in that bitch already. And me and my man is moving up in there. I forgot to.
Because I think he will like him. I think he could make it, but he would have to do some work on his partner.
Well, I've never seen his partner.
Chaston? Yeah, I think he would have to do some work on Chaston.
Well, can I also, just from a different perspective, yes, I'm gay. I don't want to, this shouldn't even be, America's not going to do it, I'm sorry. I understand that he may be qualified. I thought it was incredibly arrogant for him to run for as a twice elected mayor of a 100,000 population city.
So I agree with you the first time. I agree with you the first time.
And I'll also say this. What a lot of people don't know is that he was attacked a lot from the left as well because he worked for McKinsey, because it's one of those fucking corporate guys, corporate gays, whatever. And, and then there was talk about him just kind of joining the military to, amp up his resume, whatever. But, he wasn't loved on the left either. I think he's great. I don't think everybody is right to be president. He could also be Secretary of State. He could be something else, but not in an elected position for America to vote on.
Sorry for this. 2032.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I think he would have been great. He doesn't have a degree in history or some shit from Harvard.
I think so. 2032.
he would have been better than Trump over the bar.
I get it the first time, I'm 100% with you on the first time he ran. I think it was more of advertisement that we outside, and then him being with Obama giving him a chance, and then Biden giving him a chance.
But why don't? This is a frustration I have. You're in Indiana. That's where your roots are. You're mayor of Fort Worth. What's he mayor of? Anyway, that place. South Bend, right, sorry. I know there's the university there.
Notre Dame.
Yep, yeah. It's just whatever. There are 1,100,000, population. My issue with him is why aren't you trying out making a fair attempt to run at senator or a governor or a lieutenant or something like that in your own state? I don't know how you go from mayor to president. It's crazy to me. And yeah, his spouse is not a winning formula.
Yeah. And Patty, he was an English major
In college, and his dad is like a famous English. His dad is a well-established English professor.
His dad was an English professor. That's why he was a history major.
Yeah, and he is the child of an immigrant.
Obama did those shit that people don't realize.
His dad's an immigrant.
Did a shit that Obama behind the scenes to help boost Pete's popularity, where he put him in certain positions, speaking positions that helped him like become popular nationwide. So that's why I like bring up Obama and then later on Biden. So I think that him running was more of like an advertised, yo, I'm gay, but I'm outside and I'm smart and I know I'm part of the administration and then later on become president. So I think it was just an advertisement. I think he knew he wasn't going to win. He just wanted to make sure people recognize. It's just like us being black, right? I'm not saying that gay and black is the same, but I'm just saying like when it comes to like civil rights and being recognized, I think
it's good. I mean, it's not positive. I'm just saying that the part I object to is the part I object to where for a lot of other people as well, when they say, oh yeah, he should be president, or oh yeah, AOC should run for president, oh yeah, Jasmine Crockett should run for president or whatever. You know, maybe someday, I don't know, but you know, now's not the right time. And you know, this whole delusion, AOC's gonna run and whatever. You see that talking point with the right and also MAGA, because they want to see. That's the enemy that they want to fire at, to be in the head of the Democratic Party.
No, I don't know. Listen, Whitmer, Harris, and AOC are all fucking formidable.
AOC has a vision. Her policies are more on vision. It's not about legislation. Even when people bring up that fucking Green New Deal, like,
these people don't give a shit about policy. It's about looks and charisma. And AOC has
if she can win New York State, then it's fine.
She won't win across the country because
if she can win New York State, then she can do something.
So you're talking about
Hold on now. I'm talking to my wife about this.
Oh my God.
She has fun. Them girls.
That's a white population. That's a white population survey. Go ahead.
Our population pushes elections. They're actually a population. Man, they're actually a population.
Don't know all them to vote.
Okay.
Guess what? I talked to people in. Hold on, Trent. I talked to people in New York City, in her district, that don't like her. I talked to people in the state that don't like her. If you're in New York State, which is a very diverse political constituency, then maybe. But the talk about her being president is asinine.
Okay, my man, I get it. People don't like I said, people don't like Trump in New York. But
you don't get it, bro. You didn't listen to a word I said.
I heard you. I agree. I agree with you. I know that there are certain people that don't like her, but then she also has a movement. She also has a very young movement. And when it's a lot of this is about looks, and the Hispanic female is a larger demographic than the white.
You're being disgusting right now.
This is really
Your categorization is offensive. This is going too fucking hard.
But AG, we're not going to say the female look. But it's every look of a president. We got to
This is
be
crazy.
I'm not talking about I know where you're going with it. Trent is going too far. He's talking about how she looked good and she knew dance and do a video.
Talking about the Hispanic woman.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Right. We can't talk about the black female vote, but you can't talk about the Hispanic female vote?
That's not what you said.
That's exactly what I said. That's what I said. I said the Hispanic female vote is
not a monolith.
Yeah, Trent, I was almost about to come off and say I kind of agree with you, but then you took that turn. But I will say this. I think that going forward, because the people that like, they gonna die. And I think she will, like, as the years move forward, especially since she's under the tutelage of, y'all's homegirl and stuff. Yeah, she's gonna start looking more and more attractive as a presidential candidate, especially for people like me, like that I already fucked with her, but now I'm getting older, and so when I'm in my, I don't think she should run now, like 2028 or not. But like another decade or so.
AOC that you guys are looking at. So like you talk about under the tutelage. Version of Nancy Pelosi.
Which I don't have a problem with. What I'm saying is
she's teaching her how to package her message for digestion.
And you gotta realize my generation is not gonna have a problem with that. Like as we age, I'm gonna, come because y'all know, I don't like hate, but I'm gonna mature in some areas. And so she'll mature with me. And so she'll still have her, that little piece that I like, but she'll have the pieces that make her palatable for politics and stuff. And so like, honestly,
that'll be your age, that'll be saying she's the Nancy Pelosi.
No, she won't, because your daughter will be more like me, like, okay, your daughter will.
No. So my daughter got pissed off that she took the pronouns off of her.
Yeah, but your daughter, she's gonna mouth out. She's gonna, trust me, she's gonna mouth it. She's like around 35, your daughter, she'll still have her fire, but she's gonna, when them bills and, she, like, trust me, anyway. And I was just like,
side-eyeing AOC.
Yeah, she did.
And what she realizes, the thing is, you've instilled in her voting. So when you go and that's your option, even if let's just say she don't change, she still gotta vote for somebody, and she's gonna pick her. You know what I'm saying? So that's how it's gonna work. But what'll likely happen is AOC's message and just overall presentation will mature. It'll become more palatable to, the people that are, left of left like me, and then left of left like your daughter, and it'll line up. So I think that she, 10 years, I don't think she should run now.
No, she's got to develop a way to present her message. She's got to present her message in a way that ages well. Okay, so and it ages well, not in terms of longevity, like how long, but also that it speaks across ages, right? So I think she'll be good in 5-10 years.
I agree with what you're saying. I agree with you 100% on how it ages well. The problem is, I'm gonna give you my daughter as an example. Is once this election was going through, as soon as it changed, it was like a quick, sudden change. This is something that has to evolve. So when you have people like my daughter and her little friends, it's like, oh, you just change party. Not change party, you change your messaging because you want to be down with the establishment. You're just trying to put your foot in outside so you can be down with the establishment. We see you. Like that's how her mind works. It wasn't a gradual, well, we got to understand this is what's going on. We have to, that's not how AOC did it. She did it and she did it silently, and those that do love her, because my daughter is a squad, like those squads fuck everybody else because they don't give a fuck and they don't understand.
So you can just do something like I'm your daughter, because I'm the same way, but what I'm learning and what she'll learn is strategy. Political strategy. I understand strategy and other things, but she's gonna learn to grasp political strategy, and that if she does it, it's not that she's necessarily losing her morals or beliefs, is that she has to work in this way. And specifically AOC, because when she switched up, I was kind of like, girl, but you can't be like how I am in politics. Like, that don't work. And when you are, you're relegated to a specific space, like Jasmine Crockett or whatever. Which I think you need those people, but they're just, the way our political system works, they're just not going to go high. So I think that ALC has reeled it in. She's, learned. I think she still knows how to do all the things, right? But I think she's reeled it in, and she's learning a strategic way to go about what she wants to accomplish. I really think that about her, and I think that out of everybody, out of all the people, I think she has the most promise for me, for the things that I believe, or I'll just be a representative of the lefties here, even though I may not be as left as them. But I think that she represents a good balance. Like she can't, my mother, in 5 or 10 years, my mother will vote for her, even if she don't agree with everything, but my mother will go and vote for her. I'll vote for her. My little cousin will vote for her. She can cover all the bases. I really think that about her.
All right, can I just insert one thing, please?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some stuff.
The top. That's okay. That's okay. I just want to be crystal clear as a New Yorker, not a New Yorker who has left. There's no shade to you. I was just gonna. The only talk about her should be either primary Chuck Schumer in the 2008 election, or if Chuck resigns, running for the seat and getting elected across New York. That would show that she could potentially be marketable for a presidential campaign. Until then, that is the only thing she should be doing. Getting into Senate leadership, whatever it is. But that's what she should be doing. All this other talk it seems ridiculous to me.
It kind of makes sense. But, like, for me, right, so I'm an old ass motherfucker. For me, as a kid, I seen Ted Kennedy and I would hear all this other shit. And he was what they would consider more of a progressive, even though he came from a rich family.
Oh yeah, he was definitely on the left.
Right. So when I hear Ted Kennedy and I hear all the bullshit behind, like, and this is me coming up in college, this is me coming up in when I would hear like, oh, but his family did this. I don't give a fuck, because he slowly progressed into becoming like who he was, right?
He was about.
When you have right, but when you have an AOC, so with my daughter, her brain went like crazy on AOC. Like, what the fuck is she doing? She's supposed to be like, for her, it's like the dance video. She's more likable. She's more like us. She's with us. And then one day she calls me, did you see our website? Mom, check out her website. She telling me, like, what the fuck is she doing? That's
Patty, your daughter's a kid. And when you're a kid, your politics are extremely radical. As you grow up, right, that radicalizing, you continue to be radical, but you're right, but the way that your radicalization manifests changes because you understand systems and processes. And if you're committed to getting things done, right, you're going to learn the rules to break the rules. And you see that even with AOC herself. Part of her change is that she's maturing. She's maturing in her understanding, and she's maturing in her politics. It doesn't mean that her politics change. It doesn't mean that she's giving in or surrendering. It's just that she realizes if she's going to get things done, there's a way that she has to move.
And then she had those rallies. Remember when she was having these rallies? And my mind is like, you're going to try to go buy a ticket to see something, because she's part of Haiti. So with her mind, it's like, I want to go here, I want to go there. So I was like, okay, so are you going to go? She was like, no. Okay, I'll see you next time.
Even in her daughter's demographic, she's like a small part of the population. Like, I teach her demographic. Right,
and that's why I don't have kids. It's already deep when people be like, you don't have kids, you have fucking kids.
Well, that's a
You
Democrat.
don't know they fucking kids.
I got cats about
You got more kids than motherfuckers like me that got one kid.
I got cats.
What are they saying
What is
about
a demographic?
Gravity changing? Like, what are they saying? Oh, she's changed on this, and that.
So this is the thing, and that's why I brought up a couple of weeks ago, like what it looks like for these black student unions. So my daughter goes to a decent school. With the black student union, these kids come from families that may have really taken care of them. I'm not saying honestly, if it wasn't for the government, she wouldn't have been able to go to decent schools. It's the government that paid for her to go to school in the country that would have cost me my fucking arm and leg, and I'd probably lose one right now. So, like, her to go to school in Dubai, her to go to school in Bahrain, to go to school with in British American schools, totally different. These are more radicalized than the kid that may have paid his college and understands what the community looks like. So when you got kids like that may make an impact in the future, because a lot of those kids she went to school with are kids of diplomats, right? And we know what diplomats look like. They end up becoming either diplomats, politicians, or somebody that makes decisions when it comes to policy. Those kids are very radical. And they don't even know what it looks like. But them seeing an AOC, and this is my daughter, one of her best friends is somebody's child, one of them that she chills with. And this is the one in New York. So one in New York, one of her best friends is friends with someone that worked, her father's black. Her father lives in a very rich community. They go over there to chill. She went to the Hamptons for some summer thing that they be doing. She went to, but those kids are radical. And they're radical to the point that you would think that they're fucking broke. These kids got money and they don't know no better. And their radicalization has nothing to do with them actually understanding the movement. It's about them just fucking reading and thinking that AOC is a piece of shit because she turned overnight. And these are the black student unions that are coming out of these PWI schools.
So what she's changed overnight? What are the things that she's changed about it?
Just her whole, like, the way, because she has, like, first off, linking up with Nancy Pelosi is a signal.
It's a piss off.
Yeah, it's a piss off. And then removing, like that, because it looks like, because she's always been a, like, rebellious voice. But let me just say this. Your daughter, you could just look at me. When we first started talking, remember, Patty, I was real, like, and I still am hard left. I didn't change, but I would get, like, let me see. Let me be super honest. I would give like 4 people credit. You first, Dr. AG, but the most credit I would give to can y'all see me?
Yeah.
Okay. I would honestly give to Go and Matt because I had a many conversation with both of them about me being left of center or left of where they were or whatever. And, just over time talking to them, it didn't really change my politics, but it did change how I understood how you have to work within the Democratic Party. So now I can say, all right, I see why Bernie wasn't a good option, or I can see where the disconnect was, where before I couldn't see it. Your daughter will be the same way. And even if she's not, she's making reactions or whatever, and she's gonna still keep her politics, but what you say to her or whatever, she's listening, and when it's time, she'll like make the choice that's closest to, whatever she believes. And trust me, if AOC goes right now to run or whatever, or even, in 10 years, like just because a lot of people start off as super active, and I don't think that, like, I'm not mad at the people who stay like that. I think everybody has a position, but her specifically, she has chosen to go a more strategic route, which I can only respect because I want to see her.
And she don't listen to her mom, and that's where the girl brain shit comes in. Because even if I
she do.
She don't.
She just probably, you might think she don't, but she do.
But you know what's going to happen? The same thing's going to happen to Mamdani because those voters you're talking about, Patty, your daughters, they're voting for Mamdani for those same reasons. And what Mamdani's going to have to do as mayor is he's going to have to be more pragmatic. He's not going to be able to get shit done just by fiat. So immediately, within 6 months or 3 months, you'll see those voters start to turn on him. Oh, I thought he was about that life. Oh, he's like trying to do all that. He's meeting with business leaders. Oh, he just met with Jamie Dimon. Like, they're going to.
Oh yeah, that got brought up today. I'm gonna send y'all. I'll PTR text message. She said, why did he meet up with Jamie?
Yeah, but that's a Julie on both sides because if y'all like, okay, cool, he will have to do that. But what if he does? Are y'all, meaning the Patties and the Scotties, are y'all willing to say, okay, cool, like, you know, are y'all willing to, if he, whatever, if he's able to accomplish whatever, because I feel that it's a give on both sides.
I want him to succeed.
If he succeeds, yeah, as long as, I feel like as long as, I can take that, but I just need for the moderates or whatever to be able to say, okay, well, if it does happen, I'm gonna rock with that too, and I'll be surprised or whatever. I just, you know, that's what I need from, you know, yeah.
Also, I will rock with whoever wins the Democratic Party. What did Maggie say yesterday? Even was a piece of shit that was sitting on the telephone, not speaking. I will rock with the Democratic Party, but I'm fucking crazy. And Dr. AG deals with these kids. And somebody brought to my attention that she was the Catwoman. Let me tell you something. Every decision my mom made, whether she was abroad and I was in New York City, it was based off of her students. Because those students are her fucking kids. They're her fucking kids. She sees what reality looks like outside of when you got kids, you get to hear your 1 or 2 kids, maybe 3 or 4, and if you're one of them people that got 10, you get to hear them 10. But my mom had to deal with a bunch of high school students having a conversation, and those are the minds that's going towards college. Even my mom taught night school when she was in the States. When she's in the States, she would teach night school at local community colleges. When you hear these conversations, those are her children. She treats them like me, my brother, and my sister. She treated them like they were hers. If they were crying, she wanted to know why they were crying. If they didn't have a babysitter, she would try to figure out how to help them get a babysitter. Those were her kids. So anybody come up here and talking that dumb shit about Dr. AG ain't got no kids, she got some kids, motherfucker. And them the worst kind of kids to have. The motherfuckers that you can't fucking stop them from fucking breathing because she didn't give birth to them, but she has to have the conversation and make sure that they understand what life looks like. Them the worst fucking kids. Because my daughter right now pisses me the fuck off when she fucking sends me dumbass messages. Because she's radical and she has not fucking lived. I tell her you fucking privileged, and at this point, maybe I should make you fucking breathe like the rest of the kids. I can breathe. I will.
But I think that's good for her. I was the same way. I was a environmental animal, you know, that type of person. Like I've been arrested for it. I've been in some very crazy situations, and I would never do that shit now. But when you're a kid, when you're young, that's what it's about. Like you gotta let her she's gonna get out, and then but at least she has, you know, her motives are good. She'll settle down. Life is gonna whoop her ass. You don't gotta do nothing. Life is gonna slow her down. And so, like you, I mean, I feel like every day she doing she cool, she doing what young people do.
I know you hear your thing out
and it's gonna shape it. It's not necessarily, you know, because as you get, it's like data. As you get more experiences, you get more data to filter through, you know, your ethics and your moral prism, and it's just becoming more and more refined as you go through life. It's just more information and more insight. And this is the time when they do that. It's a safe space for them to experiment with ideas and to figure out like what they stand on and stand for.
I'm gonna let y'all talk to her when she come home with Thanksgiving. Y'all gonna hear her talk and y'all gonna say this motherfucker is retarded.
She probably not like, Daddy, I went to school to be a veterinarian. The people that I went to school with used to be doing all kind of shit, throwing shit on people, getting like real like activism. These people, some of the people is voting for Trump now, and fucking conservative as they come. Life changes you. So she real far left. She'll be like center left by the time she get like 35, 40. Like, she got that.
You know what she calls
You look at Ayanna Presley, right? Because she's a spy. She's super radical. Her presentation has always been different from AOC, right? And part of that is because she was older. Her life experiences were very different. So I mean, you had a lot of different options, you know.
But this is what happens all the time. Like the far left, they fall in love with revolutionaries and abandon them when they become realists. It happens all the time.
Yeah, she calls me a slave.
Oh Lord.
Well, I don't feel like
it's okay. You're a slave to the system. I understand.
I know one day I'm saying, you know what? Well, I'm gonna liberate myself from this slavery, and I'm gonna liberate you from it too. Let me see how you gonna live on your emancipation, ma'am.
I'm just saying, my dad was a Panther, and now he be talking to me about immigrants and stuff. I'll be like, I don't know now. So you can really, the older you get, the more right you go, which is unfortunate.
But Black Panthers were always about coalition now. They was getting all the colors together. That whole rainbow coalition. The Black Panthers was always about that because for them it was primarily a struggle against the oppressors, and everybody was being oppressed. Being oppressed. So that's a lie. That's a lie with the Black Panthers. They was on our We Got Black Power, but they was also
one of the biggest wake-up calls to my dad is, left, like, he would be, that everybody called my dad a socialist, especially back in his day, a socialist. But when Bernie came, he was like, I'm not voting for him. And, I was like, what? And I was like, this is like what you should, you know what I'm saying? He was like, nah. He was like, she's actually what I was standing for role for. And, he explained to me, like, women's rights, which I really, I didn't think about. I'm gonna be honest. And how that's all a part of it. And, he supported me, my mom did, but he was like, you can do that, that's what you want to do. He was like, but that's not, I don't agree with that, and I don't stand with it, and I didn't really understand it. I was actually upset with him, but now I get it. So, shit come around.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, a lot of these, God, I understand all when I say this, but a lot of these young people do take almost every issue that they care about and put it on 10. Like everything is the same level of intensity. You shouldn't care so much that that fucking AOC removed they or whatever the fuck it is from her thing. Like, that's not the important thing. The important thing is other things, and everybody puts so much weight on so many of these things as if they are all equal, when they're not. You have to do this arithmetic in order to govern properly, and that's why even this spectrum idea, left, right, whatever, is so problematic, because because you can have like your dad culturally who like has a certain thing about the immigration, but there's all these other policies. And then like where do you put him now? Is he not on the left? No, he's still on the left, but he has one or two issues that are not going to fall in properly with that spectrum notion, which is why I just feel like left, right, far left, whatever. Like it's the way my ideology works is like all over the place, and some people would consider me far left, some people would consider me left of center, some people would consider me a moderate. So I don't even know, but
yeah, it's scary when you hear them, and then even with the organizing, so like even with the organizing of voting for Zora, when you hear the conversation that's coming from these young voters, it's like ridiculous. And these kids are not kids that are worried about their meals. These are kids that are worried about other people's meals and don't understand like policy for real. They can read policy, they can interpret policy, but they interpret policy coming from a privileged situation.
Absolutely. Absolutely, and that's the prerogative of the privilege, right? The privilege can afford to be radical. And that's why a lot of times these people, they change. Because when you got to get out there and hustle, when you got to make your own way, even when you have parents who have money, right? At some point, you got to face the world on your own. And when that happens, all of that, a lot of that radicalism shapes up. It shapes up a lot differently. But when you're in the cushion, when you have the hedge of protection and privilege and parental support and, all that stuff, you can go wild.
Even,
I'm not rich at all. Please, y'all.
No, it doesn't have anything to do with that necessarily. It's just the idea of it. Like it's only about money.
it's not, and a lot of it is about rebellion. I don't know if y'all ever heard this quote about Tupac.
Safe to rebel.
Tupac said, as a black man, you get about 30, up until you're 30 maximum years of, fighting back. You know what I'm saying? Because as a black person, it's a fight. So he said you get till you 30, and then life beats you down, and you're not necessarily silent, but shit levels out for you, and that shit is fucking true. Once you get 30, it's not that I don't believe the same things. I absolutely believe the same things. How I go about shit, what's worth it to me, balance in life, because at the same time, I want to be happy. I want to be content. I don't want to spend all my life fighting. And once you get, a certain age, you realize that shit. And she'll realize it. Once she gets to the age of wanting a family or whatever it is she wants to do her career, she's gonna be like, yeah, I don't want to spend all my time doing this. That's why sometimes I would say I'm very progressive, but I'm not about to sit up here and fight y'all that are closer to my belief. Even though I'm left of y'all, it's not worth it for me. You know what I mean? It's not, and she'll realize that. It's just not. It's not. That solves nothing. I'd much rather fight. And this is what I don't get about the left. A lot of stuff I do agree with what they say, but they want to fight within, which is so stupid. I would rather, if you close enough, it's fine. All right, you don't believe in universal health care, but you believe in something close to it. I'm not about to be no, I'm not doing that, because that's not the political climate we live.
It's the seek of the perfection, and that you can have everything exactly the way that you want it. And that's the thing of the privilege too, right? You get what you want, when you want it, how you want it, and it's perfectly that way. And sooner or later, you learn that life doesn't work like that, and you learn to not let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
I was thinking about one time when she was talking about things. How would you like it if you only had to eat noodles and
tea because mommy had to eat noodles and drink tea through college. And my parents were helping me pay for tuition. The thing is, she has more help, and she doesn't understand that. And then she'll say, well, then let me suffer, because I'm willing to suffer with my people. Like, nigga, you not your people. She's not.
That's what you call heart and character. But
Let her suffer, and I promise you, that motherfucker will be crying. But she cries.
You need those people like that do have the privilege that are willing to be like, nah, fuck that. I mean, I just think she like if she got logical, people. She's not illogical, but she just don't understand how shit works. You know what I mean? She thinks shit should be fair, and we just don't live in a fair society. Like that's just what it is. So she grasps that, and then you that's the point you gotta work from. It's like with everything with politics. They be like, this person's they're a politician, so that's where I'm working from. You know what I mean? Like I'm not expecting, my grandma out of these people, but
And I'm not rich, y'all. It's just she's been able to be okay. And this is a comfortable child. So imagine what rich, because some of her friends, one of her friends has her own apartment, and her parents are paying $6,000 a month for her to stay in Midtown. So and these are her friends. She's not rich at all. She's just able to eat. She's able to fucking go to class and don't have enough worries that a lot of other kids have. And that's just my sacrifice, right? And that's years of freaking me being in the position I've been in and freaking sacrificing so she can be okay.
The academy is a marketing and training. Just for the record. I don't want to say it because y'all was talking. Well, it does feel like it's a derailment when they bring it up.
Well, when they bring up ANC?
Yeah, exactly. When they bring it up. Yeah,
I've been saying this.
Yeah, I was with you. I was with you the whole time because I've never heard anyone demonstrate.
My dad calls her a Nazi behind her back.
The conversation shifted, but yeah, and I'm not just saying we need her in a different lane.
Yeah.
My dad calls her a Marxist period. He calls her a Marxist. He says she's with me being in the military, she's developed her own you being in the military made her make these freaking decisions. You sending her to school in other countries because you had to get stationed there has made her develop these talking points. And then my dad brought up certain things that I used to say as a kid, but I wasn't as far as her because I would actually listen to them. With her, because I haven't been so strong on my opinion and letting her talk when she was younger, is what's developed who she is. Like, she watches fucking stupid YouTube videos and thinks she can be YouTube. So she wanted journalism because she wanted to be combat camera. She's watched women get kidnapped, trying to put out information. Some woman she was following, they got kidnapped, and just crazy shit she be watching, like fucking mucus from freaking cows, like her becoming a freaking. My dad told me I should have put my foot down when she became a vegetarian watching YouTube. Watching animals, watching how your health is affected. It's just yeah, but then she doesn't understand the overall concept of the life.
I get you. You're her mother, so she got a lot of you in her.
No, that ain't me. That's social media. Because she wouldn't be calling me a slave to the system. You know what I'm saying? I'm a slave to the system. But the slave to the system has been able to help her pay for the shit she needs to pay for.
That's what kids do. She's really testing the ground. She respects you.
Oh, do you have children?
Two.
Congratulations.
Yeah, my daughter went to Harvard, she got a PhD.
Nice.
Some other things from the son, Grammy Award winner. So they're doing really well.
Wow. Didn't know.
That shit's a headache, y'all. She got kids. Even Dr. AD, when y'all say she ain't gave birth to them, she got kids. When you have to hear these kids, it's a headache. And even trying to influence their decisions they always have something to clap back. And sometimes their clap back, you really don't have nothing to answer for it other than what your life looks like. Because everything is based off of policy and suffering in the world. It's just not, I don't know. And my dad calls her a mini Marxist. He's like, that's my little mini Marxist right there. She's a socialist.
I mean, all those terms are just thrown out to divest somebody wholesale. And
You can say it in her child, me and my mom. But my mom's
it's also inaccurate. I mean, it's also inaccurate too. So, like,
my mom supports her, but my mom only supports her because she feels like she's leading. Like with my mom, she's like, she's being a leader, let her be a leader, and she'll grow up one day. Just right now, just let her be a leader, and just conversation. And she's gotten really good when it comes to policy because I argued with her about policy when she was a little girl. And like now she knows how to use Google. Now she's that. Now she actually tries to when I be like, you can do Project 2025 and listen to it if you want to. So like in her mind, it's like now I've taken some of what you got and I'm gonna fight you harder.
Well, that's what you want, right? Sounds like you've raised a smart woman who knows how to advocate for herself and her opinions and think critically. And she might not be agreeing with you right now, but she knows, she'll think it through, right? She'll consider.
Let me delete her Instacart where she can charge my card. And I promise you, she'll be calling me, what did you do?
can you do it and screenshot it before and after real quick?
Let me do it for a week.
Audio page.
Wait, why start removing things that are not necessary, in terms of budgeting, if we're going to go there and be fiscally responsible?
The only thing I'm kind of scared of, and this is where I may be hurting myself, is I don't want her to starve. I want her to make it through school, and I would be like, I'm gonna have to work extra hours because my mom ain't got me.
How old is she?
Right now, she just turned 19. So it's like I'm fighting with a 19-year-old.
And she's currently in school full time?
Yeah.
All right, so it's not inappropriate that you're supporting her through school, right? Like, you want her to be able to focus on that.
Right. And that's the only reason why it's kind of hard. Like, one time I was like, you know what? Eat noodles and drink tea, because that's what mommy did. And I know my parents supported me with everything they could to go through school. So if I was to do that, and I said that to her over the phone, but then I ain't cut the Instacart off. And then, like, a week later, she's ordering a 24 thing of water, and she's ordering her rice. She orders nashiki rice, and then she's ordering her she's ordering her shit from Whole Foods. So I'm looking okay, you just spent $200 on my goddamn Instacart. But if I cut that shit off, is she gonna starve and not have food?
Does she drink coffee?
Yeah, she drinks coffee.
Okay, so replace it with Taster's Choice Instant. So just try that, and then see how quick.
Golly, that's just cool.
Give her honey, and let her decide what it is she wants to do. No, I'd say Trader Joe's Instant. Don't do that.
No, it's just not a message. What are you doing?
You go with Folgers, Crystal? God damn.
Just decide what her food budget is, give her that, and let her decide what she wants to do.
Maybe I can reduce it to, because she eats a lot of whole food. Maybe I can reduce it to 50% and see how I'll be like.
I'm not running for a holster. I'll be like, I'll look at the card. You gotta tell me to the card. I'll look at the card and be like, you Patty's daughter.
Trader Joe's is so much better.
My daughter's younger, so this might not be the same, but do you feel like she really knows how to shop?
So she has no, she doesn't. So what she does is she's one of those people. She's one of those people that research certain companies. Like even with her makeup, she won't use NARS. So it's like certain companies, she'll be like, they don't care about the American people. They're just trying to make $1. Like it's like she's one of those, and what ends up happening, it costs me more. So in grocery or $100 for this and that, and where she could have spent $50 because it's like in her mind, there's certain companies that's fucking the public over, but you don't have access to money where you can fucking afford to buy this shit.
Right. So instead of like having this argument with her over and over, just give her a specific food budget, right? You get X amount per month for food. You decide what you spend it on. That's it.
And also, but I also think to do that, you have to stop with them so they can. I get that, Michael, but you don't have to do it with them to understand it.
But check this out. You can also try this, right, for fun. You can use ChatGPT, right? One of the GPT grocery planners, meal planners, because that might be fun for her, right? And that can not only manage that budget, but she can get that literacy and all of that stuff. And she'll probably, you know what I'm saying?
That's a great idea. Because you can even revise and be like, I'd like more water in my budget. Or what happens if I do this? Then it'll give you different versions of it. But I mean, I'll keep at it. This sounds like small
drink water out the fucking sink.
They don't do that now. Buy her a filter, really nice filter.
Yeah, check this out. There was one time where she was only drinking black water. And this is when we were in Hawaii. And this is high school. So high school is like, I don't drink that water. They're not helping Flint, Michigan. And let's buy black water, Mom. So I started buying the black water just so, like, even though it looks nasty, it's just buying it because they were giving a percentage of the money to Flint, Michigan. But then I think that's where my dad said I failed her because, like, sometimes you give in to kids and you gotta be like, I'm the adult here. Go get a job and buy your own goddamn black water.
But there was other water, so
That sounds nice.
there was other water that was less expensive that was helping Flint.
But I don't know. I feel like also too, you do better so that you can provide better for, your kids and your parents. Even if your parents provided a lot for you, like, I don't know. I don't have a kid, but I do, help my little cousin who's in college a lot. And I would say I'm basically responsible for his food budget.
Like, this nigga lost his fucking mind for the fucking day.
But so he like, I'll give him some money for, and I'll say that I'll be like, look, this is like, when you get hungry, my nigga, like, I don't know what to tell you. On the 15th, when that nigga hit me up and be like, I'm hungry, what I'm gonna say? No, like, oh well, like, bitch, you got 15 more days to the month, like, I got, you know what I'm saying? Like, no, I'm not even
on this stage, he pissed me off. He done lost his fucking mind.
And who?
Remember, like, one time you were saying that they ordered something off Amazon after you made it clear?
Oh, he pisses me off daily. Like, I got him today, and this nigga ordered a leather company. I ain't lying. Like I said, you can get a coat, a winter coat. Nigga said it's cold up here because he in Virginia. I said you can get a winter coat. Nigga ordered a leather coat that was $465 from Scotch and Soda. I did not tell him to do that. I didn't tell him to do that.
Some of these kids that are privileged, they still have access, but then they just can't.
But also too, like, I was pissed off. I was mad, and I said something about it. But at the same time, you be doing, kind of what you're supposed to be doing. You're not like in no trouble, like. So also, I'm not gonna like make you feel that terrible. And you are privileged. You're a brat. Like hands down. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I don't know. I'd rather that than the myriad of other motherfucking things he could be doing. I'd rather him be a brat than be like acting like Young Thug or some shit. So, nigga, if you're a little spoiled, all right, cool, you're in the jail.
Revolution is the spoiled ass kids. That's why I be like, y'all don't know suffering. Yeah, I know suffering, but I felt like I know suffering because I was like, I had to eat noodles and drink tea to stay full.
But I used to tell him that all the time, Patty. Like, you don't know what it's like. If this nigga told me, why would you want me to know what it's like? And I was like, I had no really answer for that. Like, you're actually kind of like, he was like, ain't that the point? Like, he was like, because when I get older and I have a son, he was like, it's gonna be the same. And I was like, I just was looking at him like, wow, this nigga's actually right. Like, so he was like, I do, like, nigga get good grades. Like, if I say, you gotta pull this up or you gotta do this, he does it. So I mean, that's your job, like right now. And when I say, oh, I don't like this or this look crazy, he fixes it. So like, I can't. Yeah, and he's not like disrespectful. Oh, okay. Well, that nigga, maybe rolled out on a little bit of stuff, but she ain't no like awful kid, you know what I'm saying? So like, I don't know. It's just so much. I mean, especially when I be seeing these young motherfuckers on here and how they be talking. That shit made me want to just buy a gift just on GP. At least you're not like these motherfuckers.
Yeah, but she doesn't fix it. At least you said your nephew will fix it. She doesn't fix it. Her mindset is her mindset, and she thinks she's like the revolution. And she thinks like the Black Student Union is the revolution. And I'm like, yo, you're not going to community college with the Black Student Union. You're going to a decent school. And y'all revolutionary ideas is coming from a place of privilege where you guys don't know what real suffering looks like. So you gotta fucking like calm down. Well, I understand, I got it. You're just a slave to the system, but I still love you, Mom.
That's the problem. Was that they
Period.
They also
if you were to ask her, just ask her when she comes home for Thanksgiving, ask her, how's your mom to the slave to? I've asked her, how am I slave? Because you're fighting for a country that don't give a fuck about you. And that's the problem. Like, and she will curse, and I allow her to like be honest about things because I've always let her. Like one thing my mom has told me is like, don't get mad because she's honest, because that's when you're gonna give birth to a liar. And that's the thing. Like with my mom, she'd watch students that had to lie to their parents because the truth hurts their parents and they don't want their parents to know the truth. So like me letting her be honest and truthful and have conversations has developed a person that thinks that she can say certain things that may piss me off. And it's like, fuck, like shut the fuck up. Who are you talking to? I'm a grown ass woman. But I want her to like be able to speak to me, but at the same time, sometimes it's gotten to the point, I think because she's now 19, that I don't want to hear her 19 in. Like, if she was in this room, I'd probably drop her and tell her, shut the fuck up. You don't know what the fuck's going on.
And I'm laughing because I have a daughter. I wasn't poking fun. I'm laughing because I can see it already developing on my 17-year-old.
Right, and guess what, Brian? When they go off to college and they have like minds that give them more information, these motherfuckers are smart. They will find policy and find loopholes.
This is also where, understanding how everything works becomes helpful because a lot of these people, and I don't blame them for, having their views and their passion and being, morally sound. They think that the enemy would be people who are actually fighting to get like some of the stuff that they actually believe in actually done. Not like not some ideological win, but an actual win that is legislation that can actually go through that would actually benefit them. They think a lot of those people, like in the Democratic Party, are just their enemies. And what they will sometimes do is that they will pick out a certain, legislation that maybe they signed on to. That could be part of a bigger bill. And then they will be hyper-focused on that item in the legislation and say, oh, that person voted for this. Therefore, they're garbage. Everything about them is garbage.
Exactly.
They will do that. And then the other thing, which we also heard this weekend, is when people on the left were questioning Ketanji Brown Jackson's vote or I guess decision or whatever about the SNAP that happened and why the Supreme Court rejected it, and her reasoning was that it actually goes to, I guess, the circuit court quicker. Maybe Dr. A.G. would know better, but it goes through the process quicker so it can be done quicker instead of the Supreme Court deciding to take it on, which delays SNAP benefits. So because people don't want to learn about what these things do, they immediately think that their decision or their vote, whatever, is nefarious. And therefore, we got to throw them out. They're not about that life. They're not for us. Look what they did.
So I don't understand Ketanji Brown's decision, because even with me and her having a conversation about the decision, she understood the decision. She understood the appropriations if Congress had to add additional funds, right? So she understood that. It's just the really crazy ass arguments that we have, and then I don't even argue with her like that no more, because I'm gonna be honest with you. At this point, she has gotten smarter than her own mother. Because I can argue with her something and be like, give me a second, let me Google this shit because this doesn't make any sense. But then she doesn't understand when you brought up the additional things that may come with this bill that they may have needed, she'll argue why it's not a priority versus what she feels is a priority. So I'm with you on that 100%. Everything that you said is 100%. And she doesn't understand the overall masses that it affects. She just understands how it affects poor people.
She just sparring with you. She just sparring with you. I used to do that with my mom. My dad used to call me. Because I would do the same thing, well, how do you explain this? She'd be like, Chuck, I don't know.
And you can Google the argument, you can Google everything. You can use Gronk.
I just put the link in the chat that has a really great short summary of why Ketanji did what she did, because she oversees that specific circuit, and she actually outmaneuvered in some ways because she didn't want to go to this shadow docket, like what you described, Natalie.
Mm-hmm. And she understands that. So
if you
go to Penn, they understand how Penn. If you go to Penn, those kids understand what Ketanji Brown's decision was. They understand that. It's other things that those Black Student Union kids are fighting for that they think is more important than certain things that affect the nation. Because with the Black Student Union that's out of Penn, because there's so few and far in between with the student population that are Black students, those Black students are fucking more about they don't see the effects of the nation, they see the effects of a street. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe a smaller percentage that there's still additional benefits. You know what I'm saying? So their mindset is they are Marxists.
Yeah, my original point was just to point out that some of the people on the left that were commenting on Ketanji Brown's decision didn't actually read it, didn't care to read it. It was all reflexive. This person, made a decision for this. We don't like it because because whatever they don't have any more information on. They see that the conservative justices were down with that also. And therefore, they just threw her out completely. So that's what I was seeing online with some of the leftists. Oh my God, we lost another one. Do you guys even read? Do you drill down a little bit on what's actually going on with procedures and how this whole fucking thing works? But they don't.
But it's weird because when I looked online on social media, it was people on the right that were doing it. I mean,
Well, for real, like the same as the AOC thing, they were like, well, look what she did, and then the people on the left trying to explain, like, no, you don't fucking get it, this is what really happened. But what I was seeing, and I'm talking about outside of Clubhouse, on every other, whether it's TikTok or YouTube, they were great videos, and I reposted one on LinkedIn that was from, oh my gosh, I can't remember the name of the group, but the guy he's a Kappa, and he like broke it down slide by slide, like, no, this is what it is, and he made it as basic as you could, and it would be like 90 people agreeing with him in the comments, and then one jackass would be like, well, she still sold us out, why y'all still rocking with the Dems? Like, what the hell?
Yeah. I think at best there were people who were a lot of the good people on the left were at best confused and said, hey, can somebody explain this to me? Or help me understand, why would she do this? But at least, me and Jessica get married for now. Not together, by the way, I just mean separate, alone.
So, you guys, somebody threw in there earlier, AOC versus Schumer. Could AOC beat Schumer?
I think she was going to retire. I think she was going to retire anyway.
She couldn't beat Schumer. Even though we got our gripe with Schumer, she couldn't beat Schumer.
I know. I think, look, he's what? How old is he? 77?
105. 105.
Okay, so 105, whatever. By the time, his re-election's in 2028. So first of all, I think by then, he's going to be gone. He's going to be retired. Why wouldn't you retire anyway? Why should he have to go through another state campaign? He's going, and with the threat of AOC or even somebody else trying to primary him. There is a good chunk of people who are sick of Schumer and have been sick of Schumer for quite some time. So I think he's gonna retire, and I think it'll be an open seat, and maybe it's gonna be AOC, maybe it's gonna be somebody else.
And she made it to 85. So
I just don't know I really don't know anybody who's riding for him here. I really don't.
there was people, they said the same about Pelosi. The thing is, though, they carry the party. So he has to retire. Like, AOC would never be able to take over Schumer if Schumer stayed. No one was able to take over Pelosi, and we keep hearing the negativity with Pelosi, but we also know what she actually has done. And that's why, like, when people, even with just know, me and him got in a fight about Pelosi. I don't give a fuck about what's going on with trade. When it comes to Pelosi, I'll fight a motherfucker behind Pelosi.
But they would put radicals against.
Fight a motherfucker behind Schumer.
There's going to be, first of all, I think he's going to retire. I just do. I don't know why he wouldn't. He's 74 now. So he'll be, 77 for his re-election. So, I don't know. I just don't think he's going to do it. Plus, also, I think we also need a new, minority leader anyway. I think it'd be good for the party overall, get somebody younger in there, not from fucking,
Not too young, though.
not too young, but maybe, maybe 50s.
No, I think a little older.
How about a Gen X? Can we get a Gen X in there, please? Please. That would be nice. I just don't think he's gonna run again.
Late
And it's gonna be interesting.
Gen X, that's not the going.
Okay, fine. But I think, I think there'll be people who run to the left of AOC, and there'll be people on the, Democrat, socialists, whatever, that are going to, ride with the person left of AOC. So she's gonna get it from both sides. But, if she can win in the state, then, maybe people can talk about, if she ends up doing a decent enough job, can talk about, her being a viable national option. And she also needs a little bit, she gets a little gray hair in there a little bit, gets some, a little more rasp. Maybe she should smoke 2 packs of cigarettes on the side, on the low, every day, just to get her voice a little more, gravelly. And I think
Smoke a couple of packs of cigarettes.
I'm alone. Get her voice like an maybe a little bit, like half an octave lower or something.
So you're basically turning her into Pelosi. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, she got to become a Pelosi.
Everything you described was Nancy Pelosi. Because you definitely felt like she smelled smoke.
I like her too, by the way. I like her too. I'm just joking, but a little gray, I think.
Now, when Trent was talking about the look, was he talking about Pelosi? That was the look he was looking for.
Y'all keep sleeping on Pelosi. You know, some of her outfits, when she buys her outfits, a lot of these companies be like, Pelosi bought this outfit. Like, Pelosi, y'all keep sleeping on them.
What do you closet with Pelosi wear, Patty?
I don't know. I'm not at that age yet. But I love Pelosi. I look at legislation. I look at how she, even with the squad trying to embarrass her in a public forum, how she like pulled them in to make things happen. So like Pelosi she a motherfucking monster. Y'all keep playing. That's right, Matt the baby. That's my son. And he even said she's the queen. She is a motherfucking queen. Y'all keep sleeping on that white woman.
I'll always remember and appreciate her ripping up the speech after the State of the Union.
Man, Pelosi be saying fuck you. And she says it in so many words. Remember when they had that? This is why I love Pelosi. Remember when they had that meeting in Trump's office and they were supposed to be talking about in the Oval Office? Her and he brought up some shit to the public, like, this is what we're saying around. She was like, no, why don't you bring up, like, she was like, fuck you. This is what we were arguing about 15 minutes before the fucking media came in. She went and embarrassed this nigga on national TV. She didn't give a fuck. Pelosi don't give a fuck. At this point, she's like, you know what? I'm old as fuck. They can vote me the fuck out. I done made my millions. And I'm going to do what the fuck I want to do. And she does what the fuck she wants to. And that's where the girl brain comes in. Matter of fact, let me look up this thing. I want y'all to hear this shit. She didn't give a fuck. He was like, yeah, we're talking about. She's like, no, he wasn't.
Correct me if I'm people's premiums won't go up until after January, correct? For the ACA.
So they're seeing them now, but they're projected to go up. Because the premiums are out now. Right, Josh?
People are getting letters saying what it's going to be, but it's not there yet. Right. So the letters that they're getting, it's quadrupling, doubling something.
Right, but that won't kick until January? Because that's when they agreed to negotiate in December?
Yeah, so they will. That's why I was asking him earlier. I think maybe y'all weren't in here. What does that look like if it doesn't pass in December? And that's where that's when Coach Lee jumped in. We just happened to come back to the room and we asked him the question. He's like, yeah, they're going to be in my behind. But hopefully they don't cancel their premium, depending on how the company or what the writing is. And they call and say, hey, this is the problem. I can't afford to pay it. Like, I've done that, right? So when I was younger, I couldn't pay my electricity bill that month, and I let it be a month behind, and I put like an extra $100 the month following just to catch up on my bill, you know?
So the enrollment period, so the people who've been getting their letters and been asking to renew, if their letters haven't gone up, or, it's gone up just a little bit, and they renew it, right, so but they sign it, are people saying that could change, even though people have renewed at the price that is set on the letter? And the insurance companies can go back and say, well, we didn't get the same, so now it's going up, even though you signed for X amount. I don't know that.
Hopefully, said it's going to go up if they don't pass it. So if it goes up to, like, say, for example, when Marshall said his last letter actually was saying almost he said $900. He's like, well, actually $800 and something dollars. So the first one was an estimation based off of the plans, but then the plan that he's chosen is going to bring him to almost $900 from $180. That means in January he's got to come up with that $900, $800 and something dollars. I wish he was in here so he could tell y'all what it said. But his was $800 and something. So if $180 go up to that amount, where he actually said he couldn't even afford to pay that amount, that's why we asked culturally like what it looks like, and he said he just may need to call in. He said I can't afford it this month, and I'll make the payments over time, but I can afford it this month if it passes, and if it doesn't pass, he just won't have insurance because he can't afford $900 a month. He made it clear he can't. Shit, he made it clear he can't afford $600 a month.
Yeah, and if you get canceled from your, because this is going to affect your company insurance too. So if you get canceled outside of ACA, if you get canceled like from your company insurance, it isn't like you just can pay it and jump right back on. You have to wait to open enrollment, is my understanding.
Culturally, are you there? I think he said it cancels for the whole year.
Until open enrollment for the next year.
Until open enrollment. Yeah. So that means they have insurance for the whole year. So don't get COVID, don't get sick, don't fucking break your leg because you can't afford to pay it. And then with Trump taking back what Biden said, like it shouldn't affect your credit report, it's gonna affect your credit report. So
and don't get any blood work. God forbid you do that because they'll get you there too.
So yeah, let me answer this correctly for people in the room. So I don't get myself in trouble. This would be unaffected if you have a legitimate change where you're allowed to make a change. So if you got a new job with a new insurance, or your spouse got a different insurance, so that way you wouldn't have to cancel because you're allowed to leave your insurance in those cases.
Right. That would require me, if I was civilian, that would require me going from UPS to FedEx.
But okay, so to me that's the best scenario because you can be part-time at UPS, allegedly be part-time at UPS and get benefits, and that would come as a change. You can cancel that other policy, whether or not you stay with UPS or not, allegedly, and then then you can make other decisions down the line.
But it's crazy too, Brian. As you're talking about going from UPS and allegedly, like a lot of the jobs that are being lost right now are the middle management or higher management jobs because of salary. Whereas, like I made a comment earlier. Now that you say it, I made a comment earlier when my mom was saying like these subsidies go backwards, right? How it's gonna affect her, right? It's gonna affect her because she uses this thing called Workday. I said Workplace earlier.
Yeah.
So my mom uses Workday for people to buy into their policy. And what happens is a business, like let's say you got restaurants and you got let's say you got 10 restaurants or even JD, 17 restaurants. You got 17 restaurants. They may use these applications for people to buy into, and they know that a lot of people that work for them don't make enough money, but they can't afford as a quote unquote corporation or company to freaking pay what they're gonna have to pretty much charge people that's hurting, that's on that line where they may not be able to receive food stamps, so they're making enough money, but they need food stamps. They're gonna have to charge them, hey, you're gonna have to pay X amount of dollars towards this policy because we can't afford to pay this policy. And these are people that actually they don't call themselves small business, but the definition is not a small business. So JD with 17 restaurants doesn't mean he's a small business. It may not sound like a small business to y'all, but what he takes in for revenue isn't enough for him to be considered like a millionaire, a billionaire. You know what I'm saying? Like, he makes enough to make sure he pays his bills and the people are being paid, and then like certain things are being done in the restaurant so that they're able to maintain that restaurant and keep it afloat.
So when I worked in restaurants that were in airports, we at Denver, 2 restaurants that for a year we knew were gonna lose money, but we were making enough on the other restaurants that made it worth it because those airlines, it was like Frontier or something else, and they were like, yeah, we know you're gonna lose there, but you'll make way more here. That's what they do a lot of times. They'll do that with shopping malls, store. You'll be like, why isn't Macy's open at that horrible ass mall? The mall I hear was called Valco in Cupertino. Nobody was going to that mall, but because the same owners own Valley Fair, which was a really nice mall. You know what I mean? So the people do, there's like that. That's almost a monopoly in itself, the way those kind of deals work. But that's just how business works.
Right, and then even with my mom, she has 2 restaurants that are not making as much revenue, but they use the other restaurants to maintain those restaurants in the hopes of those restaurants over the years, like going back to where they were at one time pre-COVID. You know what I'm saying? So like they don't want to close, but if they end up having to close, like for example, my mom closed 1 restaurant. In her mind, it was like, fuck, I gotta close this restaurant because it's like bleeding the fuck out of everything else. So like they don't, and even with JD, it's like I may have to sell this because if I don't, it's gonna hurt my overall revenue. Like sometimes you have to make those decisions, and that's where we're failing our minority business owners money policy. And they're not rich. People think they are just because they own a bunch of restaurants. It's them maintaining and being able to like have something for their kids or their family if they were to pass on. And they're hoping for a future.
Well, and if you're a corporation, you can hold on to land, right? You can hold on to spots. Marriott, for example, you can just hold on to hotels with this money because 5 years from now they're proposing they might do this to that city or this. When you're you have much less money, like you're a small hotel here, you can't afford to do that kind of thing, or restaurant or any business. Yeah, that's the part that's fucked up is because if you don't have that wealth in the bank or access to that money from the banks, because they also do a lot of credit too. But if you don't have that money, you can't afford to make those kind of risks, and those are the risks that make multi-millions, not just millions.
100%, because like even with JD or even Justine, my mom, people would say like, "Oh, your mom's in on small business council. She makes money. She makes enough money she makes money." But at the same time, like even with her making the money, for her to lose money to say, "Hey," like I don't think people really understand like these businesses, even though they might say you're a medium-sized business, so you have X amount of employees. Those businesses that's trying to run these Fortune 500 companies, or even let's pretend not even Fortune 500, like these businesses that have people that are trying to make something for their family, it's really hurting them. Like just because you have 17 restaurants, just because you may have 22 restaurants, doesn't mean that you're fucking rich. People think that you're just fucking rich. Like these people are comfortable. These people are trying to make a way for the people that work for them, and these people are looking at what policy looks like for them. Like when it's Marriott or Hyatt or fucking McDonald's, they have a way to make sure that this business in California versus this business in fucking Wyoming is being funded because they can move money around. My mom doesn't have that luxury. JD doesn't have that luxury. You hear a number of restaurants, but you don't understand what the profit looks like.
If you got children and not come out.
I'm supposed to saying you're not underground bunker rich?
No, but those people are trying to make a way. So I will say this I understand for my mom or JD, right? These are just 2 people. For them, they try to make sure that their people are being paid. But then there's a level of what payment looks like. Just because you see a number of restaurants that they may own, that doesn't mean that they actually have the revenue ensure that wages match inflation. You understand?
But it also impacts her ability to keep top talent, right? Because a larger corporation is still that good, hardworking guy that you invested in and trained up. Now they get plucked away by a corporation. I mean, there's just so many.
And you know how many times that's happened? Because my mom has sous chefs.
Yeah, there you go.
You know how many times that someone was like, yeah, if I can't get the raise, like, I'm looking at going to work in Boston for this restaurant, and it's this type of restaurant. And in her mind, it's like, do I give up that money, or do I like find another sous chef? Or there's just so many decisions made from people that's trying to actually progress and move their company forward to be McDonald's. I'm not saying McDonald's has sous chefs, but I'm just saying as a,
I get it.
you know.
We were losing so many people to the corporate kitchens in the Bay Area were going fucking nuts before COVID. Like that was the place, and I was like, shit, maybe I have to leave and go work from these places because like they were like, Brian, I can work Monday through Friday. They're like, what are we talking about? I can work 6 to 2. Like that's all I gotta do. And you know, and then now all of a sudden that whole piece, not whole piece, but a big part of that is gone and will never come back because people aren't in the office. It's just not what it used to be.
Also, McDonald's ain't even really a restaurant. They're a real estate play.
That's a different discussion, but that's true.
Right. And I have to tell you, a lot of these small businesses, or I call them small, but the government wants to call them medium. Like, for example, let's say my mom only actually owns 5 buildings, but the other buildings are all leased. And people don't really understand that. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't understand, like, what it looks like for them on their expenditures versus their intake. So it's like, it's just really crazy. I mean, I understand it because I see all the papers. What you're saying?
Michael, say again, you're almost in the matrix. Like, just break it up.
Don't want to give it to them.
Go ahead, you're good now.
I was saying they just think you rich and you just don't want to give it to them because, you know, whoever has the business, they just must have it and be.
Yeah. And the small businesses ain't as greedy as you think they are. Then people try to hold on to talent. They try to hold on to people. Like, my mom has made it where it's more comfortable for that person to stay there because they already been there for 2 years, and just retraining someone else costs her more. Like, she's tried her best, and that's what these small businesses do. They try to make it comfortable for the people that's there. When they make demands on raises, it's like, what does it look like for me? So, like, I gotta go back to my accountant and figure out what does it look like from my revenue if I give them this, and what does it look like for everyone else that's working? Because there was one decision my mom had to make where it was someone else that may have been with her longer, but there was someone else that she felt there was more value into investing in, and that person making a complaint. So with the raise, she was like, if I get rid of this person decides he wants to leave, how do I negotiate that with the person that she felt was more of value to her quote unquote fake company, a little small company, you know what I'm saying, small business. So it's a lot of decisions that have to be made from these small businesses that don't have the name, the advertisement from like these magazines that they have to make that can impact the future of their business.
And the cost of goods.
Right.
Like, people don't realize that, like, I'm telling you, these companies be buying shit for dirt cheap. Pepsi is basically fucking free to America. Like, they get stuff for super cheap.
Coca-Cola.
Well, they don't fuck with Coca-Cola outside of Georgia.
Nobody is gonna fuck with a Coca-Cola contract. Let me tell you something. You know, what y'all fail to realize. You know, if we went to war, guess who the contract is? If we were to go to war with water, it's Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. Do you know, like, even when we like incorporate something like old plans in North Korea, if you look up old plans, North Korea, because that old plans, Coca-Cola is part of the contract, and it's not Coke. It's not a fucking, it's water. Something as simple as water, and then maybe something to make the troops feel better, where we have once a week they get Coca-Cola. Coke is a contract. We ain't even thinking about Pepsi. We're talking about Coke.
Yeah, I love me a Coca-Cola. I'm not gonna lie.
Me too, that shit.
I'm telling you, it's the best. It took me a long time.
Ever. On ice.
Coca-Cola is definitely better than Pepsi.
So Marriott and Pepsi have like Marriott and Coke have old beef. I guess Mr. Marriott like ran out of money and he was trying to get a loan from Coke and Coke wouldn't give it to him, so Pepsi did. So they have like a lifelong arrangement that they're like all Marriotts are pro Pepsi except for, and I'm not even Georgia. I said Georgia. It's actually except for in Atlanta, it's the only place where they're allowed to break that rule.
Oh, that Marriott, because Marriott is like sitting next to the Coke.
Yeah.
Like it's like right there with to the Coke.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
Well, let me tell you something. Coke
They still are able to bring in coca leaf and coca leaf alcohols to put in their products.
Coca-Cola and motherfucking Delta, they run this city.
Let me tell you too, if I'm in a restaurant and they're like, oh, we don't have Coke, we have Pepsi, I'm like, I would just grab it.
Yeah, I have something to and I definitely don't want that Sprite equivalent. Ew. Sierra fucking Mist. At least move.
Oh, drop 7-Up?
Whatever. Either. Really, it's Sprite and Sprite only. Like all that other shit can move. But yeah, I would say Coca-Cola, Delta, and starting to be Home Depot. But if they do anything in the city gotta adhere.
So during World War II, when the Coca-Cola factories couldn't get, the stuff from Coke, that was when Fanta was created, because they were the Nazis, so they started making Nazi soda, and that's when we got Fanta.
What the fuck? I gotta Google it. I need to see.
Yeah, Fanta is a German, even though Coke owns it now.
I did not know that.
Yeah, it sounds Hispanic, right?
Yeah, I know it was
No, it's very German. But when you think about it, Fanta, that definitely sounds German.
What are you saying like that?
No, that is Nazi soda, I promise.
Dog Shane.
Honest to God, I had a Fanta yesterday. Well, Mercedes-Benz is Nazi too.
Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, anything that's from Germany, they didn't really have a choice.
Made the Nazi uniforms.
But only Ferdinand Porsche, he actually served time. Like,
yeah, but Coke was, I know all y'all know this, started off with the coca leaves and then cola nut. It's still both drugs. So like coca is gonna be cocaine, and then the cola nuts, people don't know this, like it's an African thing, and it's like it gets you high, bro.
Well, yeah, because at the time they like coca wine was a big thing, right? So they had it with alcohol, but like they that was a protected thing. But this with it not being
being included with alcohol was, allowed for broader distribution. It was originally only allowed in soda shops, which, was only, was basically It's been a pleasure, guys. I'm going to move on. Have a great day.
Alright, let me see if I can find something that we can talk about that's going on in the news today. We complain about these raggedy ass kids. Let's see, we're breaking ass. What's going on NBC, CBS? Oh, they're trying to get Mike Johnson's urging House members to return to DC for a shutdown vote. Let me see. Let me go ahead and play that real quick.
Overnight, a major breakthrough in the Senate. A bipartisan group of senators hatching a deal that would end the shutdown stalemate and fully fund large swaths of the government through next September. I'm optimistic that after almost 6 weeks of the shutdown, we'll finally be able to end it. Despite major disagreement inside the Democratic Party. I'm not voting no just because something soft. The plan would fund all of government through the end of January and pay for military construction, agriculture, and SNAP benefits, previously known as food stamps, through September of next year. It guarantees that all federal workers will get back pay from the shutdown, and those who lost their jobs would be hired back. What it doesn't include any promises on health care and the extension of the Affordable Care Act tax credits, which is the reason Democrats had pushed for the shutdown in the first place, warning premiums are set to skyrocket. What this Senate is about to do is make a horrific situation even worse, infuriating some in the party, though many still blame President Trump. We did not get our kid out being threatened by someone who carries out his threats. Instead, the Democrats who voted yes say they were given a promise on a separate vote for the tax credits and a vow to negotiate, but no guarantees in a Republican-controlled Senate. We will hold their feet to the fire. And after attending the Commanders Lions game Sunday, President Trump sounding optimistic at the White House. For millions of Americans directly impacted by the shutdown, relief appears to be in sight, a necessity for overtaxed food banks nationwide. Over 40 million people rely on SNAP for food, a big reason moderate Democrats decided it was time to bring the shutdown to an end.
My colleagues know that opening the government was key to stopping
A final vote in the Senate could happen as soon as today. It will then go to the House, where its passage is no guarantee. The House has not been in session since September 19th, but members are now expected to be back within 36 hours of final passage in the Senate. And then, of course, President Trump will be decided, a process that could take days to complete. Savannah?
It's not over till it's over. Ryan Nobles, on Capitol. Thank you very much.
Let's get in with Hallie Jackson, NBC's Washington correspondent. Hallie, the government's been shut down more than 40 days. The travel chaos around the country, SNAP benefits up in the air for tens of millions. What was it, or what was a combination of things that finally led this group of Democrats to say, enough's enough?
So a couple of big things here, Craig. First, everything you just listed, that combo platter, if you will, of food aid running out, the chaos at airports, and federal workers not getting paid. People were hurting, and that's what you heard this group of Democrats talk about in breaking with the rest of the party to come to a deal here and try to move that forward. The other thing, though, is one Democrat said it wasn't working. Their whole strategy to shut down the government, to try to put the pressure on Republicans to negotiate on those, what they see as critical health care subsidies, those effectively tax credits for the Affordable Care Act, it wasn't panning out. And so at least this way, in the eyes of this group, they at least have Republicans coming to the table for a vote as per the terms of this deal here. Keep in mind, too, though, Craig, there's an interesting dynamic that you heard them not rule out the possibility of after January, once this short-term funding piece runs out, they may shut down the government again. They're leaving that potential open because, again, those SNAP benefits, those kinds of impactful pieces to Americans wouldn't be so much on the table. So it looks like next steps moving forward for now, as Savannah says, it is certainly not over until it's over. But let's check back in again in a couple of months and see where those premiums are. As you mentioned, I mean, there's a real division within the Democratic caucus. There were those who wanted to end the shutdown, and there are quite a few, and we saw many of them in the piece there, that are angry that the Democrats, what they say, caved. That's right. Look at Senator Sanders. Look at Senator Elizabeth Warren, who called this a mistake. California Governor Gavin Newsom called it pathetic. You're right, Savannah. There's a lot of Democrats who think that the party should have held the line. In particular, when you look at the timing here, the party's coming off a big win, a series of wins last week on election night. It's Republicans who are getting blamed by Americans for the shutdown, according to polling. It's not Democrats who are taking the blame. So you have some of the party scratching their heads going, this doesn't actually make any sense right now. Look at the political dynamics. Of the 8 people who broke with the Democratic Party to move forward on a deal, none of them are up for re-election this coming year. They're either not up this cycle or else they're choosing to leave Congress altogether. So that's the political backdrop. And now you have the top Senate Democrat, Chuck Schumer, facing a lot of heat. He technically did not vote for this, but there are those who are suggesting, including one House Democrat, at least, that maybe he should be replaced at this point. All of that said, I will tell you that there are some of the party who feel like, hey, at least Democrats have shined a light on this health care issue. They've really put that in the spotlight. A majority of Americans support extending those Affordable Care Act tax credit, those subsidies. And so Democrats feel like they've made that point and they can get to a winning position to that end, Craig.
All right, that's the Washington correspondent.
I'm going to tell y'all again, I don't agree with it. Period. The only thing that gives me a little bit of I'm going to be on board is because they're not going to be able to shut down SNAP. Because he was going to fight. And people may have had to freaking suffer and be hungry for up until December for the judicial branch to react since they're so fucking slow. But outside of that, they can't, and I feel bad for Shadow because he still was working, and that's just a Clubhouse personality, right? But he still was working, and he had said on this app, I'm broke. He's working from home, and she had the luxury of someone being nice enough to say, like, I'm gonna give you a VPN and work from home so you don't have to spend gas money. And a lot of agencies have done that because we know, like, you know, it seems like there's like work from home, and if we need you, maybe Patty will pick you up or somebody else pick you up and bring you to work so we can like have those. But I've had to pick up 2 or 3 people, bring them to work. You're not saying they don't have the gas money. They might have the gas money, but we're trying to ease what their bank accounts are looking like right now. So I'll go pick them up, bring them into the meeting, and then we'll have the meeting and they go home. Kick them right back home. So yeah, there are people suffering outside of just SNAP, but even with Shadow at one point, he was like, I'm broke as fuck, but I don't know. Like, he was like in limbo, like, should they stop? Should they pay me? And like, should these subsidies like go forward? And he doesn't have a subsidies issue, so he actually was like, he's in limbo, like, he wants the money, but how will it affect the country? And I don't want anybody taking any type of way. I have insurance, so my insurance is gonna be fine. Cause I'm living in socialism under the way my insurance is set up. Like, I have 100, and it don't matter. I don't pay no. I don't even know what a copay look like. I hear y'all say copay. When y'all say something, when Marshall says I pay $180 a month, you know what I think in my brain? By the end of the year, he can buy a YSL envelope bag with $180 he's paying a month. There's no way in hell I would want to pay $180 a month. So, yeah, I don't know. Anybody have any comments on that? You can see if you want. Hey, Brian.
Hey, there's nothing to say. Everything you said was right. I'm just pissed. Like, fight. Like, where you're winning. It's like if you're getting in a fight with somebody, and then all of a sudden you start winning the boxing match, then they be like, okay, I don't want to play anymore. Nah, I'm winning. Hold on. I felt like we were in the driver's seat just a few days ago. And then we just, for some reason, that's why I don't trust humor. I don't trust the leadership of the Democratic Party. I don't get what they're doing. And they should be ostracizing them for this. They should be attacking them. Not just a couple side comments, but there should be some behind the scenes discussions like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, that shit. Yeah, I don't know. Because that's the only thing they've been arguing about is subsidies. And then to bring up, to me, I think, and last night, I think I was the minority. Outside, I'm not going to be with, and I love him, but I'm not going to be with Jay Pimpleton. Like, that shit that he said, like, it's not my problem. I'm not with that, right? Because it actually, to be honest with you, it doesn't affect me how this insurance subsidies go. But at the same time, like, there are people that I depend on, or there are people that I'm related to that depend on these subsidies. My mom depends on these subsidies. She doesn't really depend on the subsidies for herself. She depends on it for the people that work for her. Because my mom still is under insurance where she's in a socialist type insurance. She gets universal, quote unquote, universal health care with my dad's retirement. So she doesn't pay a dime. They don't pay shit. They just pay attention. So like, for me, the only thing I have to do is pay attention. Ain't no dollar coming out my pocket. And it really fucking, like, every time I hear y'all make he only pays $180, motherfucker, $180. I don't want to pay $180 for fucking insurance. For a right to not, for help to not be sick.
But it's all relative, though. Because for me, when I look at things like that, I always want to know what's your whole package, though. Because, like, what are you really, like, how much are you getting in salary? Because I don't mind you paying huge premium if you're getting a huge salary. Or it just depends, you know what I'm saying? Because some people, when they come into, like during the job offer stage, they're just stuck on one thing. Well, I don't want to pay anything for insurance. Yeah, you're getting paid way fucking more here than you were where you were at before. So our insurance plan isn't hurting you as much. Or vice versa. Maybe you're getting paid less here, but the insurance plan is much better, you know, especially if you have multiple kids. So this one's better for you.
Yeah, but I think, Georgia, you're in the same position as me, right? Even though you're retired. You don't pay for shit. Yeah, but your fight is for everybody else.
Yes,
Could you imagine Georgia paying $180 a month, which is supposed to be cheap in insurance?
Nope. Cannot imagine. This is sad.
Yeah. That's a goddamn deal.
Yeah, what people are going through, and I don't think we really gotten to know the depth of, and I keep saying that over and over, but I don't think that we fully got the message yet. That's to just the trauma that has been inflicted on people with this big focus deal. Oh my God.
Yeah. It's a lot.
What you doing for Veterans Day, Patty?
For whose day?
For your day, the Veterans Day.
Yeah. I'm going to work today.
Oh, okay, you're going to try to move those what was that called? Oh, okay. Yeah, it was good. These small business owners about to be hurt trying to pay for their employees' insurance packages. I heard it's getting crazy too. Like what small businesses are paying for health insurance? Any small businesses that have employees. I don't believe small businesses are required to pay for health insurance. They provide their employees with insurance packages. Yeah, your business has to be at least 50 employees to be required to do that. And those are the ones I'm referring to. Those are the ones I'm referring to. I mean, 50 employees, that's not really, that's a pretty substantial business. I think with the rise in the healthcare costs that it's gonna affect them, is that what you're saying? I'm just saying I wouldn't consider a business that has 50 employees or more necessarily a small business, but yeah, the rising cost of healthcare is definitely gonna affect companies from.
The government has a small business, but my mom has more than 50 employees, and that business is
More than 50?
Yeah, but it's suffer.
Yeah, businesses of all sizes from 50 to 50,000 are gonna suffer.
Yeah, but when they're like, let's say you got 150.
It's all proportional. They're all gonna suffer.
Yeah, but they suffer bad.
They all suffer bad. I thought they suffer a little worse.
Yeah, 150,000. Let's say you got 150. Let's say you got 20,000 employees.
Mm-hmm.
They can still move money around. A mom can't move money as easy as somebody that has 1,000 employees. It doesn't move like that. It still moves like a small business. Yeah, that too. Because
you have a 20 employee, 50 employee company that makes
$200 million a year.
Yeah, that's right. That's true.
So it depends.
But when it comes to the restaurant business, 150 employees still hurts them.
Yeah, but now we're qualifying that. But my point is, yeah, every business is going to hurt substantially with the rising cost of healthcare. It's not going to be good.
Well, that wasn't my conversation. So the point I was making was that there are going to be some businesses that yes, to qualify and that can be the right thing to do. It's going to hurt more than others. That was my point, and when it didn't have to be the case. So I'm going back to my original premise, and that is that that big bogus bill caused damage. So basically, that's really what I was trying to say.
Do you think that that taxes are going to be right-sided to not pay for the subsidies if they don't get extended?
I don't think that taxes is ever going to be right-sided when you have the top 1% that's not paying.
That's not my question. Right, the subsidies come from tax revenue, right? Right, everybody pays with their paycheck. They pay federal taxes, right? And some of that money goes to subsidize or lower the cost. Like if you're the ACI or you're on Medicare, right? You're paying like, let's call it $200 a month in premiums, right? The real cost of that, the sticker value is like $500, but because we're everybody is paying taxes to lower the cost for the people that are buying it, right? That's what the subsidy is, right? Do you agree with that?
You were being buying, yes, I agree with that.
Do you agree with what I'm saying?
I said
that's what a subsidy. Right, a subsidy is right, taking tax money that everybody pays into to lower the cost of a specific product that some people use, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we've been doing that for a few years now, a good number of years, to keep healthcare costs low for the people that need it on the ACI or Medicare, Medicaid, right? If those subsidies are no longer going to occur, right, and the Republicans want people to go to the ACA now and pay the full sticker price, does that get to mean that all of our tax dollars go back down a little bit?
I think so. I don't think they're looking out for nobody, and it's a damn shame that somebody's gonna have to go and pay the sticker price. So you and I are never gonna agree. So you trying to walk me?
No, I agree with you. I'm agreeing with you.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I don't think that our taxes are never gonna go back down because I think that they're only trying to get richer, and so I think the money will be siphoned into somewhere else and basically stolen. Because I feel like.
Well, he's getting richer now. Because I agree with you that the taxes are not going to go down.
They're getting richer.
Well, how did the rich get? I mean, I agree with you fundamentally that like our taxes are not going to go down because the Republicans aren't going to go for that. But what I do fail to comprehend is how are the rich getting richer in this scenario when subsidies are going to expire? Because I don't think that's going to happen.
From that particular program, no, I agree with you at that point. I'm not saying that they're gaining anything from that debacle. If you're trying to say that you think that's what I'm saying, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm speaking more general than anything.
Oh, sorry. I was just texting. My cousin sent me this thing. So, y'all heard of Art Basil? So I have a cousin. Her name is Nikki Blanton. She'll be talking in Miami for the Inclusion and Impact Summit. I'm going to go ahead and put that on my PTR. She's like, just share.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I love Art Basel. I used to go all the time when I lived in Florida.
I'm putting on my PTR, y'all. There's a QR code to support her. She's actually like, I know somebody thought that so my daughter has pictures of her and I was using that as my PTR at one time. And she's like, she's worked with Mercedes-Benz. She's been a change agent for NFL, NBA players at Atlanta. Her father is Michael Clanton. He's one of the politicians. He just retired this last week. Yeah. So they do a lot in the community. And she's a Filipina. That's my mom's sister's sweetie. Perla. Pearl. Everybody calls her Pearl. So, like, support. And she'll be talking about elevating inner leadership, drive sustainable business impact. And she's one of the featured speakers. So, she texted me like, I need you to come down with me. So, I don't know how that's gonna work. So it has to be a day off. So I can freaking like go. I love this for her. That's all I'm gonna be because I was texting back. Yeah. I'm going to be two speakers. Yeah, shout out. Yeah, I ain't doing it. Shout out to her. Hey, Royal.
Okay. What's up, buddy?
What's this picture you got? Is that AI?
Oh yeah. Y'all was talking about glasses. So, well, all of my pictures are AI because that's what I use now. But it's me. It looks just like me. So it's not like it's a fake version of me. Though that looks like me. But it's just a combination of various different pictures throughout the years. That's how I get these. So even though I'm the crown, that's literally what I look like. Just one crown. Yeah, I was talking about wearing glasses. So I decided to put up my AI glasses picture. That's what I wear every day.
I'm gonna have to close in a second because she asked me if I can help her with something real quick. I think it's with her. I don't know what's going on. But she used to be in the military too, but not like me. She was an active duty. She was reserve. I'm trying to read these messages. Oh. Yeah. I'm trying to read these messages real quick. So I might have to bounce in a second. What's the lead story, Mike, since you got so much to say? Let me explain to you why I was quiet for a second, because I had to read messages.
Okay, Mike is a blabbermouth.
Come up, Mike. Now, what's the problem?
Good afternoon.
You know, I have a life outside of Clubhouse, believe it or not. That's the reason why I'm doing
Good afternoon, Patty. How you doing?
Good afternoon. But I have a life outside of Clubhouse.
We all have a life. We all have a life outside of Clubhouse.
So, like,
why are you being so hostile? Why are you?
We're not. Like, why?
I'm not saying. Okay, but I'm not saying anything. Why are you not talking like that?
I'm gonna be honest with you. There's only two moderators right now, right?
Absolutely.
Lisa has a job, Patty has a job. Most of the time we have more than two. And I'm trying to like maintain the room at the same time, like trying to talk to my cousin. So what's the problem?
You tell me. You want to be in the hospital?
I'm just asking what the problem is.
I don't have a problem with you, Patty. I don't even know you that well to have a problem with you.
Okay, so it says, why is the room so quiet now? This is hilarious. Good fucking grief. Where is all the big talk?
Okay, so why are you personalizing that? It's not like I said, Patty, and I called you out your name. I'm looking.
If you have something to say about the room is Patty.
Absolutely, but I'm not taking shots at Patty. No, I'm just trying to figure out where, all the big talk and the thumping of the chest and the champagne bottles, and there's a lead story. I'm not really seeing I'm not seeing anybody really talking about the lead story. We know what the lead story is, but we're just kind of burying it. It's interesting.
We haven't buried it. Maybe you weren't here earlier.
Is this a new conversation we're gonna have? We still want. No. Please be quiet. Please be quiet. Mike, I will drop you myself. I don't care what she says at this point. All the stuff you're doing right now is pathological. We won. We're still celebrating that. Patty just told you we're at work. I work. I can't be flapping my gums. I stepped up the room to say that. The lead story, I put it in the chat. I'm chatting with you in the chat. You put a long soliloquy in the 420 chat. A long soliloquy in the 420 chat. This is y'all go look at it. Everybody leave the room now. Don't leave.
I saw it.
In the 420 chat. Now, whatever's happening,
I'm not.
whatever.
What?
Listen, I just told you that I stepped out of my room. What's happening now, I'm for it. If these people in leadership think this is the best thing to do, we will be celebrating the fact that people are going to eat. Unlike you, you're making a mockery out of something that's very serious. If they open it back up, now people can eat. Patty, let's have a celebration room. Let's have a celebration room. I will be done with this patient in 20 minutes. If you have to leave, I get it. When you open it back up, we're going to celebrate the fact that people are going to eat.
Wait, why should we? Nah, I don't got it.
No, I'm not talking to you.
I actually don't got it. This government,
Well,
this
learn
government,
how to
hold on.
teacher.
This government held its citizens. This government willingly held its citizens hostage, and we're trying to celebrate that they just
You know who held people hostage?
I'm not gonna deal with the crumbs falling off the table.
You know who held people hostage?
I'm not.
The Republicans. That's who the fuck held people hostage. They use people knowing damn well that they may be hungry.
And then why are we celebrating? Hold on. So why even if that were true,
I would use green beans.
even if that were true, why are you celebrating the Democrats caving to that?
No, give me a second. I'm about to go ahead and turn the hand raising to everyone can so I can drop your motherfucking ass because you don't know how to stay on mute. So now you're going to stay on mute. Now I can't hear your voice. Well, you got a whole fucking president that tells freaking, number one, USDA had additional funds. Let's pretend that he said we're not going to dig into other funds and we're going to have to do a partial payment. When you tell fucking senators that if you fucking pay, if you put some money towards people eating, we're not going to reimburse you. You done lost your motherfucking mind. Now you're fucking using people's families as fucking leverage to fucking pass bullshit. Who the fuck is you? Now what the fuck you got to say, Mike, since you in the chat talking about people being on? Ain't nobody motherfucking winning. The only people right now that's winning is we're making sure that people fucking eat. But guess what's gonna happen again in December if shit don't pass? Shadow is gonna be on this clubhouse stage talking about he ain't getting motherfucking paid. So what the fuck is you talking about at this point?
Well, I didn't have any smoke towards you, or at least I don't know why y'all are continuing.
Because be the motherfucker that was green being on this motherfucking stage.
I respect that, but the thing that I be talking about when these situations come, all that leverage talk. I just did not understand I thought that was ridiculous. I thought it didn't make any sense. I'm never gonna accept. I'm never gonna accept that. And then you come in, Patty, you're not a dumb woman at all. I thought that you were dumb. We would have a whole different energy. You would hate me because I would talk to you a certain day. I don't think that you're dumb. But then you come in and overserve. It's just like this. That's an awful way to put that. Now, if you want to say both sides hold blame, I'm with you. But both sides definitely hold blame. And all of the tough talking and all of the lying and explaining that Democrats are out here doing for y'all to bend the knee, because let's just call it what it is, the knee was bent for nothing. And you lied and you out there. I just don't understand.
So they bent the knee for people to eat.
Y'all can never
They
take
bent the knee for people to eat because we all know that the judicial branch takes a while before shit goes through. So they're waiting for people to say that we may be able to pay these states back. They changed that they motherfucking using to feed people. So they bent the knee to make sure that people eat. If that's what you call bending the knee, then sometimes you have to bend the motherfucking knee.
But see how it could be.
Patty, before you go, don't let it pass by what he just said. And I heard you, Mike. I know you're smart because if you were a dumb woman, I'll be talking to you in a different way. I mean, let that slip.
Yeah, but no, I mean, I'm not saying it like that. I don't, attack her, but I'm just saying,
When she said it,
just lose me the way I got her. Y'all just lose me.
Stop with the whole stop.
Can't take accountability. You can't take accountability. Stop booty talking. You cannot take accountability. And for all of that leverage talk, stop booty talking. For all the leverage talk that y'all was up here talking for you guys to do that, and then now conveniently you can just come back and say, oh, we did it for the American people because
obviously you just came in the room, right? So I had an argument for why I didn't see it with the federal employees, right? Because I know what the past looks like for me, just for me. I don't know how it would have worked under this administration, but I know during the first administration what it still looked like, right? So the only thing I said that I give them a pass on is ensuring that people had fucking food. I don't give a fuck about them having a big ass Thanksgiving dinner at this point. That's a white man's fucking celebration. What I'm telling you is I wanted them to be able to fucking send their kid, be able to fucking make a fucking a dinner for their fucking kid with this $6.70 a fucking day they get per person in the house. I want them to be able to get that $6.70 so they can fucking eat at least $6.70 per household or per person in their household. That's it. And that may be the problem with fucking Democrats is that we have empathy for not just we're fucking making sure that people fucking eat. But guess what? This fucking country is gonna be on another motherfucking put a pause on Shadow's payments. And Shadow is a clubhouse personality, but it's him being able to be paid and he still has to fucking work. If shit don't go through. So they won. So what's next for you? People got to get fucking meals. Now niggas can buy a fucking sandwich. They can fucking make a sandwich at home. Now they can fucking have dinner at $6.70 per person in their home. And you don't think that's not winning?
We think it is winning. That's what's concerning me. That $6.70 a day is winning, but these people are really weird. I know I'm using Rez's word, but come January, I mean, this effed up administration and so-called leadership, if people have the gumption to brag about this madness, it's straight up retarded to me because this country is on life support, and Make America Great Again don't include no black faces and definitely no scars.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Take some accountability for the fact that the Democrats continuously shut the government down. Stop putting all the blame. I didn't say that the Republicans don't have any blame to put. I'm not saying that the Republicans couldn't have negotiated or created some better
verbiage in some of those bills that could have acquiesced in any form of action. But don't just sit up here and make it seem as if it's just nothing but the Republicans. And then now all of a sudden the Democrats get like, don't do that.
Yeah, but realistically speaking, that's dumb. And I'm gonna tell you why. No, it's dumb because of the fact that if you were to swap yourself out, right? So swap them out with like yourself, right? And somebody else. And it could be any scenario where somebody says, okay, well, this is what I'm going to put through. And you're like, well, can we like negotiate that? And they're like, no, we cannot negotiate it. I win, I hold the gun, I hold everything. And you just have to live with what I put out. It doesn't matter how many people get hurt, including the people that I'm in charge of and you, right? This is what we're going to do. And I'm just like, all right. But then when it comes to, the next time a situation comes into play, well, I need you to stand with me on this. Well, no, because you did this thing over here and you don't want to negotiate with me. So negotiate with me and then I'll stand with you. Well, no. Okay, well then what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to just say, okay, just acquiesce and just be cool with it, even though it's going to hurt all of my people, all of your people, and you don't care. You're going to say that it's my fault? What are you talking about?
Clean CR bill.
No, there is no such thing as a clean CR. That's not even a real thing anymore. At this point, that's not a real thing. Because the fact is that all they could have done is says, well, we're not going to let everybody's health insurance just like quadruple. We're just not going to do that. But instead, they said, I don't care. We wrote the bill that's going to make that shit quadruple. And we're just going to live with that. And shrug shoulders.
To Royal's point, right? To Royal's point, the GOP had several months prior to this to have a conversation, and they chose not to. Like that's a aspect you have to at least acknowledge what Royal is saying. They didn't come to the table and talk to the Democrats. They didn't. They literally just shoved it down people's throats. When did they have a conversation with the Dems?
Yeah, how do you disagree with that? But that is literally what happened. You know what it is? I'm tell you what it is.
I don't like the arguments being classified.
I was told by magazines that I work with, white redneck magazines.
As if both parties don't.
The question is this, again, the question is, Mike, when did the GOP come to the Democrats and say, hey, let's have a negotiation, let's have a conversation about this?
Hey, let me tell you the answer to that. Because I work with hardcore redneck fucking racist ass maggots. They say ain't no negotiation. If you don't win the election, you don't get to decide. But I've always felt and understood what they meant by that. We fucked it up in November. If Kamala didn't win, if Kamala would have won, we wouldn't be in this motherfucking position. I mean, look, at the end of the day,
and just so Mike knows, we gonna shut this shit down again. How about that?
Yeah,
Who's gonna shut it down? Be specific. Who's we? Who's shutting it down?
So.
I want to hear an answer.
Shut it down.
The Republicans are gonna shut it down. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. And that's the reason why I can't fuck with the Democrats. Never
will. But again, I'm okay with the government being shut down, but goddamn it, because of where I work, motherfuckers need to send me money. Then this bitch can stay shut down forever. I mean, look, Mike, at the end of the day, okay, putting SNAP benefits, putting people's, food, threatening them with pulling their food money, that's insane. Let's just keep it real. We know that's insane. Only a person who does not care about anybody else would do that.
I agree.
Okay, so cool. So that's number one, because they could have very well funded all that was outside of the shutdown. They didn't want to do that, okay? Well, he didn't want to do that specifically. That's number one. But the other thing is, how this world will always work best is if people negotiate. If you don't negotiate and you say, well, I have all the cards and you're just going to have to stand with me, even though I don't want to negotiate with you. You just got to do it. Otherwise, we're just going to threaten everybody. To say that it's the other people's fault when they have less power is insane. You cannot try to convince anybody of that. And I'm pretty sure there's people that have been convinced of this argument. But it's pure illogical nonsense, and you know that. You have to know that. How does the world work if you don't know that?
Yeah, but I never said that the Republicans are not to be blamed. I never said that all that.
You're framing it as a Democrats are, Mike.
Trump's playing a game and talking about, oh, well, we can't take the money and he's got to be prompted. You think I agree with that? No.
Yes, because of what you're framing it.
What I also don't like on the other hand is I have eyes enough to be able to look at the fact that they were voting for it. The Democrats voted against it time and time again. And nobody wants to tell the truth about that shit.
We all acknowledge that they didn't. We acknowledge that they didn't vote for it, Mike. We acknowledge that. But there's a reason why. Because the GOP didn't talk to him in the first place. Why should I believe that you're going to talk to me after I signed a clean CR when you didn't talk to me in the first place, Mike?
That's bad faith. CRs, man. What are we talking about?
It's bad faith to say I'm going to negotiate with you after the fact when you didn't negotiate with me the first time around. When you passed the big ugly bill, you didn't talk to me, Mike. Make it make sense.
I mean, at the end of the day, they should have passed the bill in the first place, not in that manner. Of course, it was going to pass something. We all know that. But they did not have to pass anything that just basically cuts people out of subsidies, benefit programs. They did not have to, and they chose to do that. That was a deliberate choice. It was a poor choice that is going to hurt the country financially. Because if they would have left all of that stuff there, we would have been financially better off going 10 years into the future. Everything says that this is a bad bill. Everything. And so the Democrats are doing their best to say, okay, well, hey, if you want me to stand with you on your continuing resolution, then you got to fix some things in this bill that is going to hurt this country. You have to. Or you don't want to. Why should I stand with you on anything? Go ahead. Figure out how to pass it on your own. I don't need to sit there and sign anything with you if you're going to fuck me over. And now, here we are, weeks later, right? And look, I know people are down on the Democrats. I totally get that they're down on the Democrats. And I totally get the fact that the Democrats saying that, well, those 6 who signed with them said, look, this is really not getting us anywhere at this point. We got to figure out something else. I get both sides of it. It's a mess. The fact is people do have to eat. We can't, like the fact that they use food benefits against this continuing resolution is insane. And they don't want people to starve to death. I don't know how else to describe this. And for you to say it's anywhere near the Democrats' fault is wild. It's not their fault. It's not even close to being their fault. Oh, maybe because they lost. That's their fault. That's all you got. That party's just not a good faith party at all, man. It's just not. It doesn't make any sense that any majority of this country constituents would ever vote for that party again. I don't get it.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm texting.
So you good?
But yeah, this is kind of ridiculous. It is ridiculous.
Do you feel like we need a backup plan to feed people? Like a serious backup plan
So
from
right
the state governments?
right now, if they were to put the government in pause, then no, not right now. The government's gonna end up shutting down.
But that's what I mean. I mean, because of that, it's like people need to go to their state government, their governors, and try to put some type of plan together for this next upcoming obvious shutdown.
Yeah, I don't know how to answer.
The SNAP benefits were funded throughout 2026, I believe, as a part of this. I'm bending the knee.
Yeah, it was.
Don't talk about that part, Georgia, because Mike says we bent the knee. We help the people of this country.
Exactly. This madness. They also voted to back pay for federal workers when they bent the knee.
You're gonna call a win a win, however they want to call it a win. If you call it a win, then I don't know. I'm just gonna.
I never call it a win, Patty. Just for the record, I never call it a win.
But you just said that they were on mute after. Let me go ahead and read your messages. I'm slow.
You said they bent the knee, which means someone won and someone lost. You said something like that. That's not what that means. Absolutely. That's not what that's. Absolutely. What it means is we sat up here for all this time.
Okay, so the room being hammered. What was the room being hammered about? Why is the room so quiet now? This is hilarious. Good freaking grief. Where's all the big talk they're leading? They're talking about folks' sauce and everything. The lead story, hilarious. So what was?
Right, that wasn't me saying that the Republicans won. Where did you see that at?
No. So what was it about? I didn't say that.
What it's about is that Democrats, when the lemon meringue pie is in your face, why y'all just can't own that shit? Why is it always at every single turn? It's everything is on the Republicans. You don't take accountability for any fucking thing. What are you? Who died and made y'all fucking
So that's it.
You're the main ones to talk about, you hate kings, but you guys move like you're the fucking king because you're never wrong about any fucking thing that y'all do.
No one said that, Mike. No one said that. There's no ownership.
All this for you guys to come back now and nothing gets fucking done, and then you get to turn the narrative around and say, because of America, it's nasty. And both parties are doing it. But let's be honest and say that both parties are doing it. Both parties are playing politics.
Wait, political parties are playing politics?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a
One party is acting like they're not, and they are. And that's the fucking Democrats.
Who's acting like they're not? Who's acting like they're not playing politics?
The Democrats are.
Which ones?
The Democrats.
I'm saying like, one second, like the leaders, the base. I don't want to
meander. I don't want to get into gotcha.
What's not meandering? I'm trying to understand what you're talking about.
You stood up here, y'all talked all this shit about
Mike, I just got here.
All these fucking
Mike, you gotta chill.
I'm having a conversation.
You gotta chill. I'm just asking
a question.
Let's cut to the room. Were you talking about specific leadership? I know, but I have a clarifying question. Were you just talking about the Democrats generally, or like the leadership? That's all that's
whatever. Tomato.
We tomato the audience. You come here respectful to people, and you ask a clarifying question, and they've been an asshole for no reason. I'm not an asshole to that man. I barely even speak. I was just asking what he was talking about, so I keep up with the conversation. So tomato, make yourself some bolognese sauce in the audience. Make sure it's nice and spicy. Put some carrot in it and some zucchini. Give it some body. Jesus Christ, bro! I was just asking him. I really laughed out, but I was just asking. He didn't leave. He's done there. I was asking him a question. All that yelling at me was insane.
So
Now he wants to play victim watch.
he couldn't explain. He couldn't explain what he was trying to say. Is what it was.
I literally was just trying to ask.
Yeah, no, but he couldn't explain it.
Yeah, I was literally just trying to ask him if he was talking about in general or whatever. I'm at work. I wasn't even listening to all that extra. Democrats this, Democrats that. You know, for people who pretend to be so nonpartisan, they be the most partisan people. Who cares? Okay. When you are a black conservative and you're a black MAGA, like Mike and many others, why do they always come around us? Go to your own people. Just go hang out with them sometimes. I tried to be polite to the man. He's just a jerk for no reason. That's why a lot of these people are MAGA. They're mean, bitter, oftentimes low-achieving individuals. I just asked him a question, that's all. Look at Democrats are trash. They are. Republicans are trash. Everybody's trash. But let's just have a conversation. He says Democrats are trash, but at least they're fighting for people's health care. Are Republicans fighting to help Americans? No, they're literally fighting to keep food stamps away. That's pretty trash.
No, they bent the knee. That's what he was saying. They bent the knee. And they should be happy about that.
I literally just was asking a question. But, you know, when I start talking, notice how the black MAGA don't really talk to TC with crap. They don't really talk to me. They go back and forth with Patty. Because they'll get Patty to crash. And then, like, he won't go back and forth with me. So I'm not going to crash like Patty. Patty will cut you out and keep it moving. That was insane. Absolutely insane.
You know, after I'm reading all of the shit he put in the chat, I'm realizing he just puts fucking word salad. He doesn't have a coherent message at all. I gotta ask this. Oh god, I'm afraid to ask this. Actually, no, I'm not gonna do it.
You know, he does it on purpose so he can be moved down. So these rumors are moved down. Then later on, he can say he was moved down. If you occasion your own removal, you don't get to then throw that in somebody's face later on. I was just asking him who he was talking to. He's talking about. This is totally insane. These people are sick.
Honestly, I should know better than to argue with him because he never has anything to talk about. You can't even talk. He can't talk on basic policy versus something that's just coming out from. I don't know. We can't even talk basic constitutional principles, so I don't even know why I even engage in this book.
RETC or Anthony being here. 1, 2, 3.
You know, like he left because a man came up on stage. That's what
it was. 100%.
If it would have been a woman, he would have kept arguing.
Yeah, and then he'll be able to go to. I saw, you know, he's one of these Kevin Samuels dudes. Then he would have said, you know, women are this, women are that. But with another man, he can't have a conversation. I was literally just asking who he was talking about. He crashed. I don't know if y'all was there yesterday.
TC crashed coming in the end of a conversation yesterday. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. He won't be coming in today, so it's a TC will be here soon. So he won't actually be coming in here today. At least I'm with me. I can move down if y'all want.
No, he's scared of you. He's scared of you.
He ain't coming in here.
He won't argue with a man. He'll argue with these women. That's what it is. He'll argue with me. He's argue with you. That shit is amazing. I love how you men love to argue with us women. Let me see what we got going on in the news other than last night.
Is Dr. AG there?
Dr. AG.
Dr. AG, are you there?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay, so maybe you could break it down for me. So, no, seriously. I'm really trying to understand. I'm sure there's a criticism to be had, but can you give me the version of the criticism from people who don't like the shutdown deal? Like, can you steel man that as much as possible? Because I mean, not getting a lot of it.
Yeah, no. Look, so basically, what I understand is that they didn't get the subsidies. And so because they didn't get the subsidies, they should not have made any deal.
So the people who are making that criticism, are they fine with the government being shut down for over a year because the Democrats on the House, they would be sworn in until January 2027? Like, are people okay with that?
To be honest, I don't think they thought that far.
Well, so they think that if it just stays shut down, the MAGA Republicans who want to get rid of Obamacare since Obamacare was passed would magically get the subsidies. Is that what they're saying? I'm confused.
I guess. I don't know. I mean, I don't understand it outside of the purity point, which is very rarely thought out logically to any conclusion beyond being a purity point. So I would imagine part of the calculus is that eventually the Republicans would give in.
Oh.
Yeah, that was their speech. That was all their speech
Even
last
though
night.
there's no evidence to suggest that would happen.
So then is the idea that if they renege on the vote and or they vote against it, do they not know that the Democrats could just shut the government down again in June?
Yeah.
I mean, not June, in January.
Yeah.
So what's wrong? I mean, so that's the part I don't understand. What's wrong with that? I'm really trying to understand.
Yeah, and so from what I heard from somebody today, it's like, okay, and so then it starts all over again, and then what?
But they got, in case it does start, they got things that will lessen the suffering for people.
Yeah, that's what I said. But I mean, I don't think there's a logic to it, honestly, beyond they didn't get the thing that they said was the thing. Right? It's very myopic.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
sounds like to me, from what I've heard and read online, a lot of the issue is, people have just been hankering to, who claim to be Democrats, just been hankering to say negative things on the Democrats because last week was so good. They just don't feel normal. It's only normal when you can say the Democrats did X, Y, and Z bad. And it's good to, I don't know. With friends like these, I mean, that's kind of.
And the Democrats, for once, they themselves are allowing the victory to be a victory. Because they know how to, what is it, snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
Yeah.
They know how to do that. So I don't know. I mean, from watching it, I think it was pretty smart what they did. And they manipulated the Republicans into giving them some things that are gonna put them in good stead should the Republicans take on having the vote in December.
It also seems to me, I don't know if you've seen all the Senate Democrats, all the candidates running for office are against it. So people can say, I'm against it, and all the people that voted for it are either retiring and a few aren't up for re-election. So obviously, if you got exactly 8, it's clearly a coordinated political strategy.
Right.
Shame that people think it just happened to be 8. Like it just randomly all the numbers, it was 8 and not 7, not 12. It's just the magic number 8. And they all just happen to either be retiring. Like, I don't know, maybe like last Tuesday there's a strategy, and maybe instead of just saying the Democrats caved, maybe they have a strategy. Is that at all possible, or no?
Democrats can't play for the. What is it that they say Donald Trump plays 5-dimensional chess?
Yeah, he can play 4-dimensional chess.
Yeah, Democrats are incapable of that.
Okay.
It seems like they, I think somebody said 48 hours ago they were already planning this. So it wasn't like just yesterday. Well, 48 hours from yesterday, that time when they announced it. And yes, you are right. All of those people who voted for it are either going to be going in a re-election in 4 or 6 years or whatever, or they're going to retire. So this makes sense why they did this.
Trent saying money came through. I don't even know what he's talking about. Why did money come through now, but not 2 weeks ago? That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't even understand. I'm trying to understand people. So, like, if people don't like the deal, Brian Daboll just got 5 breaking news for Giants fans. If people, I'm just like, wow, I'm just confused. Like, they can just shut it down again. I don't even understand. I don't even think it's that big of a. I don't even think it's like that. I don't think it's that deep. Wow. They caved. So what did the Republicans get? They got guarantees of SNAP, which they didn't want. The president didn't want people to get back pay. They wanted to fire people, so they lost all of that. And now the big, sprawling, overspending government is back open. And now they have to give a vote on this thing, which they don't want to vote on. And if they don't, Democrats can politicize that. What did they cave in? Republicans got absolutely nothing. I don't even understand. Dr. J, help me.
I don't know.
Of course, I don't understand. Well, I'm trying to explain it.
So, yeah, that he would be better. Because my mind can't fathom confusion.
Trent goes to D.C. Trent's been in D.C. like 2 times in his life and knows nobody in D.C., but he's going to explain it to me. I'm in D.C. Go ahead, Trent. Explain how it works, since you know more senators and congressmen than I am working in politics down in McAllen, Texas. Go ahead, Trent. One mic on Trent. The same guy that was beating up the tariffs was going to bring back all these jobs. Well, he says he can't come out. Okay. That's too bad.
He said he got fooled by the tariffs. That's what he said. He was fooled.
It's just amazing how he has inside information literally on everything. Trent said that the terror attack in New Orleans was ISIS. Do y'all remember that? It was a big ISIS terror attack because there was a black ISIS flag hanging out the guy's back. Y'all remember that?
Yeah, that's what he was saying, because he had got advanced information from his sources on the ground.
Amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Oh, fantastic. That's a lot of great trying to.
It was an ISIS flag in the back of the car. I just told you it was ISIS. Yeah.
You said it was ISIS.
I said it was an ISIS flag in the back of the car. And it came out that it would end up being an ISIS flag in the attack. I mean, okay.
You said it was an ISIS flag.
I said it was an ISIS flag in the back of the car, and the man was, crazy. Thought he was ISIS. A lot of people think they're ISIS. Anyway, no, I mean, so Megan is I would love to talk about Brian Dayball, but we'll stick to the topic. I think, and I haven't really, I'll be honest, I haven't looked at every single senator that voted, but just from what I've seen,
the ones you've looked at, name the ones you've looked at. Let's start there.
What's his name that's retiring? The old dude. They're all fucking old.
No. Why? Stay on mute. Because Trent, he said he didn't look into all of them, so let's him tell us as he thinks of names he hasn't looked into. Go ahead, Trent.
No, Angus King. So, King, Durbin, and, Fetterman, I think.
Angus King is not retiring.
No, I didn't say he was retiring. I said the old dude. So when you look at who voted, I need to go look further at where their funding comes from.
So you looked into it. What is that? So where does his funding come from? Angus King's funding, since you looked into it.
Let me go look at Angus King's funding.
Well, wait a minute. He just looked into it. How did you forget? It's been this morning. You've already forgotten.
Yes.
So I'll tell you. Angus King, who's a senator, raised only $5 million. His biggest contributors, dollars. His top contributors of the last some years, the top is APEC, 31,000, Triumphant Environmental, 33,000. I mean, these are numbers of checks that we could just write in. You don't need big money from me. So go ahead, what else did you learn? Is he owned by Big Lobster? Owned by Big Lobster Roll, the potato roll company? If they want to end it up there?
What I'm saying is when I look at these people who voted, I believe that there is a money aspect behind them putting their vote in.
So I'm asking, what money is he getting by ending the shutdown?
There's obviously people who want the shutdown to end, right? And I believe that money influenced it. I don't know.
Okay, but you looked into it.
Yeah, I did. I had it pulled up. King, Durbin, and King does party. I don't understand King.
He's an independent.
Yeah.
Why does it surprise you?
King surprises me.
Oh, go to King. Tim Kaine. Okay, well, yeah. Why does it surprise you that the senator of Virginia, whose constituents are overrepresented in federal workers,
that's true. Yeah, I guess it is.
That surprises you. The senator of Virginia wants to end this shutdown. Come on, bro. That's not working.
No, you're right. I didn't think the impact.
But you said you found the money. You traced the money. So what money did you trace?
No, I think it's money. I think it's money that's influencing all
money. What money?
Money from certain PACs and industries. I think it's money.
But why wouldn't Why wouldn't it work the other way? Would the insurance companies want to hold out until they got the subsidies? They have more money than big crab and big lobster.
No, I don't think that the subsidies make. It's not just insurance companies. This is not just insurance companies, right? That don't want the ACA, and so there are a multitude of factors from pharma, from hospitals that don't want the ACA as stands.
Like, that doesn't make any sense. Why would they not want billions of dollars in tax and subsidy?
Because it's a good question. Let me go figure it out.
That's true. Go ET phone home. One of your alien friends might have.
I'll come back with that one. I don't know why they were going.
This is insane, you know. This is the most, like, people haven't even thought it through. I don't know if it's good.
We had this conversation this morning when we were talking about the ACA, and they kept trying to go to this thing about them being paid off and in the pocket of insurance companies and all of these vagaries. I'm just like, what is going on? They don't know what they're talking about. They're just repeating that because that's something that gets repeated.
One of the things I hate about the discussion of politicians being paid off is that people use it, you know, it's like, people overuse it so much, it's like lost its sting. Like, at this point, we're like, yeah, they got paid off, so let's move on. Like, let's actually find some evidence and then make that charge so it sticks. I don't know. Maybe the 8 people were picked for a reason. They're people through the holidays, and they're going to shut the government down if they don't get the subsidies in January. But if they do, people still got their back pay, you get snapped, and you're still winning politically because it looks like you're fighting for health care. I mean, do people honestly think that Chuck Schumer didn't know they were doing this and the Democrats didn't know? Have people seen every single Democrat senatorial candidates come out against it? Some of them would have been in the group of 8 in a normal circumstance. Like, maybe they have a strategy. Like they had a strategy last week, and they won the biggest off-year election of our life. I don't know, maybe it's time to smart. Maybe it's time to let them cook. They kind of know what they're doing, perhaps. Some people are like, oh, we want Schumer replaced. So my question becomes, with whom? Oh, I hadn't thought that far. So you want the quarterback benched, and you don't know that sitting behind is Rex Grossman. You want the quarterback benched, and you don't know that sitting behind him is John Beck. This person says, Jeremy, look, AOC. How is AOC going to replace the Senate Majority Leader if she's not the Senate? That's what I'm saying. What are we doing? What are we doing? Like, why would this is why I stopped talking for a long time, Dr. AG. It becomes so bizarre. I said that people want him to replace as Majority Leader, and the dude in the Jets is AOC. How can a congressperson replace the Dr. AG? You're a smart woman. Well, at least you were before you turned 75. So maybe you go back to your smart days. Dr. G, can you tell me, how can a congressperson become Senate Minority Leader? One mic on you. And how does having
they would have to run for the Senate.
Okay.
Yeah, and they still won't be Majority Leader because they usually go by seniority, so it's not possible.
Okay. So, let's say AOC was in the Senate last night and not Schumer. Dr. AG, would the thing still pass?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, because Schumer voted against it. Yeah. What's going on in the brain with people? What are we doing?
The brain. Nothing is going on.
Look, AOC 1% and win with the Senate majority. How do you get the Senate majority? Who's going to raise the money? Who's going to pick the candidates? Have you seen the quality of candidate that Chuck Schumer's been able to convince to run? Y'all know people do things besides interview what you read. Like, Chuck Schumer got Sherrod Brown to run again. He convinced Gallego to run, Mark Kelly to run. Also, like he raises a lot of money. Like there's a lot that goes on to being a Senate leader. Besides, like, I don't even understand. Like, I don't get it. I'm so confused. So you bring AOC in, who becomes the new majority leader? Brian Schatz.
These people don't know what they don't.
It's like the worst kind of dilettantism because it has actual material consequences. You can do dilettantism, with sports, with weaves, pedicures. I got a fantastic fisherman's roll up. This new sweater, these sweaters, it's actually fantastic. Yeah, talk about sweaters. Like, come on, let's do that. So bizarre. So people want Schumer replaced, but don't know who's going to replace him. Malcolm X. Well, Malcolm X replace him. We doing?
Talking. Can't be thinking.
Nancy Pelosi is going to be retiring, and in 15 years she'll be dead, and people will still talk about her making money. She'll literally be dead. People still talk about, like, people on the left and Democrats generally just need to get out of the tropes. Well, let's use our thinking caps. Trent came up, I researched the money. He said Angus King, his biggest contributor, was $35,000. Amy Klobuchar, somebody says, yeah, because if you want a strong voice, you got to put the troops together. You go from Chuck Schumer to Amy Klobuchar. It's like going from watered down coffee to dirt-filled yoo-hoo. I'm so done with Democrats. I just tell you. The Democratic base. All that
These
talk.
people are Democrats?
Oh, yeah, they all going to vote for Democrats, but they do the work of working against them. All they do is complain about Democrats only. That's all they did. Last week, there was silence. All it took was to get out of the shutdown, and now Democrats will never win again. They said that they had no direction. The lady won by 15 points, the other lady won by 13. Dr. Did you know Mondale only won by 9? Why the moderates win by larger margins in less Democratic voting populaces than Mondale? Isn't that interesting? No one else talked about it. No one else talked about it. Black people flipped a bunch of seats. I think a white guy did in Mississippi. One white dude in Georgia. But Democrats will never win again. That's why we
in Mississippi.
It's insane. Absolutely insane. 99% of the country is voted to the left, but now 6 days later, because of what 8 people did to get people on the ropes and get y'all, people were talking about food stamps for weeks. Now the food stamps is not good enough. I didn't know food stamps was such a major issue in American WG. I certainly didn't know the ACA subsidies that Americans cared so that never came up in the election. Now I know everybody here is on I felt like what? 10% of Americans or less are on Obamacare exchanges. I guess I'm the only one on Obamacare. Everybody seems to be on Obamacare. I had no idea so many people were on Obamacare online. What's going on? I'm done. Dr. G, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you go to any of the Obamacare subsidy rallies?
No.
Did you see any in your town, city?
Yes.
You saw a rally for Obamacare subsidies?
For the well, oh no, I'm sorry. No, but during, because they have those regular rallies, and during it, people were holding signs about the healthcare. But it wasn't exclusively for that. No.
Okay. This is what I don't like about this. So people just tweeted something. Let me tell you why I don't like this. Is his tweet. Quote, it's a bad deal. Everyday life making it better and more affordable must always be our bottom line. For months I've been here bracing for their health insurance bills to skyrocket. So much so that they will lose coverage altogether. Some say they simply haven't even opened their letter yet, dreading the bad news. Any deal that fails to adjust this directly is a bad deal. Let me tell you why I am not sympathetic to that. Because it doesn't go far enough. The Obamacare subsidies, rather than fighting for Obamacare subsidies, which they should do, you need to make the final turn of the screw, and the Democratic Party needs to get on track for a universal healthcare system. This is why I find a lot of the criticisms from a lot of people to be phony, because they're not making that move. That's the move I want to see. Because guess what? Say they got an extension for 1 year. They've been here, you're back here every year. As the prosperity keeps going up, you need more subsidies. So this tells me you need to reform the system. Who's the candidate that instead of going to slam a deal that they didn't have any part of, that they're not in the Senate for, who's going to actually say, and this is why we need this system, and here's my vision for healthcare? This is why I'm not sympathetic to any of these people. I'm not sympathetic to Buttigieg. Buttigieg, by the way, had the best healthcare plan when he was running in 2020, which was Medicare for all, those who wanted. And opted, the plan would have gotten us the universal healthcare much quicker, because people would have opted in. That's the discussion. I'm going to go there. But this one, to me, this is a little phony to me. I never heard anybody. I never heard Pete Buttigieg talk about Obamacare subsidies. Nobody ran on Obamacare subsidies in 24. Now all of a sudden, this is the issue du jour. Issue I have. Issue du more. All of a sudden. What are we doing? You think that the Republicans, they told you they weren't going to get it. Oh, I know. Was Pete Buttigieg telling me he would have supported a shutdown that went from October 2025 to January 2027? Or like Brent said this morning, the shutdown was going to go so bad, the Republicans would have nuked the filibuster. Did y'all hear Brent this morning?
Who said that?
Brent, who's normally sober-minded, but he got the clubhouse brainworms.
That's crazy.
Oh, Mike's back. We'll bring up Mike. Now all of a sudden, the core of the Democratic Party is the ACA subsidies, not universal health care. And the one thing, if they had held out to, if they were holding out to reverse some of the stuff on Medicaid, that would have been one thing. But now this is the thing that, what? But guess what? Why is it okay for certain populations to suffer? Federal workers, poor people, it's okay for them to suffer for the greater good. But like middle and lower middle class people on the Obamacare changes, they're the ones that can't suffer. Now all of a sudden people care about the poor. The poor that that's mocked every day for buying Jordans, the poor that's mocked every day for being bad with their money, the poor that can just financially receive your way out of poverty. These people, it's all phony.
Yeah, they hate the poor.
They hate the poor. They hate the poor. And for the blacks, so all the pro-blackers and pro-blackers, federal workers, black people are overrepresented among federal workers. That's a part of the core of the black middle class federal workers. The federal workers are all throughout the country. They're not only supporting themselves and their immediate families, but oftentimes because they have good jobs, they're supporting aunts, uncles, nephews, grandparents, kids, brothers, sisters, wives, lovers, whatever. Rooming little friends, all that. But guess what? Now all of a sudden, you know, Russell Voigt was talking about not getting back pay. He was talking about people who were furloughed and being fired. That's okay for those people to suffer at all times. But the ACA subsidies, that's the main thing. That's why the Buttigieg thing is phony to me. He didn't even mention the other parts of the deal. He didn't mention that the shutdown only goes until the end of January. That is the centrist position. People who don't like the deal, that's actually the centrist position. I'm done. Who's calling for regulation of prices, where you cap the prices in these plans? The funny part is I don't even know if this mug is going to pass in the house. Is it going to pass in the house?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We don't know that part. So the shutdown isn't over yet. That's what I was telling people. It's like, well, this is going to tell the tale on where the Republicans really stand. Because there are some House Democrats who said they're not going to vote for it. But that may be negligible if the Republicans all support it. Because they could very well say no. And then we'll see what the MAGA have to say about that.
People are, oh, they lost their leverage. I don't understand. Instead of just calling people dumb, just come on, bro, it's not that big deal. I don't understand how you lose your leverage if you can simply shut it down again. I don't get it.
Okay, so real quick.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's he couldn't explain it to me brief, but in short, essentially the ACA has an effect on anybody that's got hourly staffing. So it's not hospitals, because you're correct. Some hospitals do benefit, but hospital management systems are affected from reimbursements and because they have so many hourly employees. So really,
it's nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Okay.
We're not talking about reimbursement rates.
Okay. So the long and short of it, he said, it's just basically any major business doesn't want the burden of the ACA on them. They'd rather shift the burden of the healthcare costs to the household.
This has nothing to do with that. These were subsidies. These were premium subsidies. Those businesses, depending on the size, are still required to provide certain levels of coverage without the subsidy. These are the subsidies that were put in 2021 and 2022. What are you talking about?
So this is what was told me. Obviously the ACA is very amongst the public.
It's very what?
very popular. I mean, you know, as he said, look, 70% of people want. He said, but when you get into, you know, if you get into the corporate class, you look at the bottom line, what you got to do to afford these things. They'd rather shift the money to the burden of the household. That's what he said.
But what does that mean? This has nothing to do with that. I don't even know what you're talking about. Shifting money to the burden of the hospital.
Let me ask you. Okay, then let me ask you this. Instead of me being the intelligent, why do the Republicans want to get rid of the ACA?
There's several answers. One is personal. They don't like the fact that it was spearheaded by a popular Democratic president and one they have a particular loathing for. Two, they don't like the fact that it centralizes certain regulations, that certain measures must be done as federal law. Three, they know that it gets us closer to a universal healthcare system. Four, they have a certain constituency and people who vote for them that don't like the burden that it places on them. Five, some of them don't like that you can't be denied the pre-existing coverage. Some of them don't like the 26-year-old people. I don't know if you know what the ACA is, but it's a massive piece of legislation. I don't get it.
Yeah, I agree. And bottom line is it costs businesses more. I mean, at the core of it, it costs even small businesses, mid-sized businesses, cost them more in healthcare because they can't shift the burden to the house.
What does that mean? What do you mean by that? They can't shift the burden.
If I'm going to provide healthcare, I've got to provide it to all instead of just the healthy people where it'd be cheaper. So it affects my
wrong. That's wrong.
That's not true.
No, the ACA does not require businesses to give health care.
No, it doesn't, but if I'm going to provide that as a so then let's just ask a simple question. Why is the business community against it?
It's usually middle-sized businesses because I think if you're over 50, there's a particular floor that they have to reach in the type of coverage that they offer, the type of plans they offer, and that for some has led to high prices. It's true. But for the larger companies, some of them actually see their costs go down. So yes, I will agree with you. A lot of people in the middle 50 to I think it's 150, I forget what it is, 50 to 1,000, whatever it is, that middle, the small middle-sized business, they have seen a pinch. I will agree with that. But I don't. It's been around for almost 2 decades now. You're right. There are some employer mandates on the type of coverage they offer, but I think it's over 50 employees. But I don't know what that has to do with what we're talking about. I'm sorry to get down.
Because my stance is always if the money doesn't want it to happen, money typically wants. And if the money says that
it's not true.
Okay. Well,
okay, so when Biden put a minimum 15% tax on $1 billion plus corporations, money didn't win. Do you know there's a tax? There's no loophole. There's a minimum tax for corporations over $1 billion. They didn't win. When they put, 1 second, I'm gonna give you some examples. In healthcare, they didn't give some examples. In Medicare negotiation, they didn't win. When they capped insulin at $35 for people on Medicare, they didn't win. When they capped out-of-pocket costs for seniors, they didn't win. I've seen many losses from big money lately. Trump's tariffs, they didn't win. What's the matter? Trump's tariffs, big money didn't. What, you tell me a company tariffs?
There were some winners in the tariffs. We can go on.
But you're telling me that the sway of not the sway, the consensus of companies of American businesses is pro-tariff? You can't be serious.
No. I'm not saying that. No.
Okay.
Yeah, but there are because of the cutouts, there are some winners and losers in the tariffs. That's a whole different subject that we go on. And again, that's what I said. I'm not going to say that money. It doesn't always. It's not 100%, but it typically. it typically when
Well, give us examples. I just gave you. Well, how about this? I just gave this. This happens on this app all the time. I give specific examples, and then people dismiss my specific examples.
No, I think
with the generalization so vague, it would make Mr. Rogers proud. So you give me some examples at once. And try to answer your question. You give me some examples in the last 10 years of last 10 legislative 10 years of legislation where big money has won over none. Just give me five.
Five. Well, one I'm gonna give you right now. ACA. Healthcare.
I said in the last 10 years, bro. Come on, man.
This is the last 10 years. They repealed it.
It was passed in 2009.
Yeah, but then they repealed it in what, 2017?
It was never repealed. I'm done.
What? No. But didn't they? Okay, what part of it?
I'm done. They repealed the ACA. I'm done.
No, I didn't know. Okay, what part of it? Hold on, man. Hang on. Now, which part of the ACA, which part of the Affordable Care Act did they take out in 2000?
The individual mandate.
The individual mandate. Okay, and now they basically gotten the rest of it. No, it's not all of it. I think there's still some elements of it there.
Most of it's there. You don't even know what it is. These are small pieces of it.
Okay. Then let's go to the other one. What is the 2008 banking legislation? It's not Glass-Steagall.
I said in the last 10 years.
It is the last 10 years because they repealed it on Trump's term. I just don't think
2008.
I know, but they passed it in 2009 after the
Glass-Steagall was repealed under Clinton.
No, it's not. That's what I'm saying. It's not Glass-Steagall.
Are you talking about Dodd-Frank?
Dodd-Frank.
They did not repeal Dodd-Frank.
But they took out the teeth of Dodd-Frank in 2008.
No, they didn't. There's a small provision they took out of Dodd-Frank. How about this? You know what? Just tell me what they took out, baby. You tell me what they took out.
I don't remember what they took out, but I remember that they took out certain portions. They took out certain portions of it. I'm
like what?
I don't know. I have to go Google it and try to figure it out. You asked me for the last 10 years. Now you don't like my submission.
But you haven't told me what they got.
I don't remember what they got. I don't remember the fact. I think it was, and I'm not Googling. I'm just going off the top of my head. I think it was the fact that financial banks can participate. They can essentially bet on the credit market like they could before, but I can't exactly remember what the
main thing you're talking about is when they repealed a provision about banks that didn't have a certain level of assets, and that then led to the collapse of what's it called, that bank out in it's not Signature Bank. What was the one in California? Yeah. Okay. So how did big money want to do that?
Well, big money is one wanted that legislation repealed. It wasn't the average American.
Okay. Keep going. What else? I got one. What else you got?
No, I got last two. Well, you gotta give me the help.
That's one. There was no. Wait.
I don't get the help.
Wait a minute. Why would big money want the individual man? Why would companies want to get rid of a mandate to buy things? That doesn't. Think through what you're saying. How would that be a win for big companies to get? So the law requires you purchase something, and you're telling me a bunch of big companies are going around saying, "Yeah, we don't want them to be required to purchase something."
Put it like that, it doesn't make any sense. When you put it, I can argue with you. When you put it like that, you're like, that doesn't make any sense.
All right, so we got one. So what you think of the other four? We'll let other people speak. Go ahead, little Trump. What do you think?
Nah, I'm chilling. You know, we still getting wins. That's all. Well, I'm gonna talk to to be done. You know what I'm saying? That's it. That's all. That's all.
He's a troll.
Yeah, I'm going out. We won.
He's a troll.
Not when I get the wrong second. But I will say, what we are seeing on both sides of the aisle is, I don't think this will work in the long term because it is so popular amongst Americans.
And I just don't think that I think Americans are moving more towards I'm not going to try not to use the term, but a more government controlled style in our economy. And I don't think that this is going to be good for Republicans. I don't think people are going to like it when they lose coverage, especially the types of people who are going to hit the stories. Just like what they thought they liked the ICE raids, they thought they were going to like that until they could see, people going into shock, being pulled out of cars, people running into daycares, being dragged into it. So when people see the zombies, they change. I will give it that. So good to see.
That wasn't fake.
What was that term?
The Caesar was fake. No, the Caesar was a fake, bro. Those are real Caesar. And look, bro. I live down here on the border, correct? And I was actually just talking to some folks at a business down here. The people down here, they just did some raids down here in McAllen. The people down here are pissed. They don't like it. It is not going the way people think it's going to go.
That's not doing the raids or the shutdown. I'm confused.
The raid, the ICE raids, because they're taking people off construction sites, and it's pissing these people off. Okay, and these guys have worker permits that they took off this construction site, and they see the National Guard here. It's a 97% Hispanic area. These people feel targeted, and some of them supported Trump. I'm just telling you, it is not going the way that Republicans think. They need to get off of this. It's going to cost them the election. Thought was going to happen, but they thought they were going to go after the criminal organization, which there are. There are criminal organizations, and they thought that those were going to be really outright. There are a lot of people down here that are afraid that's the Venezuelan game. There are a lot of people down here that were very afraid of that game. It is very violent. But that's not what has happened. They're going to get, they're snatching grandmothers out of the grocery store. This is not what people envision happening, losing their neighbors and their friends.
Thanks for the border update, John. Sure.
This is why I troll y'all. People know I'm not a troll. Like, I actually am a real person. My name is Brian. But I troll you guys because all that yapping, right? With all that audacity, just to take an L. Just to take a big fat L.
That's what I was asking.
You know what I'm saying? Like we just keep winning. And we're not going to address you guys. We're not going to answer your questions because right now.
I'm chilling at work, bro. The other day, you told me you wouldn't do this, and now you're doing the thing.
That's a definition of a troll.
I'm literally trolling.
That's a definition of a troll.
Now I gotta kick you out of the room. Have a good one.
All right, call me a troll, whatever. I came on this app with my government name, and I'm a real intellectual,
What you're doing now is trolling.
Yeah, it's really dumb.
If I may,
Like the one for the trolls said that.
and I hate to be that person, but the only people losing are the Republican farmers, and the Republican constituents who are crying at their lawmakers. Those are the people who are losing.
I'm losing.
All of us are losing right now.
That is wild.
Everybody taking his hell together. Yeah, I posed a question towards Mike. I don't feel like talking down the drive. But Mike, you said Democrats are worse in the chat. I just question you, can ask Jordan in the chat too. Please just answer the question what it is. When is the last time that a Republican administration turned over a better economy than they inherited? When's the last time?
When's the last time in recent modern, the word you want to use, history, that a Republican administration has turned over a better economy than the one they inherited?
Great question. Oh man, good question.
That's my only question there. So we can always talking for it, but we can easily point to Democratic.
Look at this coward always looking at the attention of me. I'm fucking flattered.
Trump, he
always looks for me, and like it's so obvious, like it's so weak. Like it was
he must be out of work.
Had the administration over the last 16 years.
I wanted to talk about
you know why that happened? Because the whole shit was going on in the cities. So Democrats were fucking everything up and intervening with the actual work that was supposed to be done. Like you guys always do. And guess what? You how you try to hold the fucking government hostage, right? Like you guys try to hold the government hostage right now. And then you don't break it over it and call it over. No, it's your fucking fault. You guys had to.
Motherfucker sounds stupid. Like it's just motherfucker saying dumb shit. And you gonna say it was problems within the inner cities and shit. This motherfucker said it was problems within the inner cities during Republican administrations and shit. But wasn't those the same cities that existed during the Democratic administrations? Why were they able to turn the economies around? What changed?
Well, yeah.
And you ain't gotta say within the last 15 years. We can double it, go to 30 years. In the past 30 years, when is the last time that a Republican administration has turned over a better economy than they inherited from a Democratic administration?
It happened. So the little Trump, there was this talking point that kind of went viral about Democrats having the White House 12 of the last 16 years. While that's true, it's a ridiculous point because you have to ask little Trump, when did they have the Congress with it? Then you also have to ask little Trump, when did they have the Supreme Court? And which policies of theirs did the Supreme Court knock down? Liberals haven't had the Supreme Court since the late 60s. I'll say it again. There's not been a liberal Supreme Court since the late 1960s. Once Nixon came in, the court got remade. So just because you have a Democrat or Republican president, if you don't have Congress working with you or they're blocking your stuff, you don't get stuff done. Or if you pass things and the Supreme Court knocks it down, it doesn't go. So it's a little bit more dynamic than 12 out of 16. That's kind of silly. The city's argument is kind of dumb too because those are the engine of our economy. Little Trump, the black people don't want you as a national using the N-word, so we're going to ask you to stop. If you use it again, they're going to kick you out. I'm just telling you, that's what they
Oh, he's a non-black one?
Yeah, he's not black. You got Mike, and you got Mike who's a black man co-signing non-black men using the N-word. That's how big of sellouts these people are. They just rank sellouts.
Did Mike answer my question?
Mike won't come up and talk when I'm on stage because he's afraid.
I just want to know, let me get put in the chat because I asked Mike directly. I want him to answer the question again. When is the last time y'all turned over better economy than when y'all inherited?
You said never.
Oh, he said never? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we keep trying with you motherfuckers again over and over again. That doesn't make any sense to me. Somebody, I don't know if it was Ed or Lil Trump or whoever it was, man, was trying to make the argument like why government overspending and shit like that, man. And I understand there's a lot of things that just outside his scope of knowledge, but beyond that, my other question was always if Trump's whole plight in office right now is, government overspending, getting the budget under control, saving us money, X, Y, and Z, then why, as a multi-billionaire, is he currently suing the federal government for like $250 million?
If you shut down the chat, bro.
Yeah, people can just come up. You don't need hand raise. Just come up. Chat banging. Yeah, just come up. Just unmute. Yeah, just all that chat banging. And the mic can come up.
Hey, man,
now, when you talk about chat, when you talk about hand raising, that means they can't come up, don't it?
No, it's not.
Hey,
There's no leeway.
memory. So I was gonna say this though. When the chat is on, because of the way Clubhouse algorithm works, it pushes the room in the hallway.
Yeah, I'm turning that on. I just want Lil Trump and Mike to come up. See if they come up.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah. It's always chat. Just come up and have a conversation. All that hot breath is unnecessary.
You guys get my hot breath physically though.
Brush your thumbs, bro. Just come up and chat with.
Yeah, they're both gone. See how easy that is? I'll take it back. Omari, that's your people. Omari, they're both gone. Look at that. Both of them are gone. They're both gone. They're both gone.
Wow.
I just got in here. Why you? Hold on. Let a nigga breathe.
Maybe
Or Republicans can't use that word.
You open your mouth as soon as you got on stage, so that means you were ready.
No, I said my name. Eminem already screamed my name. I'm like, let me see what the vibe is like.
I said, people.
Hey, Gemini, you still believe in Trump is tactical, or are you on the side of him being just stupid at?
No, he's openly stupid with tactical people that leverage him when they feel like it.
Okay, that's the girl's name.
Yeah.
I remember you was like saying he was. I kept saying this motherfucker is stupid. He was like, nah,
No, he's stupid.
he's tactical. You say he's tactical.
Too. I got the conclusion. He's retarded.
He's fucking stupid, you know.
However, there are people with agendas around him that have some semblance of intelligence, and they know how to leverage him. And all you got to do is he's really simple. He's very narcissistic. So as long as you appeal to his ego and incentivize him, that's it.
I want to talk about that. With that last part you just said right there. I don't understand why the Democrats don't play to that. Because the nigga literally fold anytime his ego is catered to. He literally do that. I don't know why they don't lean into that when they going against him and trying to get something from him.
Because they arrested him. I don't think Democrats can fly to Trump anymore because they arrested him.
I mean, it's
kind of do that.
Yeah.
So you know, this for sure, man. If RFK changed their name to DJT, I am no longer a fucking fan. No longer a fucking fan. They be fucking Commanders and fucking Redskins.
Did y'all discuss, and y'all probably have, so you can just dismiss it if it's already been spoken about, in regards to him pardoning the 70 people that were attached to trying to overturn the 2020 election?
Oh, you said I did it early? No. I think they did it early. Oh, they did?
Okay, alright.
You bring back the Hollywood, right? Look,
I don't want to be redundant.
Hey, Gemini, and a bunch of them have state crimes also.
Yeah, a lot of the pardoning is just symbolic because they have state crimes, and obviously you can only pardon at a federal level. But it still shows, I fuck with y'all. Thanks for trying to do better.
He's sending a message. I always got your back.
Exactly.
On my behalf.
Exactly. It's been on some real mob shit. If you really look at it, if you're his enemy, he's gonna try to find any way. Somehow you're corrupt, you're a criminal, which is funny coming from a 34-time felon. And then if you fuck with him, he's gonna try to pardon you and pull you out of jail. And let's get back to business.
So that means.
Can anybody explain why Muriel Bowser is unofficial? Anybody know?
I didn't hear your question. What'd you say?
I said, can anybody explain why Muriel Bowser is under investigation? I haven't read why it pulled that. Anybody tell?
That was the first time hearing about it.
Like what?
The DC man?
Yeah, look it up. Same shit posted everywhere. Just having the drive. Like really looking into it. Yeah.
Oh, they came out recently and said that she's not under investigation. So I see it.
I thought it was something new, like something like fraud or like funds.
It was something around the time.
Oh yeah. Something like sorry, yeah. in the next election.
I was just about to say, you really think Newsom could pull it off?
I was saying Newsom, but they saying Josh.
This is going to be unpopular, so there's going to be a few people that's going to say something now, some people going to say some shit later. Newsom, people like him because he offers the same type of pushback that Trump offers to them, right? He calls them some shit like that. He'll post 30 memes just like Trump will post 30 memes, and he'll publicly challenge Donald, the dementia god, like most people don't. But Newsom, because of the way the budget has been running here, because of the way taxes have been getting in here, because of the way that he's been pro-immigrant in certain ways that have impacted the community in a negative way that got Democrats here actually turning Republican. You can look that up. I think he would be horrible once they start to highlight that on the national stage. There's no way I'm running against him. And I don't mention that you have a $10 billion deficit because you decided to give a whole bunch of illegal aliens fucking healthcare. That's when I fuck him, bro. Ain't no swing state going for that shit.
Let me give illegal aliens up there.
You know, they expanded it. They've been expanding it since 2017. They do it by age group. They started with the younger crowd, then they moved to like between 18 and 21. And this year it's everybody. And that's why it's been growing deficit every year.
So there's legislation that specifically gives healthcare.
Yes, and it's not coming from federal money, it's coming from local taxes. So we're paying for it. Yes. Yeah, I don't know how true that is. It is very true. Very true. I would bet you any immediately right now. How do I know? In July, ours from 15 to 19% in the cannabis room. Like that's it's been a given. Like just go ahead and look at that, bro. We pay for the federally. This is how it works. Federally, you cannot use any federal money to substitute health care for illegal aliens, illegal immigrants. You just can't. So when they emphasize that, they have to get that money local. Who's local? Californians. Who's the most heaviest tax state in the nation? California. And it's added to that burden. That's why they were 10 billion short this year. They were already 4 billion short and didn't have to borrow that. Then they had to borrow an additional 6 about a couple months ago. And they said that's still not going to be enough.
So you going with Shapiro?
I don't know who I'm going with. Honestly, I'm going to go with anything that's going to be not Republican that looks decent, honestly. So if I have Newsom, that's going to be the only option I will vote for. Don't get it twisted, but I think they're my candidate.
I feel like if not Newsom, going to be Shapiro.
What about Pritzker? He too fat?
I think it would be Shapiro versus JD Vance. Either Newsom or Shapiro versus JD Vance.
You guys don't think Marco Rubio throws out in the ring? Remember, it's going to be an open primary. Remember, it's going to be an open primary for them, too.
You think he'll make it through the primary?
I don't think Rubio will win.
Well, the way the alt-right and the white nationalists are going after J.D. Vance for having a brown white, that's a big factor in their coalition. That's like a... So,
I think
who knows?
I think JD Vance is absolutely.
But then again, the white purity test, Rubio doesn't pass it either. So.
Should be glad Eric is our next president.
No, it's going to be Vance and Erica Vance.
I don't know. You guys laughing. They should have been ordained according to them racist motherfuckers.
I wouldn't be surprised if he murdered Erica. I can see that.
J.D. Vance has changed his name, 4 times? You think he ain't going to change his wife to be president?
J.D. Kirk.
definitely see him remarry Erica. And both of them using Charlie as
it would look very righteous in the MAGA land, right? Because, you know, he already condemned her faith publicly. So he got the out created already, right?
They already endorsed that shit. They're like, yeah, this is what we want.
Exactly.
Yeah, but the Newsom Shapiro ticket looks like a pretty good ticket.
I would back Newsom 100% if he was running. But I know the criticism that he's going to bear. There might be somebody that might not have that Achilles heel.
I can't see Shapiro being VP.
What else is there for him to do? Well, you know how the Democrats only do it. They pick somebody else running with them. The last train, that's the train recently. What Shapiro's going to run for governor? Or you going to run for senator? Versus run for vice president? Matt's coming up. Matt's the tea. Matt, give us a tea. You always got good tea.
Go ahead and crash, Matt. Crash all the way. No seatbelt. Go through the windshield.
Yeah, full on crash your game.
Gary? Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, man.
We hear you.
Sorry, my AirPods. Jesus Christ. What's wrong with you?
Oh, y'all talking about Matt. Cool.
My AirPods are like tripping, so I think I'm all set. My opinion is that it would be a Vance would be a ticket on the Republican side. I never would see Shapiro running for VP or running as VP. I don't think he has the. His ego's too big. I mean, we all saw what happened with him potentially being Kamala's running mate. I don't think he wants to be number two. He wants to be number one. So I don't even know. I think he would run for president and not win. But I actually could see him more so running for Senate against McCormick in 2030 in that midterm and being who Dems really want. Because I just don't see him winning the primary. So that's my opinion of Shapiro's fate.
So Matt, you don't see him primary in Fetterman?
No, he's not going to run there. It's going to be Conor Lamb more than likely.
Okay.
Conor Lamb's literally already 100% officially.
I know. I'm donating to whoever's running neck and neck with Fetterman in the primary. We need to get
DLA. Like Fetterman.
So let me tell you why I don't think it'll be Vance Rubio. I think the administration is so unpopular that to pick the top two boys from this administration, I don't think it would be smart of them to do. So if Vance wins, I think he picks somebody else. And it's a very unpopular administration. It's not going to be more popular by 28. So why, if it's an unpopular administration, why would you pick the number one boys, the number one and number two boys in the administration? That doesn't make any. I don't think. I don't think that will make any sense.
What happens if the Democrats flip the House and takes the burden off of them?
How does it take what? They took the House in 20 years.
They can just leave the House
in 18. No, that's not. No one. That's not how people vote. You think people think like that?
I'm saying just the attitude towards them might get a little relief because the fact that they don't control all the things of government and Democrats might be more guilty. Democrats might be a cog in the wheel.
It's never worked before. You're giving the population too much credit.
Nobody is thinking that far. They blame the president.
Yeah.
These guys were the number one and number two boy for the president. You're not going to go, oh, well, the Democrats control the House, so I'm going to go back to number one and number two boy with the administration with the lowest approval ratings of all time. So I don't think that. Let me go to the Gavin Newsom thing. The more and more people say Gavin Newsom can't win, I'm more and more convinced to be president. Y'all should go back and watch his debate with J.D. Vance from 2 years. Not J.D. Vance, excuse me. Ron DeSantis last year. Y'all should go back and watch how this man handles himself in the media against these MAGA people. Democrats don't care about the scandals at this point. They really just want to fight him. This man has said, we're going to do these redistricting. He got a proposition on the ballot in 2 months, 3 months, and it won by 30 points. The girls was out in Houston the other day. Y'all see the girls? The man was in Houston. All the girls came to the ER. You would think they were going to have And so for me, I don't know who can win because I don't know who he's running against. I don't know that J.D. Vance brings out white working class disaffected voters in Erie County the way Donald Trump does. People said Biden couldn't win in 22.
Let me ask you a question though. Are swing states needed to win an election, or can you just win it with your party?
You just win it with your party with the blue wall. Yeah. 28. Yeah. Yeah.
If that's the case, if he doesn't need any swing states, which usually you do, you need swing states, like historically. But if he doesn't need any swing states, I would reach.
This is the blue wall. This is the last year the Democrats faced over redistricting get one with the blue wall. These are literally states where every statewide office is controlled by Democrats.
It's not the last year. I'm talking about 2028.
Yeah, this is the last year, 2028.
Got you. When you said this, I thought you was meaning. Okay, got you.
Oh no, 2028. And 32, they'll have to win something. They'll have to win something like Nevada or Illinois. But I'm saying like, I mean, it's amazing to me that people think that in this era of soundbite drag, that Gavin Newsom can't win, but like what Andy Bashir can, J.B. Pritzker can, like what?
The one thing I will give him is he does have that X factor that Obama has, and I'm not like as far as being charismatic, visually appealing, authoritative in the way he goes, willing to get petty if somebody else gets petty.
It's a combo between Obama and fucking Trump.
Yeah.
He's a combo between the two. Yeah.
So we're going strictly surface level, no real deep dive on actual.
Wait, Gavin Newsom is a combination between Obama and Trump. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, it's a combination. That was admitted. You don't think he has Obama elements to him, the way women are attracted to him, things of that nature, and his appeal on just.
He has a charisma. He has a charisma that's sort of kind of like Obama. The way he carries himself, he can cater towards kind of like Obama.
Yeah,
but cater towards kind of. But at the same time, he's bold. He gets petty. Like you know what I'm saying? He was uppercut too. The way Trump
he cool, but at the same time, Trump doesn't get like. Trump is bold and.
Trump is petty. Yeah, Trump is definitely petty and bold. And like, he's not good terms, man. Yeah, he's not for his election.
Yeah, like he got that cool and collective orb, which you probably say, he probably say some racist shit when he get real mad. But like,
nah.
I'm just saying,
I don't think he is racist, bro. He doesn't know that.
Yeah, I don't think that. But
in the middle of the sector, if he's smashing an interracial joke, he's gonna be like, yo.
Why are we worried about how he thinking this is? Like, what is that? It's still weird.
That's what it is, though. That's what it is.
No, we get weird. Like,
We don't want to transparent.
We don't want to transparent. Too far, bro.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just keeping it a stack.
Nah, that's weird, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Like, walk with me through this.
No, we're not gonna walk through this sexual activity. We're gonna stay on the politics side.
Fair enough.
But I still do agree. I do think that Newsom has that it's better than Trump, but like that type of pettiness that I'm willing to get down to, like I don't know what to call it. You know what I'm saying? But that's like gravitas that MAGA has towards Trump. I think Gavin Newsom can pull that out of the Dems. And I think part of the reason why like we fail miserably like with Kamala is messaging. And I think Newsom will come with better messaging, simpler messaging.
So let's do a
I agree with that, but it's also a lot of people think he's too progressive.
Let's do a 1-to-1. Let's do Newsom versus Gavin. My God. Newsom versus Gavin. I was about to say, how you gonna do that? I was what the hell be. But I'm gonna say Vance. So how do you think that will line up? Because that is, hypothetically.
I think it's gonna be neck and neck. So the one thing J.D. Vance also carries himself pretty fucking well. He's well spoken and he's well put together, and aesthetically he got the eyes and shit. You know what I'm saying? So an immediate spectacle. I can see J.D. Vance definitely hold his own for 2028 too. I think Newsom versus J.D. is gonna be
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't think J.D. Vance is without Trump. I just think J.D. Vance is a dud. Like I don't like.
people like JD Vance, he's likable. I don't think so.
Do you think he's going to inherit that Trump support?
I think Newsom will watch him.
You don't think he will inherit the Trump supporters that were already there because he was on the ticket with Trump and acted as a VP?
Nah, I mean maybe the stands, but not like all the Trump supporters. Everybody just not want to run to JD Vance. JD Vance is like there with JD Vance.
Fuck JD Vance. I'm not a vote for.
Oh, you're the Lawrence. Fuck JD Vance.
And Quakers do not like him because he's married. He's in an interracial marriage. Quakers were big MAGA. So, even if he does get with a white woman, he still has biracial children. They do not like him. The real white nationalist dudes. So they'll just sit the election out. It's not like they'll vote for Newsom per se. So also Jim is a redneck hillbilly from Appalachia. Like, who gives a fuck? He'll get some normie Republicans to like him, but the people that Trump brings out, Trump has an X factor. When Trump's not on the ballot, Tuesday happens, right? So why would you guys think JD Vance? What has JD Vance done in this administration that's positive?
I think what the Trump is doing
Depends on racist Republicans.
I don't know what JD hates. That's far better. But what do we know alone what JD stands for? Like, Trump wins on hate. What does JD hate?
He hates accountability.
He hated Trump until Peter Thiel dropped the bag on his ass, and now he's Trump VP.
That's true. And when those young Republicans text messages leaked and they were being racist as fuck, the watermelon people and talking shit about Indians and how they smell. You gotta remember, he's got an Indian wife, right? And with the kids that have Indian heritage, and he did not defend them on any level. He defended the actual representative.
And he's defending big balls. I need to defend big balls. They're just kids.
Exactly.
But let's not forget what's in the big balls. Remember he did that too. Yeah, so he defended big balls racist ass comments too that got caught up. So yeah, nah.
To me, JD Vance ain't no different than the White House press secretary. What's her name right now? I don't know what either of them stand for other than just back in Trump. I don't know where it's at. JB putting on folders and shit like that the way that Trump does, but I think a lot of people, again, Newsom is too progressive, and I think he's going to be against Newsom.
The best ticket, I think, if you want to go back to old school, is Youngkin and Kemp or Youngkin, Rubio. Like you gotta kind of go back to like at least somewhat normal. And I think Kemp or Youngkin might be the only opportunity for Republicans to rebrand.
Calling that Newsom in 2028. You can take the best of that.
If that's his ticket, I'm gonna vote that way. I would.
Napa, why do you say put Youngkin? You don't think Youngkin is a good pick?
The stiff country club, old school Republican, that's not going to get the Dr. Responsibles excited. I think if you would please nominate someone like a business chamber of commerce Republican who just watched his party lose the governor's race by 50 points. Please. If you want a normie Republican, go to Sununu or Kent, but they won't win. So, please nominate any normie Republican. In this environment, you would lose 35 states. Please.
I agree with you. I would say one thing to look at is, I think people, they always say fatigue, right? You always hear this word, fatigue. I believe people are going to have so much fatigue after this administration that motherfuckers are going to say, give me a rock and I'll be happy. I just think too much is going on and people are going to want some quietness.
I said, it's employment if it has a Democrat.
Exactly. That's what I'm.
You guys want to have a placeholder? I don't want a placeholder. I want somebody to reverse the shit that's been done. Not a placeholder, my brother.
To be a fucking toilet, that's a Democrat at this point. Seriously.
So can Republicans go Republicans before MAGA?
Yes, I believe so. They don't really have. There's only one Trump. I think like Matt said, it's Trump really nominate. He's not. No, even the ones that try to be like him, they just.
You say that in a positive way. I need context. Are you saying? Of course, he's saying it in a positive.
I'm definitely saying it in a positive.
No, I'm not. I mean,
Oh my God, when some say it's
there's only one Trump because when I hear there's only one Trump, I hear there's only one fucking 34 felon that was adjudicated as a rapist, that had a best friend as a pedophile, that fucking ran up the deficit more than any other president, had the longest government shutdown out of any other fucking president, and doesn't take care of
he had number two.
that paid off a fucking prostitute and got caught for doing so while having a fucking wife. Like, that's what I hear. Is that what you hear, Lamar?
There's only one Trump, like you said. I don't know any other president that's done that, do you?
I'm saying that in a positive light.
I mean, I don't know if you hear positive in my voice. I mean, I'm just chilling.
I'm asking the source. Is it a positive thing?
No, I mean, it's not a negative or a positive. It's just there's only one. No, hold on. We're not doing this today. We're not. But what we're saying is that there's only one person that could have 34 felonies in one. I don't think nobody else in the Republican Party could have gotten away with it.
So,
If
Omari,
you believe that, then we might not have I think as much as you think you do.
Omari, what do you think about putting Winsome Sears as the VP?
Sure. I mean, definitely. I mean, VP of a dog catcher of what? Montgomery County?
No, we don't want to Montgomery County. We're talking about Vice President of the United States, because I did love her campaign for governor of Virginia.
Yeah, she could be VP of maybe traffic control in Germantown. I don't know.
That's what you gonna do, you black person? After you got on Obama for not endorsing her because she was black, that's how you gonna talk about her now? Like she nobody?
She was a horrible candidate.
I loved her candidacy. Who else? I'm speaking.
It's been a decade of MAGA. I cannot imagine.
You know what the ticket Republicans should Mark Robinson and Winsome Sears. That's a huge right there.
Wow.
Actually,
they ain't gonna do two blacks, man. You know how they did. They can only take one.
Has there been any?
Yeah.
I don't think you'll ever have a black governor.
The gay man in South Carolina was, had presidential ambitions, but he was never chosen to be VP or anything else.
You guys remember? Hey, Matt, what was that congressman from Oklahoma? He's like the only black congressman for a long time.
J.C. Watts.
Yeah. Remember how J.C. Watts conducted himself? If that J.C. Watts, you'd be like, I know he's Republican, but that guy, he's decent, he wasn't anti-black, and he stood for something. He was very principled. Why don't we get more J.C. Watts? Oh my, what are you gonna do with all the J.C. Watts?
You saying he was like John McCain?
Look, just a normal person. He was just like he was a Republican.
John McCain.
He didn't care for them and he didn't say anti-black shit.
I mean, J.C. Watts was cool, but wasn't he under investigation too for some type of finance?
What do you care about investigation? You don't care about somebody that's 34
Campaign financing, that's the hustle. Like every politician.
I'm just saying,
if you want to get in somebody, you conjure up that those charges never really
But Robert, this is the thing. This is what
like he's an angel or something.
You voted for a 34-time felon that was quoted saying, "Wrap her right a pussy and support people that stormed the fucking Capitol." But you're worried about somebody being under investigation.
No, I'm just and Mel's trying to make it seem like this guy's like an angel, like he should be on top of the Christmas tree like Black Santa.
I didn't get that, but shout out to John McCain, who's from Arizona. Yeah, you said I was
John McCain had the best race of my lifetime.
Yeah, he had that little
John McCain, the John called a loser for being POW. That John McCain?
Yeah, I mean, what did he say? It's all people that don't get caught.
He didn't even show up at his funeral, did he?
Remember what John McCain did was the most brilliant thing when he voted.
Hold on. Did George
Hold on, wake that up. Wake that back up here, Mel.
You remember when he did the funds, the thumb down? I was like, he gangster.
Exactly.
He literally told Trump to go fuck himself. That shit was brilliant.
Yeah, he did.
And they're like, nah, I'm up for this shit.
Yeah, because he came all the way over to get that thumb over. Y'all can remember that shit, yo.
That shit was so funny, and I still remember that.
That was hilarious, Mel.
You know what's crazy is that his daughter, actually, and her husband were pro-Trump, and even after all of that. That shit is wild.
That is wild. I think Patty was about to try to say something serious. Come on, Mike.
Oh, no. I was just saying. I think he said something about he didn't show up to the funeral. I said he wasn't invited.
Well, right. It was something. Thank you.
Melania showed up, though. Melania represented.
But hey, didn't Democrats appoint his wife as a Senate, as an ambassador?
The kids showed up. They made a big deal.
That's not a flex. That is not a flex.
Hey, didn't the Democrats appoint John McCain's wife as an ambassador to some country?
Yeah, she does something for the Trump.
I was thinking it was an ambassador under the Democratic administration. Yes, I remember that.
She still does something too. I think she still works in politics or something.
Yeah,
she does something.
She owns a company, bro. She owns a big company. What company they own? I think it's a distribution. Is that the Budweiser distribution or the Coca-Cola distribution in that region? That's what a family that owns. As far as I can recall, but it might be different.
So they had that cash.
Oh yeah, they got a lot of money. They got big money.
I mean, John McCain's son could have got into politics, but he's a Democrat, and he's married to a black woman.
Who's a Democrat?
The one that was in the Navy. His son is a Democrat. He's married to a black woman. The one that was
Did his surgery to his face have anything to do with the
Nah, he was a war criminal. Yeah, he was held hostage for like, I don't know, 8 years or some shit.
I'm saying, he had surgery, I know, down to like his face, like on his eye or some shit like that.
Yeah, he was fucked up. Yeah.
I'm saying, I don't know, did that have something to do with like his, he got like cancer?
No, he lived a pretty long life. Considering.
He died at like 80. I thought he died of like brain cancer or some shit.
Yes, he had cancer.
He did have cancer.
Yeah.
He had cancer.
Hey, he had a big ass cut across his face.
Yeah, he looked
before he had died.
Yeah, he looked fucked up.
Yeah, I got a job. For a job, McCain.
No.
He's dead and I he did have a scar, but he also had
That's what the scar was.
But he had a scar from his injuries, but right before his death, he had a melanoma removed.
And yeah, he had a band-aid.
That's why he was wearing that bandage. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that shit.
I think his scar was from when he was shot down. He was shot down over Vietnam. He was beaten to the guy with
Tortured. He wasn't beat, he was tortured.
tortured. Yeah, that's why he couldn't lift his shoulders up.
That's a lot of scar across his face.
So
If he had the scar, the arm,
I was talking about the scar across his face.
Piece of my face.
Yeah.
I think that was from his melanoma operation. That's what I recall. But you know why we forgave John McCain? Because one other thing that John McCain did that people in Montero was pissed off is that during the GI Bill, they were amending the GI Bill so you could transfer to your kids because in the past you couldn't. And John McCain voted against that. And people in the military were so fucking pissed at him for that shit. But it still passed. Then obviously the shit about the holiday, but he did save Obamacare, and we need to at least give him some grace for that.
Why was he against transferring it to the kids?
Because he felt that the members earned it, and he felt that if you discount, if for instance the next generation goes to college, who's going to fill the ranks? who's gonna, because we have all voluntary force. So he's like, yeah, if every enlisted person's kid goes to college, they all gonna be officers like my kid. So who's gonna be the enlisted foot soldiers then? Yeah, he got some serious slack for that, man. People in the military were pissed.
I like the decorum, man. I just like back in the day when presidents, you know what I'm saying, had some regardless if we could be aligned with their views or not. I just when they weren't divisive. I like when they respected the office. I just like those days.
And you took the words right out of my mouth as we were having this conversation. I was just getting ready to say something similar.
I like how Obama respected McCain throughout their race. I like how McCain respected, went out his way, and I think
He really didn't respect him though.
I think McCain fucking went out his way and kind of threw his race away at points because he was saying too much. Like, it was at times where, like, his little Trump rallies, they'll be like, we think Obama is a Eastern whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, he checked that
and he just said, yeah. And he like, sure, no, you're not. He said, that's a good man, bro. He's a good man. He's a good father. Listen,
He said he was too soft. He said he was too soft to be a real Republican. You remember that? They gave him
I was surprised. I was
Republicans.
I'm saying he threw his race away with that shit.
Okay, these guys today are not Republicans. These guys today are not. They are.
Doc is trying to say something, bro. Come on, go ahead, Doc.
So what's happening here? We celebrating John McCain, even though I was a John McCain supporter, but hold on. Let me give you what it is. So when John McCain was running for president in 2000, that's when he ran against George Bush. Yes, I was a John McCain supporter. But after he acquiesced to George Bush and, did that kind of let's come together thing where he, to my mind, turned his back on a lot of his Maverick principles, I was no longer a John McCain supporter.
Oh yeah, he used to say he was a Maverick. That's all right.
I like Obama case.
So by 2008, I was a little open.
This is why I'm about JG. Hey, Robert, this is why I'm about JG. Because I was 18 during that race in '99. John McCain was the first presidential candidate that I supported as well, the McCain train. So we got that. Yeah.
So why do you be lying? This is what I'm saying about y'all. Y'all be lying, bro. You just said, you told us many times that you was always on the left, and then just as of late, that's what you told us. That's what you told us, bro. You told us you have always been historically on the left, man.
No, I told him.
But that's it, he's not lying, bro. Well, all you gotta do is just, and I don't think you would say you supported him. I think you would say that you supported him. And shut the fuck up, God damn it. While I'm talking.
Are you okay?
Are you, bitch? Alright, so shut the fuck up with your big stupid ass.
Okay.
You ain't gonna bitch wanna slap the shit out your stupid ass. Shut up. I ain't talking. Shut the fuck up. Fuck is wrong with you? Somebody else talk. I'm sorry. I don't really shit you gotta say, dumb bitch.
Ain't nothing you gotta say. Lord Jesus. Okay. Who was saying that? All right.
You be trying to talk the whole time. You can't even fucking say nothing. Shit, nigga, damn. You are fucking annoying. I would really beat the fuck out you if I was in front of you. You are really irritating. God fucking damn. Say what the fuck you gotta say. It better be climactic as fuck.
I wasn't done speaking. So what I was also saying, the very first campaign I served on at the same time was Carol Strayhorn, who was a Democrat for the Republic of, for governor of Texas. So yes, I have gone both.
Okay, there you have it. Trent goes both ways.
I was waiting for that.
I think Trent identifies as staying down because he always refers to the MAGA as a thing, not itself. He must identify as staying down.
Nah, man, today's Republicans are not like with the type of Republicans we're talking about, like, you know, the way we grew up. It's a total different breed. They definitely ain't conservative. I don't know those really conservative people right now, like on that side. Crazy.
They hate these people. They absolutely hate these people. It's not even close. Ted Cruz can't stand Donald Trump. They hate these people.
And yet, he's much like you because he let that man call his wife ugly, and now he's sitting up here pretending. Like, the thing is the Republicans are supposed to be the party of men. It's the party of pussies. Y'all are so scary. Y'all are so scared to offend each other. Scared, like y'all let each other like disrespect each other wives, and then y'all be up under each other. Like y'all are punks. And you gonna sit up here and lie and say you did say you came from the left side, but you did. And as soon as Dr. AG said she liked the motherfucker from the year 2000, here you go, bring your cold ass out. Which I did too. That was my first move. Y'all just so predictable. Y'all are fucking terrible. I hate y'all so much.
Do that sound again, though?
Well, I sure did talk out there, G. That's why I like you so much. Now, mind you, earlier, Trent just said Dr. AG is the devastation of this party, and the reason why we keep losing is because we listen to people like her. And y'all scroll up further enough, about 4 hours, you'll see that. See, that's why you need to remember everything. And so, but because she said she like whoever that person is, now you tap dancing and you always like to get the fuck on. Can't trust you as far as I can throw you.
You're the reason why the Democratic Party loses. Yes.
No, I'm the reason they lose. I'm not even a Democrat.
Hey, even people like you are 100% for why.
I'm not even a Democrat, Trent. What's going on?
Well, I don't know. The things that you espouse and lead people to is
like what? What am I espousing, sir?
So, do you want me to explain? Because I'll probably cut off.
Yeah, just give me one example.
The way you constantly cut off people, that may agree with you on some things, but you constantly, like the gentleman yesterday, what was his name, Grind, from the HBC.
I wasn't engaged in that conversation, actually. I wasn't here for that.
You're going to cut me off, right? So,
yeah, but because you're mistaking me for someone else. I was not here for that conversation.
But the way you often, you do this often, is you cut people off.
It's all by the weekend.
There you go.
If you do this,
all right, I gotta go.
What the hell is Trent talking about? Because I cut people off on Clubhouse, the Democrats is going to keep losing.
Mind you, I just told him how he be cutting people off, but Trent is crazy. Will see the speaker turd sitting on their shoulder. Dude, you got something on your lip. Well, it's a turd sitting on your motherfucking head and you stink. You don't smell that? Like, these niggas is crazy.
And I felt that man for me more effective. He's gonna go in the chat like that. I thought it was really fun past that man for a quick set.
No, I'm the reason the Democrats is losing.
Dr. AG, if you should just fix it, we'll have our whole political party together.
Yeah, I'm the cause of so many things on this here application. Winnable me. Who knew?
But you low-key exposing though, because he has always said traditionally came from the left, deviated slightly was returning, right? But now he's saying he's going as far back as McCain, so that completely undermines what he said previously. It always does. That's why when him and Nathan was in here earlier talking about, we support. That's why I don't understand the Bernie supporter thing, because it just seems like you don't really. I don't know what the appeal is, but y'all don't really be on what he's on. It's something else, and I'm just trying to figure out what it is, because Trent only cares about taxes when they affect him, healthcare when it affects him, and the people that make $150,000 or $100,000 or more. Whoever else, he never cares about the people. So I don't really get how he supports Bernie.
Sorry, unless he's selling the car that he's all in on attention.
And that's why we know that it's used cars that he sells.
Is this silence?
Until you spoke.
Who was that?
Yeah, I'm gonna face myself up. Who said what?
Oh, that was you. Said this is silence. Yes,
Yes, Doctor.
Contemplation and cogitation. Just a moment.
Moment of reflection. Did Trent leave the stage voluntarily? Or is there a footprint on the back of his PTR?
Yeah, I did.
He did his MO.
Yeah, that's what I figured. He left and he came back as in the chat. Oh no, I think he left. He gone.
He'll be back in like a few minutes. Give him 30.
He'll get some of that Johnny Walker stuff too back there.
Johnny Walker is a fact.
His mom for trying to go sit his ass down. He'll be back over here.
We part of the reason that their relationship is working out, because we have to deal with his shit.
Cognition is serious. I like this. I've been on this cognitive vibe the whole weekend. Put my PTR.
What you smoking?
Nah, I wasn't smoking. I didn't have any libations, but I gave a presentation, and so check my PTR. So the Dr. AG mentioned that word, so I guess that's the frequency that's out there, because I think we all need to be on that. Definitely think we need to be on that. Challenge everybody, like, just sticking to your cognitive. The world will be a better place, I promise you.
Do you mind providing us with a technical definition of cognitive, please?
It's a nebula of intelligence. It's the ability to process the world around you in a way. So I'm working on the framework right now to have clear definition, just enable others to tap into it. I mean, like most of us understand it, but explaining it to those that don't can be a little challenging. It's kind of like, it's like an instinctive thing, but certainly I know I teach my grandkids to tap into their cognitive. My goal is to help them process the world around them a certain way. So they don't fall for this bullshit. Basically.
Are you a grandfather, Robert?
Yeah.
Let's go.
My daughter left me when I was a teen dad, so yeah, she definitely I got a legacy.
How many do you got?
3.
Oh, that's what's up.
3. Yeah. Young dad. I'm sorry? Who said that?
Blood American said, I don't want to hear shit when that 2K hit y'all accounts. Let me explain to you that 2,000 is $2 for me. Like, what are we? Think I would. But that puts everything into perspective. Like that person, pure blood 2K, and you're gonna get kicked out once I
you just mean so okay.
That shows this man was talking about how rich he is, and but $2,000 is what is his buying point.
That's what moved the needle.
You can go, we can have you for 2K. We can pay $2,000 and get whatever we want from you. Like, y'all be talking about me? Did y'all have me in y'all's lives? Because money.
Basically, basically, you're willing to sell out for an iPhone.
I mean, and so if you sold for 2,000, what else can we get you to do for 2K? Can a man come and get you to torch something for 2K? What are you?
A pro man.
$2,000? One month of rent?
Yes, dollars.
1 month of rent, a couple pairs of J's, like $2,000.
So for me,
mortgage like that. It's not gonna do it.
What do y'all do for a living that like $2,000 have y'all excited like this?
And it's where do you even if you don't make that much money, you see how much shit costs. $2,000 is not even gonna get you. Like, you can't get a whole fly fit with that. Like, for real. Like, you can't get no Gucci suit. You can't get nothing you can get but 2K. That's your breaking point.
Niggas on the map like they be acting.
Yeah, $2,000. Wow. But this is how we got here last time. The fucking stimulus check. And these are the goofies that was in it. They never seen that type of money before. Mind you, that's a 2-week check if you make minimum wage, right? Around 2,000 or around minimum wage, or maybe 22 an hour. It would be like a $2,000 check every 2 months or something, or close to it. So y'all never seen that? Like do y'all work? Coaches, what's going on? That's exciting. 2K. That makes you just take off all your clothes and just you can have it. 2K. You niggas are sad. I would say this.
Also, Dr. Richie sent shit 2 archaeological articles. One is about ancient Mayan ruins found. The other is that they found 13,000-year-old tools in Turkey, 3,000 years after the settled establishment for domestication of animals. Just thought you'd find it interesting.
Run that timeline back real quick.
Domestication of animals. Hold on, how far back did you just?
Yeah, run that timeline back one more time, Marshall.
So typically, the agreed upon length by historians is about 10,000 years. The people got into cities and settled, right? We domesticated animals, we got them in, and then we settled down in houses, right? And this find in Turkey rewrites that thing by about 3,000 years in the same way that Göbekli Tepe site in northeast Turkey, which was built about 14,000 years ago, helps rewrite that timeline. It's just an interesting detail of history.
I get what you're saying. I wish you would have did it in a more step-by-step fashion for slow people like me. But so at what point? So hold on, wait. So at what point? Just help me out.
Use your cognitive skills.
At what point did we go from? Did we go from using animals like what time period? Like you said, yeah. So was there a time period? Do you know when that is? For agricultural use of animals, right? Farming.
Farming is about 10,000 years.
Okay.
He's saying that this find predates it by about 3,000 years, which pushes the timeline as far as accuracy. If I'm reading.
Thank you, gentlemen. That's the cognitive look.
I find fascinating. Imagine the archaeological finds there are to be made that rewrite human history back even further for some civilization. That's just amazing.
We need somebody here with the same knowledge that you have. I would love you guys to dissect it, go back and forth. I'm sure somebody would want to debate that time period that you're talking about. But I'm not equipped for it, so I'm just going to listen.
I was just to what's her name? Misha in the chat. Nobody's rich. Literally, we are. That's how we know that $2,000 is not gonna move nothing. I don't understand. Like, it's not about us saying we're looking at how much things cost. And if you look around, I mean, just look at any major city. What can you get for $2,000? Nothing. I mean, nothing of substance, nothing that's gonna last. So when people get excited about a check for someone giving you $2,000, a one-time payment, it shows, like, to me, just like stupidity. Because what are you gonna do after that? Like, what's gonna happen after the 2K? Like, you gonna flip that and turn that into $2 million? Like, what y'all niggas think? I really think, Gemini, that's what the fuck they might be thinking, is that they're gonna flip the shit and turn it into $2 million or something like that.
It's gonna change their lives. Let me tell you one thing I don't fuck with is sneaky people. I'd rather not sneaky, greedy people. Greedy people, like $2,000. I mean, people could use it, okay, boom, 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 but like to say, wait, you did that? You better be happy. Like, come on, $2,000.
I'm gonna be all the way real with y'all. I'm not joking. I'm about to sound bougie, but I'm not rich. I don't claim to be rich. I'm doing decently, and I'll leave it at that. $2,000 from Los Angeles is nothing.
Why we talking about this one is gonna happen? These people are wild to think that they're gonna get $2,000 from Trump.
That part.
Even if they do it, what does that indicate? Nothing. Like, what?
And then they're trying to make it like a victory lap. Like, I see $2,000. Like, come on. And they done made trillions off of our black asses.
Nisha, you're not gonna be balling. You can't use it for your car payment. But then, okay, you still got another car payment after that. You're not gonna be balling. You have $2,000. Once you pay your little extra, you can't. Let's say you catch up on your power bill. You like, oh, I'm about to, you done. You hit bills, and that's it. Now, I mean, that's not life changing. I'm telling y'all. It's excited about in like high school, like $2,000. Like,
let me put it this way. My utility bill at my warehouse is more than $2,000 a month. My dog food bill at the ranch is more than $2,000 a month. Seriously.
Wait a minute, how many dogs you got?
He has a ledge. He has a ledge.
I didn't know how many dogs you had.
And now a recurring payment, we're talking about something that was recurring, then that might move the needle.
Absolutely. Even if y'all said we're gonna give you $2,000 a month for 12 months, then okay. That's a different conversation.
You got my piece.
Yeah, but a one-time $2,000 check, come up with $2,000. Like, if that's what y'all, if that's the thing, I can help y'all come up on some shit. Like, if that's the culture,
two friends or one friend to get that.
yeah, you look good. Just stand on the corner and ask everybody for $1. You know, I ain't know that was still like that. I'm about to go buy somebody. All right, Tim, right. I need some work done around my house and shit. I need to get it.
Easy to compromise, right? Talk about
easy. Lemon squeezy.
We need another moment of silence.
What's up, y'all? How are Puritans doing today?
Good afternoon, Todd. It doesn't seem like the Republicans can do much winning without gerrymandering or facilitating some kind of purchase for a vote.
Oh, we know that. That ain't even news. But I just fussed at my podcast people because, you know, they're Puritans too. I said, you niggas is still, and these are white folks. I was like, you motherfuckers still buying plane tickets. Y'all got these rock bands doing your concerts. You still get complaints. Lines is long. You still buy shit from Amazon. About my own 4 paychecks, zeroed out. I said, you motherfuckers owe me $10,000. And that ain't even including fucking retirement. Fuck out of here with that purity bullshit.
Yeah, I was supposed to be in Atlanta this past weekend for some work, for some different stages. I was like, yeah, I'm not going nowhere. Because, you know, American is one of the major airline, it's the major airline of the BMW. And I have another colleague who was stranded in Nashville trying to get back home after his show.
You know, that thing canceled. Not only did he cut the 40 core airports for 10% reduction in air flights, but also reduced our workforce on the ground. So apparently on Saturday sometime, there was a memo that went out that says no scheduled maintenance. The only maintenance we're allowed to do is corrective maintenance for something that's broke. And we don't do that until the holidays. Or this, you know, they do like for special occasions, you know, Christmas week, that, you know, they have these travel season, right? Special occasions and holiday shit.
Can you talk to us about
things like that until the government open up, we can't do nothing. We don't do scheduled maintenance today.
I mentioned some stuff like that yesterday. They told us about at least California region.
I'm sorry, I just need clarification. So are you guys still doing preventive maintenance?
No, that's canceled.
What?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
We had a radio system scheduled outage today at 8 o'clock in the morning. It was like, no, check the email. You know, today's Monday, first day after the weekend. No memo came out. It was just on Saturday.
Yeah, I'm not running those simulations of situations that might unfold and how
we did fix the VOR today.
What is that? What is VOR?
TACAN is it's like an army radar that gives you like azimuth and distance. The military uses it mostly, but you know, it was out today. We fixed that because it was actually broke. But other than that, the scheduled maintenance that we trying to do a lot of stuff before the moratorium for Thanksgiving and Christmas, nope. So we're relegated to training, online training, and other shit. No scheduled maintenance.
You know, people going to selling tickets right now. They're probably canceling it. Just thanks for that information.
You know. Yeah. But yeah, I told these people, y'all still buying shit in the grocery store. Don't get me buying shit online, Amazon. You still taking trips, going to see this concert or this and that. I'm gonna go visit family. Man, you're not serious. We cannot be a guinea pig because I'm a federal worker. I'm sick of that shit. The motherfuckers like, oh, nigga, just keep it down. I'm like, nigga, no. Forfeit your fucking paycheck. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's dumb shit. So now I can't retire at 57. I probably gotta go to fucking 62 now because this shit is delaying I can't, no contributions. Not even earning annual leave like I earn leave and sick leave. Everything's zeroed out. 4 paychecks in a row.
Have you got notification about your medical coverage? Has your
No, medical's still good. Congress set that up. Because again, we're essential. So even if I get hurt on the fucking job, because I could fucking fall off a fucking tower, they shouldn't have that.
So no increase.
No increase. Well, we'll get an increase in January. Blue Cross is going up 26%, which is the standard.
26.
Yeah, that's about.
Standard for what? It's like standard every 5 years.
No, standard every year. Health insurance goes up every year. So they broke it down monetarily. It's like $20-something a month extra.
Wait. That can't be true. That cannot be true. Wait, all insurance is going up 26% each year?
Not every year. Last year was a little less than that. But it's gone up every year.
6%?
Yeah. Because I just took, you know what? When I'm done driving, because I took a picture of my LES, I was logged in a long time. I said, let me see.
Yeah, you should go see it.
I printed it out. The last time I looked at it, which was like last time, I think, it's like $700 a month pre-tax that I'm paying a month. Like, so it might be more than that. Because, we have the same insurance that Congress has. But, Congress get their shit for free. If you're a congressional member, they get their shit for free. They don't pay for it. But we pay for it. All federal employees pay for it. It's really good, but they call that the Cadillac. It's expensive as hell. It's not cheap at all.
So it went from $700 to $882?
No, that's been a couple years.
Oh, because, yeah, right. That's
still a lot.
It's still crazy. I'm only on numbers, man. But so hold on. So you saying a couple of years ago it was $700 and now it's like $800. I'm doing off the top of my head. That's about $885. That's but that's not
crazy money.
But
people don't even pay attention no more. We've been working it so long. We don't even think about that no more. This shit is crazy, man. Now, my coworker told me that one of his young ladies that worked under him, she's young. She's in her 20s. She left the government and got a private sector job, and shit got better for her. Her money went up, and health care and all that stuff went up. Or less, less per month, Now, she won't get a pension and all that other stuff, but her yearly salary is better. All this kind of thing. But time off, she still gets time off and stuff like that. But our shit is crazy ridiculous, man. But we don't have no choice. It is what it is. I know it covers a lot, because a lot of people that pay a lot for their medicine, we don't pay a lot. Like our co-pays be ridiculously low. So that's what we get the money on the back end. So some people take GLP-1s. I'm not paying nothing for my cholesterol medicine. I'm paying zero. I go pick that shit up from Walgreens. There's no copay.
Okay, so I just ran some numbers. So 700, that would be about 8,400 a year, and 26%. That means it will go up to about 10,000.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yep.
But that's over a couple of years, so I have to.
Yeah. Like my pre-tax dollars, I think I'm half, man. Everything else is crazy. I'm not paying that much in taxes. That healthcare, prefers and retirement type shit, healthcare. That takes the majority of the fucking pre-tax money. Healthcare shit.